Alrighty, chat. Good morning. You might be wondering, yo, where's the intro music that he always plays when he comes on camera? That's gone for a little bit. That's gone for a little bit. We're not going to have that for a little bit, unfortunately. Sounds good? Yeah, so the reason for that, also, Cisco, thank you for the 3,000 bits, dude. Holy shit. That's awesome, man. Thank you so much. Alright, we can check that out. We can check that out a bit later, because servers are going to be going down today. Dude, thank you so much. So, lots of things have changed over the weekend. There was a reason I needed a 3-day weekend, guys. So we are streaming on Twitch and on YouTube now. We are live on both of those sites right now. We're gonna start with just multi-streaming Twitch and YouTube. In the future we'll probably do more platforms. I just want to make sure I get one right before I start, you know, including all the others. Good morning, Layla. Yep, 2 days. 2 more days till launch. If you need a DPS this morning, let me know. I will let you know, man. Right now we got Mike on DPS. Oh, of course. You gotta say hi to Mud first. Chat. Say hi to Mud.
Ely go ra.
Nice. Ellie with the tier 3. Ladies and gentlemen, big tier 3. 69 months. 69-month streak. Amazing. Oh, and we got a cat treat from Lelia. You know what's really cool? This new chat tracker that I've got for multi-streaming. It shows when redeems happen in big bright colors. So that's pretty nice. That makes it pretty easy for me. But yeah, we're live on Twitch, we're live on YouTube. The plan is the plan for me in the future is we're gonna hopefully, and we're gonna have to have some conversations about this. We're hopefully going to upgrade the internet so that I can stream to more platforms, because you need a shitload of upload speed, like a minimum of like 12 upload, so probably more like 15 for every single platform you want to stream to. So just think of the upload speed required for like streaming to like 5 different platforms if you want to do it right. So we have both on you. You get 2 viewers. Yeah, double it. Cold Hearted, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. Get AT&T fiber. I love it. I don't know if it's available in my area, and yeah, this is a conversation we're gonna have like for a while before anything happens. Yep, you can find me on YouTube right now. I am live there. I am live there right now. So yeah, the way the bonus BLP is going to work today is that I wrote down the number of subs I had before I started the stream. However many that increases by today is the amount of BLP you guys are getting at the end of stream today. So make sure if you haven't already, head on over to YouTube and throw a subscribe my way, and that will increase the BLP at the end of stream today. But let's get started. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right, so we got Mike. Who else wants to come play? I know we got I believe Shadow Moon wanted to come tank. Oh, I gotta add the YouTube to the socials command. I think Ellie wanted to come heal, which is interesting. So Rob, question about YouTube. What's up, man? How's it looking over there, by the way, YouTube guys? How do I get that sweet BLP bonus from YouTube? Oh, it's simple. You just, like I said earlier, I wrote down the number of subscribers I had on YouTube before I started the stream. And however many we get during the day, that's how much BLP you guys are going to get. Now, does the bot work for multi-stream? Like, can I do key carry giveaways for both platforms? Probably not. I don't think the bot is made for that. But that's okay. Twitch is always going to be the main platform anyway. But you also probably notice I'm playing WoW music in the background. I can't, with the way I'm multi-streaming right now, I can't mute the music in VOD, so we gotta use like normie music now. Unfortunately. Rob saying my full legal name. Yeah, dude, I'm coming for you, man. You're doxxed. All right. So guys, you ready to do a few more keys before Mythic Plus goes away for like a few weeks? But I think today is the last day to do Mythic Plus for a few weeks. So let's get to it, guys. Let's get to it. First giveaway of the day. Go ahead and sign up now. Then Delves replace it. Well, I mean, you still got, what, Wednesday and then during the day, Thursday. Ellie, I think you have to talent into improved nature's cure for afflicted. So let me see. Have you seen? Yeah, they nerfed arcane intellect. Like, wow. So it's not the CC one, correct? Yeah, you already have improved nature's cure, so you're good to go. They nerfed DH, dude. They nerfed Chaos Brand and they nerfed Arcane Intellect. That's crazy to me. Are they actually listening? Anything Max discusses gets nerfed. Yep, put it on the tombstone. Let's see. So far, what is that? Like he's killed DK, right? Murdered it, according to the community. Murdered DK, murdered Mage. Murdered Demon Hunter. He can't keep getting away with it, guys. He can't keep getting away with it. One of my guildies is making an earthen called Danny Del Vito for the War Within. That's a good one. Can Max even murder Warrior if it's already dead? What's up, Max? Good to see you, dude. I've never streamed just playing like the WoW playlist before. but I kind of like it, I think. Oh yeah, good call, Kylix. There you go. Hey, what's up, Tabber? Yeah, I kind of like this vibe right now. Why not wait until my win? Wait, you think you're gonna win? Oh, this is a major change in your character arc. Holy shit. Need all the BLP I can get. Yeah. Yeah, people are gonna be fiending for that BLP in a few weeks, let me tell you. You found this yesterday on Steam. Yeah, the Final Fantasy is gonna be on PC in not too long. I think it's September. Sometime in September. I'm due, aren't I? Let's find out. First winner of the day. Let's bring in Plapsalot. A Plapper. Oh, I wonder why it says it twice, Mies. That's weird. Wasn't due, apparently. Yeah. You're never due. All right, that should change it. But yeah, this isn't so bad. This is actually kind of easy to do multi-streaming once you get it all set up and whatnot. How come my mailbox won't open? That's weird. Yep, I got you. Reload. Yesterday I realized that I never got any wrists for my mythic transmog, so I ran M+ dungeons all day long and I couldn't get any. Oof. Can't spam emotes in the air in Twitch. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Any dungeon is fine. I have all the ports. I'm gonna make it easy for me then. Let's see. Do we want to start with a 12 ruby, courtesy of Mike? Did you get the new bag add-on? I have not.
Collect Bezos bucks for almost 3 years.
We love our Bezos bucks. Aleutian, thank you for the 33 months Prime, buddy. Welcome back. Wait, you need the 13? I mean, we could do it. Yeah, let's see what happens. We'll do Ellie's 13 ruby instead of Mike's 12. That's fine. I do not mind. In that case, BRB on DK. All right. Yeah, I think Shadow Moon's trying to get like a few last points. Good morning, Ellie. You're up awfully early. Did you get some coffee and or advance today?
Sure. Yeah.
So you have nothing. You're just...
I have my Gatorade.
Oh, okay. I remember that. Also, today is wipe day for Tarkov. Yeah. Cisco's over on the YouTubes, and they're adding up more updates to PvE Tarkov. That's cool. Oh, I'm gonna have to start doing that thing that's like I'll read chat, but if it's like another platform, I'll have to say so and so on YouTube just said blah blah blah, right? Because not everyone can see all the chats. All right, let's get Plapper in here on the big DK. They have an add-on where it can bring the YouTube chat into Twitch chat. They do. But there's also something in the TOS that says you can't combine chats. And I would never do that. No, I would never do that. It's one of those things, Half-Dead, like, it's in the TOS ever since they announced the changes to multi-streaming, but literally no one has been punished for it. It's one of those things, it's there, but it's never been enforced, ever. Cisco over on YouTube said, Rob is a good streamer bean. Appreciate it, buddy. Yeah, Tikel, start rival gangs. Twitch chat, best chat. It's definitely got the most people in it. The only thing that I lost that kind of hurts is my ability to monitor chat like on my main window. I can't use the usual chat monitor anymore. I gotta look at the side monitor now. It's gonna be rough. All right, let's ready check it. Being in both is best. Yeah. Let's double it up. Let's grow YouTube. Because trust me, if YouTube even gets a little bit going, their algorithm is way better for discoverability, let me tell you. All right, everyone's ready. Let's send it.
Five, 4, 3, 2.
Doing a 13 to start the day. Let's go. Could you set up your phone to have chat and be in a similar position so you're not needing the second monitor? I could, but then it's still the same problem. It's just something I'll have to get used to.
CC. Kick.
It's not that big of a deal. I'm already like
CC.
pretty engaging when it comes to chat. Weird hearing Rob stream with no music. Do you guys not hear the WoW music? I can probably turn that up. I do have it a little low.
Giggity.
And I think just WoW music in general is going to be more quiet than like actual music. Here, let me turn that up a little bit. No, we do, but I meant music. Oh, okay.
Kick.
Yeah, okay.
CC.
Yeah, I'm still trying to dial in all the settings.
Giggity. Giggity.
Woo!
CC.
Why not? Oh, okay.
Giggity.
Man, am I gonna have to get them all on a 13? Okay, it's fine. Oh, someone else got that. I didn't get both of those. Since YouTube is way more strict on copyright. Yeah, that's the only reason I'm not playing normal music today. There's a way I can fix it, but it requires me to have an insane upload speed.
Kick.
We can't hear Ellie well, though. Well, that's fixable. Ellie hates hearing herself, so she always wants me to, like, make my Discord sounds terrible.
CC.
But it's like, listen, the people gotta hear you, man.
They don't gotta.
Giggity. Giggity.
Oh, we're getting Rock Boy.
Avoid.
Such a pointless death.
I wonder if you could make a playlist for like dungeon themes for doing combat content. Oh, I could absolutely do that. I mean,
Avoid.
there's other options too for this music problem. Like I could use Stream Beats, which is royalty-free music. But
Giggity.
last time I did that,
Giggity.
I don't think anyone really liked it. It's like,
Avoid.
what is this royalty-free garbage? Like, I don't know, dude. It's fine. I thought it was fine. You see that? Rosina said your voice is beautiful. Yeah, see? Beautiful.
My allies sacrificed themselves so that I
Dodge.
will return these eggs to their natural state. I will not fail.
Giggity. Dodge.
Dude, I love this theme. The Grizzly Hills music, so good.
Giggity.
Can it just be Thursday already so I can level to 80? Speaking of leveling, don't our remix characters come out of remix prison today? Like actually playable?
Wins. AoE.
Nice.
I consume you.
Giggity. Giggity. 3, 2, 1.
Sounds like I'm not sorry.
But I need your strength, little ones. My chill will freeze your bones.
Oh,
Ice consume you.
3, 2, 1.
oh, I forgot. Dude,
Giggity.
this room's weird. Anytime you bubble in here,
Shatter.
AoE.
it stops you from attacking. It's the weirdest thing ever. Here, have that.
Ice consume you.
3, 2, 1. Drop.
Frozen and shattered.
All right, let's get out of here, and then yep,
AoE. Giggity.
pop defensive for that.
Ads.
These whelps are pure.
I can't take her.
They
out.
will
I'm so
show you
sorry
the
that's
truth.
happening. That's really minorly
Chill
annoying.
will freeze your bones. Ice consume you.
And I'm just
3,
standing in all the wrong
2,
places.
1. Giggity wins.
Frozen
Giggity.
and shattered.
Are you a
AoE.
little rusty?
Only death for those who follow order.
I got you.
Ice consume you.
3, 2, 1. Wins.
Frozen and shattered.
I'll catch up with that in a second.
AoE.
Only
Giggity.
death
Giggity.
follow order. Ice consume you.
3, 2, 1. Wins.
Woo! All right, let's see. He just hit me with an idea. Recording your character staring at the sun.
Good work, champion.
Okay, you said Glizzy Hills. Glizzily Hills. Okay, I want it to be known as that forever. I love that. And use that as a starting soon screen or an AFK screen. Yeah, I would like that. You ready for a lot of 467 carries? Is that the starting eye level for remix characters coming over to retail? But I mean, Tyrus, I think Mythic Plus is done after the servers go down for maintenance, right? Like there's no more M Plus
Dodge.
until season 1 comes out for War Within, I think.
3, 2, Giggity. 1. Dodge. Dodge.
Yeah, this guy hurts a little bit.
There was something on him that.
I thought M Plus
2, 1.
I thought M Plus was till Monday.
Dodge.
I was under the impression that today was the last day of M
Giggity.
Plus.
Giggity.
Oh, yeah, that was the frontal.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
3.
No more vault, but you
2.
can still loot from
Dodge.
end of dungeon, I think. Okay. I mean, normally people are playing for vault, so I doubt people are going to want to do M Plus so much. I think there's still a week for people without early access. Okay. Fair enough. They haven't said anything about it. What are people supposed to do for a week then? Good question. I imagine there's not a whole lot of
Giggity.
reason
3,
to do
2, 1. AOE.
M Plus if you aren't playing for the vault. I guess if you're trying to gear up remix characters, that's a thing.
Three, 2, 1. AOE. Giggity. CC.
Easier to get gear from pre-patch for remix characters.
3, 2, 1.
It is, but it'll be lower eye level.
Well done. You have secured the first pool.
I mean, the real answer is just do both, right? Like do events and shit while you're queuing up for M Plus.
Giggity. Giggity. Knock. CC. 3, 2, 1. AOE.
Yeah, LFR for bullions. All the mod.
3.
Honestly, I would just be doing
Giggity.
LFR for the
Giggity.
Mogs. Because any bullion gear you get's going to be replaced like week 1. Probably.
Three, 2, 1.
So yeah, I would just buy Mogs with it.
Keep clearing them out. Do not let the price
I bullioned for this
Giggity.
this sword. I really wanted this sword, but I didn't want to do LFR for it, so I bullioned it. So I could have like a matching blue set.
CC. 3, 2, 1. AOE.
You have something for Ellie? Go on. Let's see it.
Giggity 1.
X.com. It's gonna be cute in it. Holy shit.
I can't get this one.
That's adorable.
You are almost to the master of these minions. Hurry onwards, champion.
We're pulling and we have a dead person. Guess they just have to release.
Giggity.
And
Giggity.
we pulled while the dragon was flying in.
CC. Dodge.
So we will probably be wiping here.
3. AOE.
Let's see if we can manage it though.
Dodge. 3, 2, 1. AOE.
Let's see if we can manage this.
Dodge. Three.
Doing a little bit of off healing maybe.
1. AOE. Dodge. Giggity. Giggity. 3, 2, 1. AOE. Dodge.
Try.
The last pool is safe. She is exposed.
How's die?
Attack that primalist before she can summon reinforcements.
We at least got through the rest.
I would like to, but generally speaking in carry keys, if you don't deal with the thing that's casting, it will never get interrupted. So it's just a habit for me. Like that, see? It would have been off in Africa just casting.
CC. Giggity.
Cyber Rat, thank you so much for the 31 months Prime. Appreciate the Bezos bucks, buddy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, Rob, I can't wait for Thursday. Dude, same. You stream a release? Yeah, I'm probably going to start a little bit later on Thursday just so I can stream, like, for a long time. Also, chat, we're going to be starting up a subathon on Thursday. So, starting Thursday, lots of prizes, lots of streaming. Gonna be very, very busy.
Dodge.
Now, am I doing a 24-hour stream sort of thing? No, I think 24-hour streams suck personally, but
3, 2.
I'll be streaming a lot. I'll tell you that. Like 12 to 15-hour days.
Bait.
You got a bed set up behind you? No.
Giggity. Giggity.
Overwhelmed by the flame.
At 3, 2, 1. Dodge.
There's no room for it. Boomer? Nah, dude. See, what happens is whenever you reach around like hour 20, 22, because I've done these. Like, I'm not like speaking from inexperience here. Like, I've done it before. Once you get to like hour 20, you're not entertaining anybody.
Giggity.
Unless they're just
Giggity.
being entertained by how fucking exhausted you are.
Erupt with their power.
At 3, 2, 1. Dodge.
Fire, consume my enemies. And to the flame.
Yeah, exactly. 24 hours and streaming it is a different beast entirely.
3, 2, 1. Dodge. Giggity.
Consume my enemies!
Bait.
Have I ever stood on that tree when
Yeah, Tikel. That dude, that's another thing too. Like
At 3, 2.
you stream 24 hours, but everyone like goes to bed and you're staying up for no one. That's another thing. Like I've learned these things.
Giggity 3. Giggity 1.
Oh my god. Trees.
Bait.
Dude, I'd have been perfectly okay if Sylvanas burned down these trees instead.
At 3, 2, 1. Dodge.
Cannot escape the heat!
Dude, you want to know what'd been really cool? If Blizzard could somehow like could have done this fight, and anytime an orb hits a
Giggity.
tree, it burns down the fucking tree and gets rid of it.
3, 2.
I'd be aiming
One.
for trees
Dodge.
instead of just baiting in any direction. I'd be baiting it at trees. Just like aim one of those balls, hits this tree, bam, gets rid of it. It'd be so nice, dude. Yo, Sam. What's up, dude? The man of the people. The people's DK. What's up, dude?
3, 2, 1.
Thanks for the raid, man. Welcome in, everybody.
AoE. Giggity.
Ooh.
Giggity.
Ooh. Look at that. Nice use of utility right there. Only you can prevent forest fires, yeah. Okay, so Rob, he says it, but we never hear it.
3, 2, 1.
Kinesia, good morning.
Giggity. Giggity.
I am a man of the people. Stop denying the truth. What's the quote?
Okay.
Like, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then you win. You're in step 2 of that right now, Sam.
Giggity. Giggity. 3,
You're in step 2 of the 3-step plan.
1. AoE.
Sam is a master bricklayer. I've been known to lay a few bricks in my time. Your 7 TV isn't working. So yeah, sometimes you just have to like reinstall it. I get that occasionally too.
2, 1. AoE.
What about pipe? Are we allowed to talk about that on here?
Giggity. Giggity. 3.
Sam killed us in an 18. Ooh. You hate to see that too. You hate to see both of those things.
What happened?
I think we pulled in more ads while we were fighting that. And those ads add to that boss's shield, so it's like more damage we have to do to break the shield or everyone dies. Just that shield got giga overloaded. Yeah, you never want to pull the little ones while you're fighting the big one because of that mechanic. Unless you're doing like a low key, in which case it won't matter. Well, lower. 13's like medium. Rob is a certified plumber laying pipe daily. Yeah.
And that was my fault. I'm
Let's see. Did we give Sam a shout out? I don't think we did. Let's fix that. There we go. Appreciate it, man. Go follow him, chat.
3, 2.
He's on
AOE.
before me. So if you're up like super early, you can watch him. I love Paladin so much. Like it's so funny because
Giggity.
you were watching a tier list for
Giggity.
like easy classes to play, easy
3,
tanks to play,
2,
and how useful they are in the utility, etc. Like Ret Paladin. I know it's not a tank, but Ret Paladin is so easy. I don't even have to look at the screen half the time to play it. Like I'm not looking at the screen right now. Still haven't looked at
Giggity.
the screen.
Giggity.
Okay. I mean, it's 350k. It's like I could have done more, but I literally wasn't even looking at the screen.
My pleasure.
Stop cast.
It's just Ret Paladin though. I like it though. That means I can read chat and play the game. It's great.
Beam. Giggity. Giggity. Stop cast.
Stream and Restream are on a boat. Oh well. Stream and Restream are on a boat, and Stream falls off. Who's left?
Beam. Stop cast.
42.
Giggity. Giggity. Drop. Stop cast. Beam.
Why is the dragon not dying?
I,
What are we doing?
I say
Huh?
nothing.
Stop cast.
I asked if I was safe.
Oh.
Beam. Stop cast.
Woo! Oh my god.
Beam.
I had a defensive on and I was still gonna die with it. I had a bubble.
Giggity. Giggity.
I can't get a flip of the house.
There we go.
Stop cast.
Is perfect WoW music playing right now. Except Pedro's playing over it.
Giggity. Giggity.
Blown away.
Boop. Oh my god, dude. This WoW playlist is on point right now.
Stop cast.
Oh shit.
The victory music.
The life pools are safe for the moment, but the primates
It's
are
so
still-
perfect.
We must be vigilant, lest we be caught off guard again.
Is that a giggity, or is that giggity a weak aura, or is that just a stream sound? Giggity is what I've made my weak aura say whenever afflicted spawn. We were just changing it like every day for a while, and then chat had a suggestion of giggity, and it's been that way for like months. Yeah, it was a bit. I didn't get the bit. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't watched Max in a few days. That's where I'm assuming the bit is from, because that's where all the bits are from. You made that bit up on your own? Oh, okay. I can be innovative. Holy shit. Where's that character at? But I gave you bits too? Oh, I'm gonna watch it, Cisco. Don't you worry. So my plan is actually, I guess we could watch it during the next giveaway. Let me pull it up. Boop. Oh, why is it doing that? Why is it doing that? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Not that window, no sir. You're not getting dono, Waldrosina. I see the Discord message. I'm just trying to do multiple things here. I see you. Don't you worry. Okay, we got it. Oh yeah. So if you guys didn't know, I have it pinned at the top of chat, but this is our very, very first day of multi-streaming to both Twitch and to YouTube. So we're live on both platforms right now. Be sure to go subscribe to the YouTube channel, guys. That's how we're doing bonus BLP today. All right, I got yours pulled up there, and let's see, off topic. Oh, the Black Myth Wukong. Yeah, if War Within wasn't right around the corner, Rosina, I'd be playing that. It actually looks pretty cool. Yo, Achilles, thank you, man. From what I know, YouTube streaming sucks. Friends of mine have a channel. As far as I know, like the layout and like finding streams and stuff isn't as good as Twitch. Like Twitch still has the best layout, I think, but there's definitely good aspects of streaming on YouTube as well, such as there are millions upon millions upon millions more people who use YouTube every day than Twitch. And their algorithm is so much better for giving people new content. Yo, those Twitch chat guys are talking shit about us. Let's form a gang. Yeah. Purple team versus red team. Who's gonna win? All I watch is YouTube for the most part. I watch way more YouTube than I do Twitch, to be perfectly honest. Not like YouTube streams, but just like videos. I watch a lot of YouTube videos. But I mean, that changes. Like, there was a point in my life where all I watched was streams and I barely watched YouTube, so it changes over time. Which is red team going to spam? We have 7TV emotes. Get fucked, YouTube nerds. I think you could get 7TV on YouTube. I'm pretty sure you can. All right, let's start another giveaway chat. If you would like to join us on the next one, go ahead and sign up now. Well, that was a little close. We were cutting that one a little close. I think the interface for chatters is better on Twitch, to be honest. It absolutely is.
Listen, I was like 513.
QQ. Oh, you have no sound. Okay. Did it come in? Not yet. Having to type in chat. Should be later today. Let me show you guys a cool picture. Well, Rob can hang tight. All right. But do they all know how much of a rat you are? Moishi, does everyone know how much of a rat you are? Whoa, dude, my chat just got spammed. I think, Daniel, Alexander, Rashi, Michael, Rosina, thanks for, all the, subscribes over on the YouTubes. Appreciate you. It just, my chat just, like, got spammed all at once. Your chat is more active than Petco's with 1,500 viewers. I mean, some chats are just, pretty lurk heavy. Hey, Kronos, what's up, man? My name on YouTube doesn't match here. Yeah, that's gonna be weird. Because I can tell the people, I know some of your guys' first names, so I can see the different names on YouTube and Twitch. Wait, Rob has a YouTube? Yeah, I'm multi-streaming to YouTube today. Moishi, it's in the pinned message at the top of chat. Yeah, I'm live on both platforms. Oh, I gotta show you guys this picture that QQ sent me. Look at that good boy. Look at that good boy right there. Did anyone redeem cat treats yet? We did it earlier. It's probably available right now. That dog looks like it sees a squirrel. Everyone knows that stance. Those hind legs are primed. Ready to just jump. He's looking at a person? Okay. Same stance. I thought they were peeing. Yeah, just show me a piss picture. Yeah, thanks. Oh shit. Oh shit. Alexander over on the YouTube. Who is that? Beezy, what's up, man? Alexander said, guess who? I don't know, man. Hello. That's actually me? No, it's not. Your name's Jim. Powerade Jim. If I'm around, he won't listen to anyone else. Actually tells them to back off. But when I'm not around, he would gladly perform. It's a good dog. Knight of Coltirus says D's nuts. Are they big Coltiran nuts? Oh my, Rob, you're actually on YouTube. I am. Yeah. I got comfortable for a while. That time is over. All right, let me pick a winner before I forget. Natalie, you are up next with only 5.5. Very nice. Me's over on YouTube said Team YouTube is better. Wait, does this mean you have 2 stream chats open? Yes. There's a way to merge the chats. There's programs out there that can merge the chats, but I would never break the Twitch TOS like that. Yeah, I don't have any commands set up over on YouTube yet. It's literally day one. This is just to test to see if it's working, and it is. Moishi says, Rob, tell the YouTubians they suck. It's working, so step 1 complete. Yeah. Dude, how many people do we have on YouTube right now? Yo, we have 12 people on YouTube. We're on our fucking way, guys. Step 2 is to integrate TikTok and Kick. I'm not sure if I want to do Kick, but definitely TikTok. I'm not a big fan of Kick. Like, I'm sure, you know, in the long run, it'd make me like a little extra money or whatever, but I really just don't like Kick. Yeah, that's exactly how I look at it, Elrithier. Kick is Mos Eisley. Shout out to any Star Wars nerds that get the reference. I'm gonna start sending you pictures of my doggos taking a dump. The issue with Kick is that most of the viewer base won't go to it. Well, you don't multi-stream so that your viewers watch you in multiple places. You do it so that you pick up new viewers who you otherwise would not get because you're only on one platform. Are there any keys that Shadow Moon needs for points? Are we looking for anything in particular? All right, it's 10:30. I sadly have to go to bed. Good night, all you wonderful people and dirty YouTubians. Have a good one, man.
I thought we were doing the milk.
Then let's go do it. Neltharis 12. Moishi's avoiding Neltharis. Today's a sad day. QQ said hi. By the way, Ellie.
Hi, QQ. And hi, Ollie, if you're here.
Neltharis is fully bugged. In a good way or a bad way? Welp, he came running. There you go. Hi, Ollie.
Hi, Ollie.
Says he can't see her now. It's not Ellie. I don't know if she's gonna get on camera. I don't know if she is ready. Oh, she's doing it. Tell him to come back. She's coming. She's coming. All right. He stomped away and is coming back now. Hi there. You're so nice. He blew kisses at you. Does she want out? Okay. Mud wanted out. Oh, of course. Fist bump? I got you, man. Here. Oh, you want to get in on this too? There you go. 2 fist bumps. Boop. This guy is beans. I learned from the best, Tyrus. Okay, okay. All right, she's going away now. Bye. He's beaming. Thank you. Yep, anything for Ollie. Now Ellie just needs a game where she can play an otter. Yeah, they should definitely make one of the druid shape-shifting things an otter. Ellie left, stream is over. Yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay, I'm back to the better chat. I think was that you? Yeah, Tyrus, thanks, man. Let's see, Tyrus, Rosina, Canicia, Jesse, Tabber. Thank you for all the YouTube subscribes. Morning. Guess I missed stream though. No, you're right on time, man. By the way, that bug has existed since Dragonflight Beta and has simply become more prominent now. Which bug? Let me see. Chains don't work. Chains don't work. Chain boss, you will be assigned a random chain instead of the one you drop. Yeah. Dude, I need to skip that song because that's the one I play in my intro. And I don't think it's shuffling very well here. Let's do this. The best song. God, I love this. This is probably the most nostalgic song for World of Warcraft. Evening, Rob. Hope you're well and all prepared for War Within. Yep, I am 100%, 90% prepared. The only thing I have left to do is a little bit of last minute grocery shopping. Like, we got most of it done, but there's a couple odds and ends that we still need to take care of. And for my subathon that starts
5, 4,
on Thursday,
3, 2,
I still need to make
1.
the image with all the like prizes and stuff on it. But the ideas are all created. Like, I got the spreadsheet and everything. Are you ever gonna set up stream treats? I don't know. I'm back and forth on that one, honestly. Rob is ready to go full hermit mode. Yeah, that's the plan. Like, I'm not going to the gym for at least a week.
CC.
Now, Tribute isn't the greatest song in the world. It's just a tribute to
Giggity.
that song.
Giggity. CC.
Can you add some lyrics to the WoW music?
Help.
Help with what?
I got hit by a spear. Thank you. I'm so sorry.
It happens.
With all the ground effects that happen to be under me, it's very difficult to see.
Become the Slim Shady you knew you could be. I'm not the real Slim Shady.
CC. CC.
I'm not that guy.
CC. Giggity. Giggity.
Oh wow, dude, it's just now telling me on my chat, Tyrus, that you subscribe to the YouTube channel. Like, it literally just did it.
CC.
It is giga delayed on that.
CC.
Like, the
Giggity.
chat is pretty good. Like, there's barely any delay on that, but like actually showing people subscribing to the YouTube channel, yeah, that takes a while to appear. Are you streaming on YouTube? Yep, I am multi-streaming. That's why I needed yesterday off. Was I was, you know, finalizing some subathon things, getting multi-streaming working. Yeah,
Giggity.
we're actually
Giggity.
improving shit again and grinding. We're not just
CC.
casually riding the streaming wave anymore. Actually grinding again, putting in work. Casually riding would be a great guild name. Yeah, I think it would be. Not Sure is over on the YouTube. What's up, man?
Giggity. CC.
Valorous belongs to the Kalashi now.
He's bringing his toy up onto my desk now.
No more complacency. Yep. Let's be real. I was kind of complacent in Dragonflight. Let's be real.
Giggity.
Not anymore. Wait, don't need to go to the gym, Rob. Just follow this. I saw that. Yeah. Oh, man.
Giggity.
Back to the better chat.
Giggity.
I personally like Twitch chat more.
Kick. CC. CC. CC.
Coggies, they see me rolling, they hate, and I know that
Yo.
in my heart they think I'm white and nerdy. Think I'm just too white and nerdy. I'm just
What
too
the
white and nerdy. Look at you go.
Crazy.
I'll be curious to know how things go with Restream. Coggies.
So far, it's been pretty
Giggity.
chill.
I don't know what. There we go.
Chains are like turbo fucked right now.
I didn't know that.
Oh, you're gonna have fun on this boss. So you just get random chains on this boss. Like,
What do you
CC. CC.
so you know how usually he'll target 3 people with spears that then have chains, right? And you gotta run the boss through the chains.
Yeah.
You could have a chain, or you could have a spear thrown at you,
Giggity.
but not get a chain.
Giggity.
And sometimes one person can get multiple chains.
Oh, so they messed it up.
Yeah, this fight's bugged now, like pretty bad. But I mean, it's doable. It's just kind of weird.
CC.
Like you just adjust to
CC.
whoever gets chains.
I would say hold all battle resins for either myself or Marvel.
Yeah, that's usually the plan anyway. You're kind of weird. Got him. No, you're weird. Hit him with that reverse Uno card. Get
Giggity.
fucked.
Dodge.
Oh, damn.
Drop.
Let's see if we can get a good example of this right off the bat.
Down.
Looks like one person has 2 chains.
Giggity.
My biggest thing is
Giggity.
it's not actually like when he walks through him, it's not doing anything.
It did it. They broke.
Eventually.
Yeah. Yeah, they're weird.
A lucky step.
Dodge.
It's Uno reverse card, not reverse Uno card.
Your Uno reverse
Giggity.
card?
Yeah.
Giggity.
Get fucked.
Dodge.
Good one, Ellie. Got him. Yeah, don't die of that bleed there. Let me get rid of it.
To the ground with you.
Oh my god, I know you were gonna do that.
Down.
Too late. Too late. I used utility. Too late. Yeah.
Giggity.
Reverse Uno card is
Giggity.
like Exodia in Yu-Gi-Oh! It just can't be beaten and it always wins.
Dodge.
Magma flows.
Dodge. Giggity. Giggity. Drop.
Clip your wings.
Down.
Have your head.
Ha!
Another trophy for my wall.
Boop.
I will
Let's go.
be subdued.
Yeah, it's a good one, Pixie. I like it. I didn't even have to use that many words of glory.
I changed to singular talent. I don't.
Kick.
I
Kick.
don't know why people
CC. CC.
It's a great oh shit button. Especially when you're used to having it.
I think Druid is probably the healer I would want to play the
Giggity.
least.
Giggity.
It's one that I think the only reason that I
CC.
enjoy it more than some of the others is because I'm used to the playstyle, not because I like the playstyle. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Oh, that makes total sense.
So like, I do remember when I was doing
CC. CC.
Priest, right? I would kind of, because I didn't
Kick.
have like pots or anything, I would honestly freak out a little bit.
Giggity.
I imagine like it wouldn't even be that bad. It's just something you have to get used to.
Essentially.
CC. 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 Kick.
And Nux said he hates DPSing as a druid healer.
Giggity.
Why's that?
I hate the fact that it has to, like, cat is the only true viable, like, you can do anything, but it's not as nowhere close to as good.
Yeah.
And so I still don't go cat, really. I'd rather stay.
That's fair. Ooh, we got a BLP duel from Gatorade Tim. All right, let me see if we're accepting any donations today. Nope. Not right now, anyway. There you go. Aren't I generous? I bet they would think that... Oh, let's see if I remember right. Sun Fury Arcane Mage is kind of fun.
Giggity. Giggity. Dodge.
Oh, I got another BLP duel. Okay. All right, let's murder these guys a bit. Okay. Let's see. BLP duel for Rosine. Sir, I'm doing a BLP duel. I know you're not shooting that shit at me.
Giggity.
Ooh, there we go. There we go. Thank you for the donation to my BLP that I'll never use. I'm still in the red, though. I lost 20 but gained 17. We're still in the red.
CC. Giggity. Giggity.
Holy, what? I was just laying heels into you.
He might have had a bleed plus a melt on him. I'd have to look at details, but I would imagine it's something like that.
Well, I just felt something on him.
Giggity.
Insane self-report that druid isn't fun. Wait, what are you reporting if you don't like a class? Like, are you like under oath to like druid, or your account blows up? This man's watching way too much Max.
AOE. Dodge.
You just reported yourself.
Dodge. AOE. Giggity. Dodge.
Dude, I loved the Luxthos bit that he did the other day, because Luxthos put out a video on Baganator and the profile he made for Baganator, and then Max retweets it out and it says, "This is why like all add-ons should be banned." Fluid, I only accept duels up to 20 BLP.
CC. Giggity. Giggity.
Because chat tried to get smart with it and tried to constantly farm me for BLP.
AOE. CC.
Oh, I just blasted all my BLP? Nah, dude. If I don't accept the duel, you won't lose anything.
Giggity. Giggity.
Are you a stream boss then? Are you a daily quest? Yes. Come in here every day and duel me for your daily.
Giggity.
I would have loved to have made like a more expensive channel point redeem to where like we could do another kind of duel, but I don't think the bot will do that.
AOE.
I think it already played that song. We're gonna skip it. There's like every song for every expansion on this playlist, and we're getting repeats.
Excuse me,
Ma'am?
sir.
Ma'am?
AOE.
Oh, Ellie wants to duel me. Okay. Let's see. Would you like to make a donation to my BLP fund? Thank you. Much appreciated. Yeah, we should get our remix tunes today.
3, 2, 1.
All of my alts get out of remix prison today. It's gonna be pretty nice. Are you excited to main mage now? I don't know about maining it, but I am excited to play it. I think Tyre's saying like 460 something
Giggity. AOE.
is the item level they'll be. Farm you? Okay. One second. Let's kill this boss and I'll do it. It's kind of hard to AFK this boss because there's so much like ground effects. Oh, can I do it in between this? Oh. Oh.
3,
Huh.
2. Giggity.
Nailed it.
1.
And I won. Let's
Giggity.
go.
AOE.
Thank you for the donation. It's very nice of you. Yeah, just don't do prot paladin. You'll be okay. Just want to get ahead of it though. You should play whatever you think is most fun. Yada yada yada. But prot paladin is not looking great.
3, 2. Giggity. 1. AOE.
55 millenniums.
Millenniums. Holy shit. Dude, RFI, thank you for the 55 months tier 1, man.
Your fire has hammer you into shape.
I can't. Yo.
3. Giggity.
1.
Giggity. AOE.
Can't heal what?
Let's see what I have for you.
Ah. I'm word of glorying like a madman.
He was just line of sight.
There are some line of sight issues with the stairs here that were not fixed at any point in Dragonflight. They just stayed there.
Giggity. Giggity.
Actually might be one of the better just pug tanks. Yeah. That's true. It'll be good for like just pugs and honestly probably like carry keys too. But yeah, for high end, probably not so much. Which, you know, that seems to be what people care about these days. Community perception kills classes so fast. It really does, man. It sucks, but that's true. Like you all know how it is. Like whenever you try to join a pug group and then you're not like one of the chosen specs, feels bad. That's why we need solo queue M+. Fuck LFG. Yeah, I don't know how to solve it. Like, I really don't know what I would do to solve it.
Giggity. Giggity.
They're definitely in a bind because it's not really like completely a Blizzard issue. Like it's also a community issue. Yeah. I tanked to 3k the last 2 patches of DK. It's actually unfair how much better DH has been than DK. Yeah, they definitely have a tough problem to solve. For sure. Honestly, that problem in particular...
Targeted.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you can't blame the player for taking the path of least resistance. But also, like,
Giggity.
every class
Giggity.
You shouldn't lose the game at character select, right?
CC. CC.
Like both are true in my opinion. It's just hard to solve it. Honestly, it's kind of like in math class. Remember when answers to math questions started being undefined? That's how
That was still the answer.
that's how that question feels. The answer is undefined. There isn't a good answer.
It's still an answer.
It's still an answer. It's just not one you want.
The limit does not exist. It's still an answer.
The answer to the question is undefined. Hey, what's up, Key?
CC. CC.
I'll kill that thermometer.
I love that. That's never getting old.
CC.
I want a thaumaturge in every dungeon now just so you call it
Giggity.
thermometer.
Giggity.
Okay, now the thermometer's doing.
Hey, there's another thermometer.
CC. Check. CC.
Thermometerge. Yeah.
Giggity. Giggity.
You know what I should have done back in as soon as you made that joke? Edited my plater profile for thaumaturge to say thermometer.
Giggity. Giggity.
If it does work out like that, Vey, I think that I agree with you. I think it's fair. I do kind of like the, if some comps are better at other dungeons.
Dodge.
Maybe that's the way they need to look at it in the future. Like, woo!
AOE. 3.
What are those numbers on the left side above your head?
2.
That is afflicted.
1.
That's afflicted counter. Like how many each person has dispelled. So I've gotten 8 afflicted on this run. Ellie's got 21 so
Giggity.
far.
Giggity. AOE. 4. Dodge. 3. 2. 1.
Woo! Jesus Christ. We got awfully
Giggity.
low there.
Giggity.
Uh-oh. 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 All right.
AOE. 5. Dodge. 4.
Yeah, poison cleansing totem's legit.
3. 2.
Yeah, did you see those
One.
lava waves like right in my face?
Giggity. Giggity. AOE. 7. Dodge. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. AOE.
Let's go. Make it. Let's go. Oh, this is the last week with a lot of these affixes. I believe so, yeah.
Wins.
I should probably start looking into the new affixes to see like
Giggity.
exactly what they do.
Giggity.
I guess I have time because Mythic Plus in War Within doesn't start for a few weeks. Beta? We might do some beta during the downtime if beta doesn't go down.
So I don't have to
Giggity. Giggity.
Okay, I appreciate it. Probably just get some gear and enchants, throw in some random trinkets, and we'll do some low-level keys just to see content. There's gear vendors and whatnot.
I have to download it first.
It's a smaller file. You could go take a nap, yeah. That is a viable strategy. Mr. Random Killer, thanks for the thanks for subscribing over on YouTube, buddy. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's like 4 gigs. It's not the whole game.
Wins. Giggity. Giggity.
All must support the X. Dude, that's one of the platforms I need to stream on next is X.
Wins.
Formerly
Giggity.
known as Twitter.
Giggity.
Yeah, we're cutting this Neltharis real damn close.
Yeah, that's why I just kept saying go, go, go.
Yeah.
Stay your hand or taste the flame.
Dodge.
Roasting flames. An embarrassment of riches.
Giggity. Giggity.
Pedro time.
And consume.
Dodge.
Roasting flames.
Shield.
Can't be
Range.
naive.
You got lucky I had a ranged pickup. Rob X on X. X on X on X.
An
Targeted.
embarrassment of riches.
Nah, that'll be one of the later ones, though. Ideally, like, once I finish my restreaming plans in full, like, this is gonna be like a long-term plan, because basically I'll need way higher upload speed to do this, I think. Or just pay Restream a bunch of money.
Giggity.
I'm
Range.
gonna be on like 5 different platforms because I want to be on Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. The only major platform I kind of don't want to be on is Kick.
An embarrassment of riches.
Dodge.
Royal.
Giggity.
Embers grow to
That.
roaring flame.
Joystick, yo, what's joystick? Yeah, MySpace. Yo, I'll be the first streamer on MySpace. Hit me up on MySpace.
Shield.
Chat, if you're good, I'll let you be in my top 8.
Range. Giggity. Giggity.
Chat, you guys are forgetting the most popular platform, Mixer. Any Mixer enjoyers in the chat? Remember when Ninja and Shroud signed exclusivity deals to Mixer? They got the bag, man, let me tell you.
Oh, she's 20 points off.
Oof. We have time for another. Let me see what she needs.
Ultimate 13 would probably do it.
This can't be right. It's not showing any tyrannical keys on Raider.io. Rob just hit the nastiest lay on hands and didn't say a word. I don't want to brag too much, you know. Hi, Pyrie. Also, Desric, thanks for the YouTube subscription, man.
I think the only way is if you didn't do a giveaway. These plappers got a ultimate, but at a 16, if they'd be willing to drop it.
I mean, I'm down for that. If he wants to try it, and Mike just bring in his biggest blaster to help
It's
get
on
her.
his DK. If
Yeah.
if this is correct, it's on his DK.
Flapper, you in chat right now?
And I still don't know if that'll give her 20.
Don't make Rob lay these hands. Plap, do you have a Uldaman on your Death Knight that you don't mind dropping to a 13 and we bring you back in? Pyrie over on YouTube just said hi, friends. Also, Plap said sure. Yeah, Mike, go ahead and switch to your Paladin, and let's try and get Shadow Moon this last little bit of rating.
Yeah, I'd say 13. I don't think I can go past a 13.
Yeah, keep it at or take it down to a 13. Tim, why
Like,
you
if
say
can
rip?
get if you can get another healer, do it at a 14. But I don't think I can heal past a 13.
I think you can do whatever you set your mind to.
I've set my mind to not being able to do it.
Well,
past
shit.
a
I've
13.
been countered.
But if like they or Tim or somebody wants to come in and take my place for this one.
Tim, did you want to come in and heal a key on your biggest healer to help Shadow Moon get some rating? It's gonna be a 13 Uldaman.
Oh, he's already dropped it. Okay.
I mean, you can come in and do this key if you want.
I would prefer to step out to ensure that it's timed because I am not the strongest healer.
You are a healer.
I am a healer. I am not a strong healer.
I mean, Tim said he hadn't played anything all week. He's been grinding Diablo.
Oh.
Is this Oblivion music? No, this is this is WoW music.
I mean, at a 13, I should be okay. We just can't really stop when people die.
Yeah, this here. Let me link the playlist I'm using right now. This is every WoW song, I think. Tim said you got this, Ellie. I think you got this. Plus, I'll do a little bit of off healing. Mike's here. He can probably do a little bit as well on his paladin. It was Oblivion before. Don't know how it was playing Oblivion music, but I mean, I'll take it. Dude, Elder Scrolls has some good music. Ooh, Key doing a 10 BLP duel. Let's see if they're making a donation to the Rob X BLP Charity Foundation. Oh, thank you for the donation. Also, Jade and Branimation, thank you for the thank you for subscribing over on YouTube. Appreciate it. Ah, okay. We'll have to work a bit harder on the affix because we don't have poison cleansing totem. Which, that's okay. We have 3 people that can do it. For sure. What? Oh, yeah. There you go. Did one of the cats just bite you?
Sorry. No, I had claws and literally the side of my nose.
You got scratched. You got butt scratched.
Yeah, butt scratch. Yeah, I mean,
butt scratcher. Butt scratcher.
Not the teeny tiny Maui claws.
Yeah.
Also, I think that was loud enough that it came through your mic.
Probably. It was loud enough that I think the neighborhood heard it.
Sorry about that, boys. Hey, Loki's over here wanting to play. Maui's wanting to climb.
Kids being kids.
Essentially.
To reclaim
One more dungeon? We're doing a 13 Uldaman, which is basically like a 15 anything else, right?
Within the depths of Uldaman lies a vault.
Oh, I missed the Tekel duel. Shit.
5, 4, 3,
Find that
2,
disc and
1.
No, wait, no, I didn't. I thought I missed it. It just appeared. My bad. Dude, another donation. Dude, the RobX VLP Charity Foundation is performing very well.
To reclaim our legacy, we aspects must restore the powers we relinquished to defeat Deathwing. Within the depths of
CC.
Uldaman
Feet.
lies a vault that holds a disc of Keeper Tyr's memories. Find that
Okay.
disc and bring it back to me. It may contain the knowledge we need to regain our strength.
Kick. Feet. Kick. Feet. Giggity. Giggity.
It's a Ponzi scheme. Listen, don't say that out loud, okay? That's defamation. All right, let me get the Kalinth duel here before it goes away. Oh,
CC.
wait, that was a 47 duel? Oh, dude, I got debated. Fuck. Yeah.
Giggity.
Okay, so
Giggity.
remember, chat. I'll let that one slide, but remember, chat. You have to only do it for 20 or up to 20 if you're dueling me. It's okay. He's my brother. Okay. We'll let it slide. I just have to pay attention to
CC.
the number.
Feet.
There is a way I could fix that. I could just like I could ban the phrase exclamation point, or sorry, at Rob X, and then every number 21 or higher, like up to 100 or something.
That would take like,
It would take a while, but I could do it.
Giggity. Giggity.
Oh, what now? All I see are books? I'm surprised he knows what books are, to be honest. Morning, Nacho. Swiftar, thanks for the subscription on YouTube.
Giggity. Giggity.
The YouTube grows, guys. You guys are gonna get so much BLP at the end of stream today. Thanks for all the subscribes. Is there another duel? Oh, it's for 20. Okay. All right. All right.
Giggity.
Oh, another dude. The Foundation's doing very well today. He's unbeatable today. Yeah, like some days are not so good, but today is good.
Ads.
3, 2, 1. Totem. Giggity. Kick.
Now you see a chieftain's power.
The Iron Bank is making back all of its loans. Yep.
Ads.
Giggity. Giggity. 3, 2.
That reminds me, I still need to watch season 2 of
Kick.
House of the Dargon.
House of the Dargon.
Puny ones won't stop Romark.
House of the Dargon.
Hot D.
Yep, Hot D. You guys
Giggity.
watch Hot D?
Giggity.
Smash 'em.
Ads.
Three, 2, 1. Totem.
Me and Ellie are big fans of Hot D.
Puny ones won't stop Romark.
At least season 1 was pretty good.
Giggity.
I haven't watched season 2. I don't know if double the Rob X is safe for society. Well, it better be, because we're going to be doing more than double.
Fight for your chief.
Ads.
I don't think you can admit to watching Hot D in all 50 states without providing government identification. That, yeah.
1. Totem. Giggity. Giggity.
Dude, it really wants to play Dragonflight music today. Even though this playlist has every single expansion covered, I swear it's only playing Dragonflight music.
Luckily, well,
Get out
the
here and
expansion
smash
may
'em.
not have been.
Ads.
I don't know. I think looking back on Dragonflight, guys, how do you feel about it?
Giggity.
Now that it's, you know, basically over, how do we feel about it?
Honestly, it was probably too harsh. on it.
I feel like we look back on a lot of expansions that way. Like, too harsh
Yeah,
about
like,
it at the
You
time.
remember we hated
Yeah,
BFA.
yeah,
And now
looking.
we look back at it and we're like, you know what? That was actually
It wasn't
fun
too- so bad.
expansion. It wasn't too bad.
I think Dragonflight was fine. The way I always explain it is BFA and Shadowlands were kind of like some rough times for a while, especially Shadowlands, more so Shadowlands, and Dragonflight kind of like stopped the ship from sinking, in my opinion. And I think War Within is looking to be pretty solid. Dragonflight was good. Dragonflight was fine. It was a good time. Wonderful expansion. Great expansion. Dragonflight
Giggity.
sucks. Take me back to Shadowlands. I don't know about that one, Chief. Yeah, I think overall Dragonflight was an improvement. Dragonflight as a whole could have been the best expansion ever if AUG was never introduced. Man.
Giggity.
The AUG hate.
What?
Did you get cleaved?
Wild cleave. It got turned on me.
Yeah. The cleave is basically the only thing that's gonna kill you, and you're gonna be left like, what just happened?
It's okay. He's all but dead.
Giggity.
When we think about it, Shadowlands hit a rock, and they started to fix the boat from there. Then Dragonflight continued that work. Yeah.
Nice work. That frog has been a real pest.
We know how to open the door, but that ugly rockhead always kept.
Imagine an entire expansion being ruined by one spec. Peepo short mad.
That did it. Now let's see what we can find inside.
That's just what Toenail said. He's short and mad. Yeah, I think those mooncakes are coming in today. I don't know what time today, but they should be coming in today. Yeah, the thing I ordered last week, that QQ told me to order.
Oh, you didn't tell me what
Giggity.
it was.
Yeah, they're
Giggity.
mooncakes.
So moon pies?
They're not moon pies.
Oh, okay. I
They're a it looked like a Chinese dessert type thing. Like almost like a thick cookie with some sort of filling. Pastry, yeah. Did you watch this? Let me see. Oh yeah, dude, that was pretty hype. The Illyria video that they put out last week with like that 90s. It felt like a 90s art style, which was kind of cool. Treat stream would be the end of Healthier Rob and Rip Gym. Dude, Rip Gym's already happening for launch. Like, I'm not going to go to the gym for like a week. I already kind of feel bad about that. 90s X-Men vibes. Yeah, kinda.
Will not enter this hallowed place. Keeper tier secrets will be protected.
Giving up gains for launch.
boss, correct?
Giggity. Knock. Giggity.
Such
Oh, wow.
flesh.
Yeah, this guy doesn't fuck around like right off the bat.
Knock.
Let the unworthy be must regain strength.
Have a feeling a lot of my holy power is going to be used on heals.
It's just one of those that
No,
I
giggity.
was trying to do.
Giggity.
The afflicted. I was trying to.
Yeah.
I was just trying to do too much.
Knock.
Just wait for the first knockback on last boss. Oh, why do you have so many stacks?
Drop. Giggity. Knock. Giggity. Knock.
I don't think I'm giving up gains by not going for a week. I think we'll be all right.
Knock.
Is Chance here? Chance, are you giving up Jim for the launch?
Must regain strength.
Giggity. Giggity.
You're missing out on a week of gains? Yeah, but like,
Knock.
imagine a streamer not going in hard on World of Warcraft during an expansion launch. Like, can't be doing that.
Knock.
Must regain his memories are not for you.
Okay, so that's why it's not been working when I've been trying
Imagine.
to use
What now?
Oh, go ahead.
All I see are
my
doors.
healing potion. Because I didn't have
CC.
the right healing
CC. Giggity.
Yeah, that's gonna work against you.
Giggity. CC.
Going hard is always needed as a streamer. If you're a streamer and you're not going hard on an expansion launch, what are you doing? Probably working. There is, so you guys are looking at this through the lens of what you do in the video game. You guys aren't looking at this through the lens of a Twitch streamer. Yeah, exactly. When an expansion launches, there is no
Giggity.
bigger hype
Giggity.
time than that. Like you're getting maximum viewership in the directory that you will have at no point for the next like 2 years. Did you get the early release? Oh, of course.
CC.
Of course, of course.
Giggity. Giggity.
I'll probably like do some push-ups around the house, but like,
CC.
yeah, I don't think we're going to the gym.
CC. CC.
Yeah. This is like, remember Wedding Crashers when they got really excited for wedding season? This is wedding season for me.
CC.
Never seen Wedding Crashers? Oh man, come on, dude, come on. No, you gotta watch it, man. You're missing a great movie.
CC. 3, 2, 1. AOE kick. Giggity. Giggity.
Game of Thrones? Yeah, I don't read manga or sorry, manga. Manga? Yeah, you have to sound like you don't know what you're talking about. Manga. There we go.
CC. CC.
Mangoes? Dude, I love mangoes. I don't know why anyone would read about mangoes.
Giggity. Giggity.
Liquid magma. You should go to the gym. It's important to stay healthy. I mean, I'm going to. I'm just going to skip a week. It's not detrimental to your health to skip a week. It'll be fine. Go, go, go.
Purging protocols activated.
Ooh.
Giggity. Giggity.
I can.
Red. Spread.
Acquired.
Giggity. Giggity.
Protocol. Purge.
When are you technically skipping gym? Oh, starting Thursday. Yo, this sounds like Witcher music. It is Witcher music. Why is it playing that? I'll take it. It sounds good, but I think I know why. That's a game I missed. Did you guys know they're making a Witcher 4?
Giggity.
I don't think the focus
Giggity.
of it is going to be on Geralt either.
Target
Spread.
acquired.
But yeah, for those of you wondering why I'm not playing my usual music, YouTube is way more strict about copyright music than Twitch is. Yeah, I'm doing both. Like, I'm gonna stream hard for launch and I'm gonna stream hard for season 1. By the way, chat, we are gonna start a subathon on Thursday to coincide with you know, the support a streamer campaign for that mount.
Do you
Giggity.
like listening to songs
Giggity.
by Imagine Dragons? Imagine dragging D's nuts over your head.
I couldn't imagine anything else today, man. Thanks for the 41 months, tier 1, buddy. He said hard. Yeah, buddy.
Target
Spread.
acquired.
Hell yeah, brother.
System
Giggity.
Tell you what.
Giggity.
So this week in WoW we'll be bored. I won't be.
You can keep searching for whatever it is you folks are after. Yeah,
CC.
we're calling dibs on this room. Same
CC.
as all.
CC.
Leveling? I mean, there's leveling. I'm kind of interested in the story. There's gonna be like a whole bunch of things to farm out. Like, I don't know, were you guys bored at the beginning of Dragonflight? I wasn't, but I could see people who are only interested in endgame and nothing else being kind of bored during that
Giggity.
time. So
Giggity.
it all depends on what kind of player you are and what you like. Yeah, the rep grinding, doing like some normal mode dungeons at the time just to kind of like see them.
CC.
I just wanted to get all the reps and shit out of the way early on so I didn't have to worry about it.
AOE.
It gave me an early goal to chase. Yeah, I want to see all the new stuff.
CC.
I want to see all the cutscenes. I want to see the story. Because I actually find like where the story's going now to be kind of compelling.
AOE.
I like it. Thursday is the early access launch.
Shield.
Oh, wait, you actually like the
Yeah.
Delve plate? I wasn't a big fan of it, but
Giggity. Giggity.
unless we're talking about two different sets.
Giggity. Kick. Giggity. AoE. AoE.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not used to this pull done this way.
AoE. AoE. Giggity. Giggity.
Be good. Oh, the Hallowfall plate armor from Dell. Is that the blue one?
What have we here?
The blue one's the one that I won. I thought you were talking about like the generic looking plate armor that you can get out of Delves.
I fear
That is the blue one? Yeah. Okay, so I want that one.
Shield.
the disc you seek will be mine.
Kick. Giggity. AoE.
Which one's this? Let me see the video that Tyrus posted. War Within leveling tips and tricks you need to know. Yeah, we'll definitely watch some videos like that once the
Giggity.
servers go down, because I think
Giggity.
that's going to be super helpful for a lot of people, including me. You know, I've been doing this dungeon like every day for 2 seasons in Dragonflight, and I just realized these agents are using the gold lightsaber off of that world boss in Zareth Mortis that you would spawn, the jellyfish guy. I think his name was like Hirukon or something like that. Just realized they're using that sword.
Giggity.
Oh. Shit. Thank you.
They've been farming Zareth Mortis. That was the only lightsaber I didn't get. I have all the Shadowlands lightsabers except for the gold one.
We cannot allow that to happen. Now the disc is lost to time.
Giggity.
Just as you
Giggity.
are about to be.
Can we just call early release release and later release loser release? It's a lot of releasing. Oh shit. Please, thank you. Pleb release. Got him. Fucking got him.
In all timelines, you failed to stop me.
Knock.
The sands will scour you from this
Giggity. Giggity. Knock. Move.
You will be lost in time.
So.
The time ways answer to me.
So one thing to
Giggity.
remember is you're in a
Giggity.
triple melee comp, so try to move the dragon a little bit more than you're used to, so that we have
Lost in the
a place to melee.
Knock.
I'm gonna help.
Broke that off.
Yep, I'm gonna try and catch us up on healing. There we go.
lost in the sands.
Like right
Giggity.
now with that frontal going off, there's
Giggity.
not a whole lot. There's not enough room.
Knock.
There we go.
So,
Pull him back towards the piles so we can actually get the buff. He is not near a single pile.
knock.
Easy peasy, got time for one more. Let's see, we'll probably have like 20 minutes.
Giggity. Giggity. Knock.
And then after a giveaway, we'll have less than that.
Lost in the sands.
So,
You cannot even comprehend the infinite possibilities.
This was good.
You will be lost in time.
knock.
Dude, having two paladins on this is nice. Because I'll put my freedom on you before those dots even go out, and Grizz is doing it to Plapper, I believe. So they just that dot will not go on any of us.
Giggity. Giggity.
Hey, let's go.
Your efforts are impressive.
Oh my god.
Is she one off?
Just 3.
The
Well.
timelines are converging. There will be only one aspect, and Murison shall be infinite.
Even I got IO for that. That's kind of cool. Check disc for accurate picture. All right. So what do those who don't have early release do for the rest of the week starting Thursday night? You can watch me play the new expansion on Twitch or YouTube. That is a possibility. I'm just saying. You can do that.
We could. I don't know if we've got time for no food. No food's long, isn't it?
No cood, yeah, that would take forever.
Yeah. I just don't think we've got time.
Yeah.
Because it's either Halls 13, no food 13, or Nell 13. Would be the only way to get her 3 points. So close.
Well, that was some good coffee. Yeah, there's no way we can get 3 IO before servers go down in less than 20 minutes. Oh well, GG. Nice, so I can get to 80 and go back to Valdrakken and just shame the plebs? Yes. That is something you can do. What weapon is that? Oh, that's the Kyrian two-handed mace. That actually kind of goes with that transmog. Is there like a gold and blue version of that? I want to see the Kyrian swords. Eh. Oh wait, there's some more within stuff I haven't seen before here. Okay, that sword doesn't look that good. Oh, it's just a green like quest thing. Okay. It's very, very dwarven. This kind of goes with like the new sets they made. Dude, the Halifal shit looks so good, man. Oh my god. Yeah, this is it right here. Like, this looks better than the Paladin tier set, straight up. Like, this is better than most tier sets they've ever made, and it's just like a delve set. That's so fucking cool, man. I want it, yeah. Have you talked about the melee buffs yet? We talked about the caster nerfs. I didn't see any melee buffs, though. Gotta get people in the new content. Mog bribe works. I will farm this 100%. Yeah. That's melee. Oh, because Arcane Intellect and Chaos Brand got nerfed. That means melee buffs. Woo! Yeah. So if you didn't hear, was it a 3% or it's down to 3% for Arcane Intellect? Name 57 melee specs that do magic damage. 57. Dude, he's gonna have to pull out the D&D book. DH1, DH2, DH3, DH57. Get fucking countered. Holy shit. You thought he couldn't do it, but he did. Except a lot of melee don't deal physical damage as their highest damage dealers. Listen, chat. Just play warrior. Like I said, warrior is the bedrock, is the foundation, the tried and true. It will never let you down. Except it will all the time. My brother wants me to play my shaman only so he can have his Wind Fury buff. Dude, we love shaman buff. Rob hasn't looked at my picture. I'm doing it right now, man. What do you think I'm doing? Okay, whose is this? No, whose is it? Like, who made it? That's what I'm asking. Is this Max? Is this some other person? I don't know. Not feeling that. Well, they put Prot Warrior in F... Wait. Hold on. Why are all the tanks in F tier? Show it? Okay. This is a meme, 100%. Let's see if we can figure it out. Let's see, we got...
Fuck is Fury at OP?
Yeah. I don't get it.
It's just backwards, right?
It's just, yeah, it's just backwards, right? Nah, because mage wouldn't be shit tier. Going to fish up the mob for the yellow Shadowland sword, Rob, if you want to come try and get it. Oh, hell yeah, dude. I'm on my way. How do I get to... Okay, I think I remember how to get there. Why would all tanks be in F tier? Because the person making it doesn't like tanks. F for floor. They're on the floor.
For their damage. Are they all shit at damage?
Wait, that's a PvP tier list. Oh, okay. Dude, I can't believe I'm in Ouroboros. All right. Wait, do I have to use a flight path to get out there? Dude, I don't remember. No, the big yellow portal? I was clicking on it. It didn't look like something I could interact with, but let me go back over there. Do I just walk through it? See if I can just walk through it. Okay, whew. Yeah, I haven't been to Zareth Mortis since it was actual content.
Strange creatures have invaded the land and are devouring everything. You must stop them.
Oh. All right, it's right here. Come to Butthead. Oh, you're welcome, Shadow Moon. Oh, here he comes, dude. All right, can we get either the lightsaber or the mount? Can we do it, chat? What's Cosmic Flux? Was that the shit we needed for legendaries? Damn it. Geez, of course some people are just going to play something because it's flavor of the month and shit. A lot of people just play whatever does the best. I am not putting that in my inventory, dude. All right. I guess I just go back to Valdragon. Valdragon D's nuts. It's always nice when whatever is best is your favorite. Yeah. I will never abandon Holy Paladin for another healer. I don't know how to play anything else. You could learn, though, if you wanted to.
I have many, many wares.
Merchant doesn't want that item. Get it out of here. Guess I don't need that either. I'm cleaning out my paladin's bags, chat. A little bit anyway. This could be cathartic for both you and me. Look at all these runes. I think Solarin gave me all these. Put this transmog shit away. Yeah, more transmog shit. Transmog. A lot of transmog stuff. I'm not gonna do those turn-ins. Elder Scrolls Online music? Why is it doing that? I have a playlist up for World of Warcraft music, but it's like going out of it. Why is it doing that? That's so weird. Are you using Spotify? Yeah. You have it on shuffle, yeah. Because I just want to play songs in a random order. You have smart shuffle enabled. Yep, you nailed it. Yep, you did it. Good job. Thank you. Dude, I have Hearthstone cards from the Hearthstone event still in here. It's not good. Loam stuff, yeah. Dream Surge Coalescence, we'll hold on to that. Snowballs, we'll get rid of that. Wait, what is this? Let's see what Tyrus linked in chat. KFC Canada has released a mac and cheese sandwich in collaboration with Kraft. What? Why is this only in Canada though? Ellie, are you there? I need you to look. Are you there? Oh, she might have gone AFK. Shit. She would love this. Oh, no, wait. She's right there talking in Twitch chat. Ellie! Look at that sandwich. Why aren't you on Discord? Okay. Ellie's mad at me. Dude, I'd eat that. I'd eat multiple of those. Let's see. I want this for mount stuff, so we're gonna keep that. Flight Master's Whistle. Is there any reason to hold on to that? Yeah, not really. Okay, we'll get rid of that. Gateway Control Shard, we're gonna keep that. Kyrian Bell. There's an achievement, I think, using that. So we'll just put that in the bank. Ley Infused Crystal, we can get rid of that, I think. It's for Legion, WAD, and BFA. Yeah, but I think in all those zones we have Dragon Riding. right? Bane is 15% behind Slayer for Fury. I have seen that Slayer is probably better DPS, which is sad. I'm keeping Marks of Honor in my bag. I don't care. We can probably put those in the bank. Bank it. Bank it. Bank it. Probably need to go spend these or use them, you know what I mean? This is Korthia shit. That's going in the bank. Dragon Isle's artifact, we can spend that. That's Zareth Mortis shit. Korthia shit. I buy PvP Mogs with marks. Yeah, I do too, but I still have a bunch left over from Legion. I don't think I need these anymore because I did the quest, so we can just get rid of that. Fine, I'll leave. You better not. I'll probably do a bit more BGs in the next expansion and War Within. Don't think I need those anymore. Oh, did the server? Yeah, servers just went down. Okay. I cleaned out some of my bags. All right. So let's see here. Servers are down. We got some YouTube videos to watch. Looking forward to solo rated BGs. Me too. I think it's going to be really good. Eight-hour maintenance. I don't know if it's 8 hours. Let's take a look here. 7 to 11. Yeah. Yeah, what Nike said. We're looking at 4-hour maintenance today. So we might be able to play. No D4 stream. We might play some D4, but there's some more within stuff I want to go over. I want to do that first. Yeah, let me cut the music. Is it the lore Wowcast from yesterday? Because that was actually kind of good. We can watch that too. I already watched it, but I know a lot of you guys probably haven't. Let me see. Duplicates. Warcraft. And yep, that one right there. And we can just pause it because we'll watch it later. Let's start with the War Within leveling tips and tricks you need to know. All I know about leveling so far is that the campaign itself will not get you to max level. Also, Tettles has a Mythic Plus DPS tier list ready to go an hour ago. Great timing posting that right before servers go down. Man knows what he's doing.
The War Within expansion is finally here, so it's time to level up all of your characters and get them ready for the new endgame content coming our way. But this time will be a bit different. There are new systems to tinker around with, the warband system changes how leveling works, and the early access gives you a couple days head start, but not everything is going to be available right from the get-go. There are also so many ways to earn experience on your way to 80, with some being far better than others, and there are some huge bonus experience buffs that you can earn to speed up leveling your alts and future characters. So we're going to go over some very useful tips and tricks to make sure you don't get lost, don't miss out on some potential rewards, and show you the most efficient or enjoyable ways to level depending on your playstyle. Now before we jump in, be sure to hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss another video. Going into the War Within, there were quite a few changes to quest-related icons, so I would first familiarize yourself with these icon changes because you're going to want to focus on the main campaign quests first if your main goal is leveling quickly.
Alright.
Campaign quests will always have the kind of shield background to the icon. Quests you need to pick up will have an exclamation mark, quests in progress now have the ... and then turn-ins will have the question mark. So if you want to focus on the main campaign quests, which I suggest you do, make sure they have that shield icon. A really easy way to check the icons for each quest and what they mean is to open up your world map and click on the map legend button. This will show you what each icon means, so you shouldn't ever
I love
get
that
lost.
they did that.
The other important ones to pay attention to are going to be the purple, pink important quests and then the blue meta quests. Those are going to unlock important features or systems or point you towards key weekly rewards.
Oh, okay.
Now, there are two reasons to focus on the main campaign
INSG.
quests as you level through each zone. First, these are the quests that progress the storyline, so you can finish as many side quests as you want, but until you work your way through the campaign quests, you won't be able to move on to the next zone properly, and you won't be able to
I still use
unlock
Zygor.
important endgame content. The second reason is that they usually offer more experience and better rewards, so you'll level faster if you focus on the main story quests, and you won't be sent halfway across the zone to pick up someone's lost pickaxe, or at least it'll happen less often. You can always go back for the side quests later on. You are going to run into a bit of a problem if you only do main story quests though. There doesn't seem to be enough experience across the campaign to get you from 70 to 80. When I tested this on the beta, I only reached level 78 when I completed the campaign, so you are going to have to get some experience from other sources too, either after
you are going to have to spend some money if you use
Zygor, as you level up. The good news is that you don't actually have to reach max level to unlock some endgame content. As soon as you finish the campaign, you unlock world quests and events, the Urban Allied Race quests, as well as adventure mode, which gives you a bit more freedom while leveling on your ult. So you can jump into some of that content for your last bit of experience. Completing world quests will give you big chunks of XP up until level 80, so that's one option that you have. I would be a little careful with world quests specifically, as there are special assignment world quests that pop up in random zones. These give you much better rewards, but you need to complete 3 other world quests in the same zone first. It's not entirely clear if world quests completed before you hit 80 on your first character count towards these special assignments. So just double check your map and look for the special assignments before completing any world quests for XP.
So can I just do the campaign and then world quests?
Double check that they are counting towards that 3 world quest requirement. You don't want to miss out on a special assignment because you weren't max level yet, and there are plenty of other ways to get experience. You're also going to see these bonus objectives on the map while leveling, which offer you a big chunk of experience when completed, so whenever you're questing near one of these objectives, just be sure to complete it before moving on. It's basically just free experience most of the time.
Yeah, get
there
spoiled,
are also plenty of side quests scattered around every zone. These will all reward you with experience, so you can complete them as you level if you really want to, or just return to them after the campaign and use them to round out your leveling adventure. It's really just up to you. The most important tip I can give you for side quests is that you don't have to do them on every character.
Oh, thank God.
The main reason you might want to complete all side quests is for the rep and renown rewards that they offer, but renown is now warband wide, so you won't actually benefit from completing the same side quests on multiple characters. Most quests will have one-time warband bonuses, so that means that you only really need to do each side quest once. You could knock all of them out on one character if you wanted to, but another option would be to complete all of one zone side quests on one character, using the experience to get to max level, and then on your next character that you level, focus on another zone side quests instead. So you could complete all of the side quests in all 4 zones
40K.
across 4 different characters, which will give you all of the renown and rep bonuses for your entire warband, but you're making use of the experience gains across 4 characters instead of wasting a good chunk of it on just one. Obviously, this is again up to you and how you plan to level, but that's one efficient option that is available to you. Another option that you have are delves, the new solo player friendly content. These become available as soon as you level up.
I wonder if there's like quests
you can go into them
to do
all
every
by yourself
delve
or with up to 5 players, so you don't have to join a group if you don't want to. Delves offer you experience, some gear rewards, and various currencies as well. You'll only have access to the first 3 tiers of delves until you hit max level though, so the rewards will be restricted if you're doing them before you hit level 80. You can also run dungeons to help fill in the gaps, either while leveling or after completing the campaign if you still need some extra experience. Dungeons will still give good experience rewards, you can get some shiny gear upgrades if you're lucky, and you can start learning some of these new encounters. Curiously, you are actually going to have to do some dungeons as you level up this time. You have to do certain dungeons to progress through the campaign, but don't worry, every dungeon will have the follow a dungeon option, so you can go in by yourself and have NPCs fill in your group. So you don't have to interact with other players or worry about something going wrong. The follower NPCs will take care of you. This is another option for earning experience from dungeons too. You can just run follower dungeons as often as you want without having to rely on groups or other players. You can also earn some extra experience from leveling up your professions. For gatherers, this is super easy. Mining and herbalism both gain experience whenever they gather a node, so if you pick up one of these professions, or maybe both of them, be sure you learn the Kaz Algar version before you set out on your adventures. You can do that as soon as you reach Dornagal for the first time. Crafters will also have some large potential experience gains. Every time you craft something for the first time and get that first time crafting bonus, you will also get a big chunk of experience. This was limited to about 2 levels worth of XP in Dragonflight, so I imagine it will probably be similar in the War Within. This means that if you plan on leveling up some crafting professions, you can start doing that a bit before you hit max level and get some experience at the same time. So you don't have to wait to level your professions, you can just chip away at them as you level, and they will actually help you get to level 80 a bit faster. If you want to min-max this a little bit, you can take double gathering at the very start, so herbing and mining, and just gather every node you come across while leveling. That will get you a bit of extra experience, but it will also provide you with a bit of Artisan's Acuity, the new rare crafting material that is quite limited. So getting a little bit from gathering professions while leveling, and then swapping over to your desired crafting professions later on, can actually give you a bit of a head start with that material specifically. The other option would be to pick up tailoring before you start leveling. Tailors get far more cloth from monster drops when compared to non-tailors, so by the time you are done with the campaign, you should have a nice bundle of materials collected. You can then either sell these on the auction house for a nice chunk of gold, or you can use it to craft the early cheap tailoring recipes. You only want to craft each recipe once to get that first craft bonus and the experience that goes along with it.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Cheap first crafts in tailoring, you can then just drop it and swap over to whatever profession you actually want to use on that character. So you do have quite a few options to sneak in some extra XP from your professions. One very cool change you need to be aware of in the War Within is that we're actually going to get bonus experience buffs for leveling characters up to the new max of level 80.
Right.
When your first character
I actually really like this
80,
feature.
You'll earn the Warband Mentor achievement, granting all of your alts from levels 1 to 80 5% extra experience from all sources. So this not only helps your other alts get from 70 to 80, but this bonus will be permanent for any character you want to level, even if you start a brand new alt from scratch down at level 1. The best part though is that there are multiple stacking achievements you can earn. There are 5 in total, so for each character you get to max after the first, you will get another 5% bonus experience until you have 5 max level characters for a total of 25% bonus experience for your alts. That's where it caps out for now, so past that point leveling won't get any faster.
It's actually
with that 25%
really good.
bonus in play, your other characters will zoom through the leveling process.
Zoom!
This also means that it's way better to focus on one character at a time. Get one to 80, then start working on an alt. Get that one to 80,
That's
and
kind of my
keep
plan.
going until you hit that 5 character cap. At that point, you can do whatever you want, but I would definitely try to avoid jumping between characters before they hit max level, just so you're always benefiting from as many of these Warband Mentor experience bonuses as possible. Your alt should also be able to skip over the whole intro section of questing if you've completed enough of the campaign. When your alts pop down to Silithus, just talk to Thrall and tell him you know the story. You can skip over all of the Dalaran stuff and even the Dornagal introduction, so you can dive straight into whatever content you're interested in to start leveling those extra characters. Now, if you are looking at leveling multiple characters pretty early on, I would also encourage you to log into every alt you intend to level, or maybe just log into every alt anyway, sometime after the expansion goes live. This will start all of your alt's rested experience gains, so when you get around to that character in your list, hopefully they'll have maxed out rested experience to help you level them even faster. If you don't log into these characters until you start leveling them, you could be missing out on huge chunks of rested XP, which just translates translates directly to time spent leveling, so log into all of your alts sometime after launch or after early access has started up. Now, something else that will be a little different is dragon riding, or sky riding as it's now called. We'll have sky riding right from the get-go in the War Within, so we can zoom around to our heart's content, but we'll also have the tree fully unlocked as well. So we have all of the talents,
right off
all of the
bat,
vigor. We don't have to worry about starting out with slow regeneration or anything like that. Full sky riding from the moment we touch down on Khazal-Gar. You may be wondering then, well, what about the dragon riding glyphs? Do they still exist, and do we need to collect them to unlock the new talents like we did at the start of Dragonflight? The answer is yes and no. Yes, they still exist. You can find them in the same kinds of places you would expect, higher top mountains or large buildings, but they aren't actually used for anything in the War Within. They are just collectibles for earning achievements. So no new dragon riding talents, and you...
I feel like they need to add something for that. I meant, like, the dragon riding glyphs are there, but they don't do anything. Maybe, like, make an achievement or, like, transmog set or something if you get all the new ones. Like, just something small. It's kind of weird that they added something for no reason whatsoever. It'll be part of the expansion meta achievement. It probably will be.
You don't have to collect these new glyphs if you don't want to. You don't gain any tangible benefits from doing so, so that's going to be up to you. You can eventually unlock the steady flight option for the War Within, but you'll need to unlock an achievement to do so, the War Within Pathfinder achievement. Thankfully, it is quite easy. You just need to complete the campaign story quest for each zone and explore all of the new zones as well.
I know there's a couple people that like steady flight, which is like the normal old school flight. So you just get this achievement and then you get this in all the new areas, if that's your thing.
That's it. So as long as you prioritize the main campaign while leveling, you can actually get this done before you hit max level. Just make sure you're exploring all of the zones as you go.
Let's full screen it.
Now the last thing I want to say here is that leveling this time around was actually really smooth. The campaign quests tell a great story, set the stage for what's coming next in the raids and future patches, and
dude,
the last
Hallowfall
zone
is going to be the best zone.
Is going to be really interesting to progress through. The campaign also isn't all that long. It took me about 7 to 8 hours when I worked through it on the beta, so even if you don't...
Dude, chat, by the way, in the beta at least, I don't know if it's going to be like this in live. I'm pretty sure it's going to be live. You see this like voidy shit up here? If you fly up there, you just immediately die. It will kill you.
Isn't all that long. It took me about 7 to 8 hours when I worked through it on the beta, so even if you don't really enjoy questing, it won't be too long before you're up at max level, ready to jump into the new dungeons, delves, and raids. It's also a very linear experience the first time you work through it, so as long as you are following those shield icons for the main story, you can't really get lost along the way. You also really only have to do it once. When you've completed the campaign on your first character, you're going to unlock that adventure mode for your alts, which means they can do the zones in pretty much any order they want, so if you want to skip over something specifically, you can do that. They also get world quests right away, so you can start completing those for extra experience, and you should have access to some of the meta quests, weekly activities, and world events to start endgame progression as well. And with so many different ways to earn experience, especially on your alts, you can change things up as often as you want and level through the activity that you find most fun. But that's all of our tips and tricks for how to level quickly and efficiently in the War Within, so that's it for this video. What character are you going to level first, and will you be zooming to max level to start on your gearing and character power, or are you going to take the scenic route and complete all of the side quests as you go? Leave all your thoughts in the comment section below. A big thank you to all of our supporters over on Patreon and to all of our members here on YouTube. You can see their names floating by on screen. If you're interested in supporting the channel, you can find links in the description or click the join button just below the video. If you enjoyed the video or found it useful in any way, make sure to subscribe and...
You will play the most garbage DPS specializations that don't have any utility or raid buffs if they do enough damage. Shadow Priest from the most recent season is a great example of that. I don't know a Shadow Priest that's ever feared. They never pressed a fear. Ever. All right, welcome back. We're going to be making a tier list for War Within Mythic Plus DPS. I would say that DPS in the War Within are probably closer than you would necessarily expect. I think that most specs are able to do like pretty competitive AoE DPS. Not every spec is able to do like the top level of AoE DPS, but most specs are actually doing like okay AoE DPS. So whenever you look at like overall damage meters and stuff like that, a lot of the specs will maybe seem a little bit closer than they have been in the past.
Shout out to the My Chemical Romance shirt.
Saying that I think that a lot of the specs are fairly close, and I don't think that we're going to be in like a meta where I think that like you're only going to be playing like one composition. I think that we are very diverse in that regard, and I do kind of expect to see a little bit more fast tuning as the expansion starts. Obviously, this is created before the expansion comes out, so tuning can probably change something like this very quickly, particularly if the spec is like really bad in Raid, but like pretty good in Mythic Plus. There's a chance that the spec like that could potentially get buffed. I'm going to try to give you some of my thoughts in regards to what might get buffed or nerfed. But I think first things first, we kind of need to outline like what these tiers are realistically going to be. S tier is going to be, you see one in every group. So these are like the DPS that you're going to see one in every group. So like last season or like the season before that, I had like Shadow Priest and like Augmentation Evoker ended up in being in like the S tier. Maybe like Shadow Priest was like S tier Island for season 4, where it was like by far the best DPS, and then some of the other stuff like the comp like really revolved around the Shadow Priest. That's kind of the level that you need to be S tier. It's like this is something that you're going to see in every group. Again, this is mostly made for like top end keys. Obviously for like mid-range keys, I think that every spec in the game is able to do a 10 pretty convincingly, so I don't think that this is like something like that. This is more made for like if you're looking at push keys
never get
or
nerfed.
like if you're looking to get like low range title, this is about what you should be looking to expect to see from top end players. A tier is top tier DPS likely candidates.
Pretty damn good.
So these are going to be the specs that are like most likely to be the meta candidates. You're never going to be unhappy to see them in your group. I think that more often than not, these are going to be specializations that you're going to throw 2 or 3 of them with an S tier in every single composition and just kind of see what you get. B tier, third DPS option. So third DPS option basically means that like you're going to have like 2 of the A tiers or like an A and an S, and then the third DPS option can be like a B tier. Like specialization.
B tier's like,
I also
do you want to wait a
like
half hour for the right class, or do you want to just play?
And this could be C. I think the B- is just going to end up being like slightly worse than some of the B tier options. I think that these are both close. I think that there's a little bit of separation between some of the B tier and the B- stuff, and then like the C and the D. Obviously C is like not, these are not great specs, and this is like not playable.
Never bring them.
I was about to write needs buffs, but I'm gonna write not
playable. Make fun of them in trade chat. Just kidding, don't do that.
So we'll start at the top. And what I'm gonna say is I don't think that any spec actually belongs in S tier. I think that there are a lot of very good specs right now, but I don't think that anything is going to be really dominant in the metagame.
D equals point.
So we're gonna start in A tier, and I'm gonna put Augmentation up in A tier. I think that Augmentation went through a very interesting cycle
right off the bat.
In the
where my Aug fans at.
Ultimately, it comes like Aug's damage isn't as good as some of the other stuff that's in the A tier, but we've seen that doesn't matter. If you looked at Dragonflight Season 3, that clearly didn't matter. But Augmentation Evoker is very good, but I don't think it's going to be as polarizing as it was in the past. A couple of things are contributing to that. First and foremost, the changes to how stops work means that Augmentation is a little bit less good. But in general, this is ultimately an A tier DPS. It's not going to be an S tier. I think that it's going to see a lot of play, but I think that there's going to be compositions that run without an Augmentation Evoker that are probably going to be able to be successful. One of those specs that I think can be successful without an Augmentation Evoker is a Frost Death Knight. This thing is fucking crazy. Woo! This is the tankiest DPS in the game by a lot. It also has some of the best AoE DPS, it has some of the best single target DPS. It's probably the best well-rounded DPS specialization that we have right now. I think that Frost DK is absolutely insane. I also don't think it has like a super high chance of getting nerfed. If anything's going to get nerfed, it's going to be like maybe slight tuning
we have a plate
on
DPS
their AoE damage
in
or like
the
their
A tier. Let's
potential.
go.
But I don't think that Frost DK has like a high degree of likelihood of getting nerfed. I think that this spec is excellent, and it's looking to be one of the top performers in the world. And I think that this spec just completely
that's good news.
Next up, so it's not an Mythic Plus DPS tier list without finding a mage specialization. The mage specialization for the War Within is Arcane.
Arcane, yep.
Now, you might look at... how I would describe this. You might look at like overall damage meters in some of the dungeons that you're doing and think that Arcane maybe isn't that sick or isn't like the top overall DPS in a lot of dungeons. But what you have to know about Arcane is that they are doing by far the most single target by like hundreds of thousands of DPS over other specializations. I
Priority
think that Arcane,
damage starts
if
to
the
matter when you
expansion
get into
shipped
real
right
key
now
levels.
and it didn't get any changes, would be present in most, if not all, runs because the amount of single target that they are doing currently. They also have great priority damage and pretty good funnel. The only downside of Arcane is that they're target capped, so their maximum AoE potential isn't that great, but they make up for that with the timer efficiency. This is a really good timer spec. It's kind of like Fire Mage
always
was
about overall.
last season, where it doesn't matter that they're not doing like the most overall DPS. They are speeding up your timer by a absolute shit ton. Now, the downside of Arcane Mages, I think that they have a high chance of getting nerfed. And I think that the downside of this is because in Raid, they are so fucking good right now. I think that this spec has a high degree of likelihood of getting nerfed. Now, how much are they going to get nerfed and how far are they going to fall is really up for debate. And this is kind of the issue of making a tier list this early, is that you look at the numbers, you know that Arcane's going to get nerfed. How far is it really going to fall? Ultimately, though, still an A tier DPS right now. If the expansion launched today and Mythic Plus came out today, Arcane Mage would be absolutely spectacular. Next up, we have Assassination Rogue. I think Assassination Rogue is probably...
Where my ass rogue's at.
If you look at the meters, I think that Assassination Rogue is probably supposed to top the damage meter in every run, especially if it's really well piloted. Now, I think that there's like some situations...
Remember how everyone was saying rogues were going to be bad? Yeah.
Where, you know,
Me
like,
too.
A really well played Frosty K can maybe out DPS an Assassination Rogue, but I think that Assassination Rogue is supposed to be topping the damage meter in pretty much all
Like
runs.
clockwork.
I think that Assassination's AoE potential
Every time,
is
man.
really,
Every
really,
time.
really high. It doesn't have like great utility. Rogue utility has kind of fallen off a little bit. Single target stops are a lot less valuable. Rogue doesn't necessarily have any great AoE stops. Shroud is a lot less valuable than it was in the past because now invisibility potions are on their own unique 10-minute cooldown, so you can actually just rip into this
Outlaw's
pot
not great.
anytime you want. So the utility that the rogue is providing is a little bit less valuable than it was in the past.
Just always knew
but they're
a mage and a
their
rogue
AoE
spec would
damage is
always be
insane.
top tier.
Ultimately, throughput's most of what matters whenever you're ranking DPS. And so I think that, you know, Assassination Rogue's AoE damage is great. I think that if they're going to get nerfed, it's not going to be to their single target damage. It maybe is like a minor tweak to AoE. Where I talked about Arcane is like I'm almost certain that they're going to get nerfed. I don't think Assassination Rogue and Frosty K. I think that you're maybe coin flipping as to whether or not they're going to get nerfed. But I think that all of these specs that
I
we've
like that
listed so far
Frosty
are
K
phenomenal.
is really good. That makes
Next
me happy.
up, and this might be surprising, I'm going to put both Elemental Shaman and Enhancement Shaman in A tier. I think that both of these are great, but I think they're both great for different reasons. First off, let's
go,
talk
Shaman.
about Ellie a little bit. I think that Ellie, the bright side of Ellie, I think that Ellie's been on the biggest roller coaster, where it started off the War Within beta, and they were pretty bad, and then they got the Shaman rework, and then they were giga OP, and then Blizzard nerfed them, and then they were kind of bad, and then they buffed them again, and now they're back to being like really solid.
Man, that
A
y'all are on
lot
a
of it
roller
comes down
coaster
to just
ride.
their AoE DPS potential. They do just an absolute ton of AoE. Stormbringer is incredibly powerful. Just making sure that you're able to do as much AoE as possible is great. Additionally, when
I agree,
buff Sky
Tabber.
Fury, both Enhancement and Elemental Shaman, whenever you're playing with a Frosty K or an Assassination Rogue, both of those specializations just love the Sky Fury buff. I think that the buff that they've given this class is phenomenal. Also, both of these specs, a lot of people like to call them not very tanky, but I think that these specs are now pretty tanky, and I think that Elemental Shaman is maybe tankier in different ways.
Dude, I thought he was about to say skill issue.
Is than Enhancement
A lot of
Shaman,
people say they're
'cause
not
Enhance is able
tanky,
to heal
but,
itself a lot,
just get good.
Whereas, you know, I think that Ellie's just like really good. The difference between Ellie and Enhance is Ellie
If you
does a
just
lot
get good,
more AoE and a little bit worse
you'll
single
live.
target, but it's not like a substantial difference. Enhancement Shaman has probably one of the best damage profiles in the game in terms of funnel. I don't think a lot of specs are able to actually funnel damage anymore, where Enhancement
Can we say
Shaman
that to
still
Warriors
is,
too? I mean,
like, it is
Fury
still
actually
possible to funnel
does
damage.
survive
I think the
pretty well.
downside of Enhancement Shaman is finding a player that's capable of playing enhancement at a level where it's actually a top tier DPS. There's just not very many enhancement shaman players. Additionally, it's actually a pretty complicated spec, all things considered. But there's a lot of bosses in War Within Dungeons that have trash mobs on top of them. They have some potential for funnel. And so then the enhancement shaman is able to just absolutely pop off. I think a combination that's actually kind of insane is like whenever you play an arcane mage with an enhancement shaman, you're able to just like prio down some mob inside of the pack. It is fucking
you
crazy.
Could just delete something. That's good to hear.
I think that enhancement shaman is phenomenal, and definitely one of the A tier DPS. And so I think that's gonna do it for the A tiers. So basically, how I feel about these A tiers is you can play any of these in any combination with one another. You can pick 3 of them. You're gonna see a lot of I think you're gonna see a lot of augmentation evoker play at like a really high level. I don't actually think that you should play an aug if you're gonna just do like weekly keys. I don't think that AUG is particularly good to be inviting to your weekly keys. I think that what you're looking for whenever you're playing with an AUG is like survivability gains via like ebb and might,
Where's
increasing your hero's HPS, increasing your tank survivability.
It's not there, man.
But I think that in general, any combination of these 6 specializations together is great. So I think that maybe you shouldn't play LD with Enhance, but beyond that, yeah, it's great. B tier. So for third DPS options, where do I want to start? We'll start with AF Warlock. AFlock. So the downside of AFlock is that their single target isn't awesome. It's not. They have some glaring drawbacks in terms of their single target damage.
Okay.
And I think that their AoE on specific pulls is very good. So their AoE on like the first pull in Necrotic Wake, if every dungeon was the first pull in Necrotic Wake, AF Warlock would very likely be an A tier DPS. But unfortunately, they're just not. Not every dungeon you're able to pull like that. A lot of dungeons you're actually only pulling 5 mobs at a time. Think Grim Batol. I'm looking at you. The most you're pulling in that dungeon is like 8 mobs ever. And so AF Warlock is just not well-rounded in that regard, where it does a ton of damage on mass AoE, but then the single target damage is just like a little bit lacking. A lot of their damage also now comes in like burst profiles, which is fine. Like you don't really hate that. But it's a little bit different than it was before, where it was like a really dot focus.
I feel like if Frost is A, Fury's
a lot of it actually comes in.
Gotta be B.
So, but AF is good. I think that I've seen some people rate AF a little bit higher than I have it. I think that it's good, but I don't think
if Fury's
like
lower than that, I'll be sad.
Next up, we have Frost Mage.
Frost Mage
is actually kind of interesting. Funnily enough, I actually think that Frost Mage does more overall DPS than Arcane. But I think that the downside of Frost is like the way that it does the damage and like, you know, just the single target versus the AoE. I just don't think it's as good as Arcane. That's more the reason that it's in B. I think that you can maybe make a case for it that it's supposed to be in A, but I think that the other stuff that's in A tier has a lot better things going on for it than like Frost Mage does right now. I don't think that Frost Mage is bad by any means. I definitely think it's like a very solid third DPS option. If your mage logs in and wants to play Frost instead of Arcane for that day, that's probably a fine choice. If you want to play Frost instead of Arcane for whatever reason, it's also probably a fine choice. So I think that there's a high degree of likelihood that
mages
Frost is going to
have
continue to be good.
at least
it's kind of
2
weird. They're
specs
actually
that are
playing
like
like a no
rock fucking
GS build,
solid.
they're not pressing GS as much now. So it's kind of strange. They're just playing like they're just pressing
keys,
Lance over and over
according to
again. I don't really
titles.
know what the fuck is going on with Frost Mage. Very weird spec.
At least that's my interpretation.
Unholy DK.
Oh,
I would
same with
say
DK.
that Unholy DK, depending on the pull size, is maybe the best spec in the game. If every pull was the first pull of Necrotic Wake, this is probably the best spec in the game. Their uncapped AoE damage is absolutely bonkers. But, and this is a major but, not every pull is that big. Not every dungeon you're able to pull that large. And it's kind of the same thing that AF has. I think that actually the only downside of Unholy is that Frost DK is slightly better. This is crazy. Both
there are
the
fewer
DPS
big
Death Knight
pulls
specs are pretty good.
in Season 1.
The only downside of Unholy is that Frost is slightly better and a little bit more well-rounded in terms of like a damage profile. I think that, you know, Unholy DK is also unkillable. I think the DK class grip is very valuable just as a piece of utility this season. Getting mobs stacked is more important than ever before. I can think of a few dungeons where it is so hard to actually get the mob stacked. Like the first pull of Arakara, there's like these attendant mobs that love to just have like, they have like 2 schools worth of lockouts. And so it's like nearly impossible to actually get them kicked into the pack. But Unholy DK is fairly solid. Their damage is completely fine. I'm going to put Fury Warrior in B tier. So
Let's
Warrior
go.
has absolute garbage utility. Their utility is trash.
No.
Now, I think that Battle Shout is actually better than it normally has been, but the Warrior utility is god-fucking awful. Now, what Fury does well is that Fury does a decent amount of damage. Slayer Fury in particular, the damage that it's able to provide to a group is fairly solid. And it works really well on like a pretty bursty cooldown. If every dungeon, I would say, is like a level on like a 5 or something like that, Fury Warrior might be the best DPS in the game just by how they do their damage. It's very bursty. They're cooldown. If every dungeon, I would say, is like a level on like a 5 or something like that, Fury Warrior might be the best DPS in the game just by how they do their damage.
So if you can get your other group mates to take care of utility, or you're doing a low enough key to where it doesn't matter, Fury's the best in the game.
It's very bursty. They don't really have... It's just like a very bursty profile. They're also incredibly durable on their own.
See? They're
not
tanky.
going to actually help your group for shit. They're not fearing anything.
You are a
They're not
damage
storm
bot.
bolting a mob. You might get a shockwave if you're lucky.
Whoa,
Their utility
whoa. I will use my stuns. What is this shit?
is complete garbage. Rallying Cry is trash. But the only thing that really matters most of the time is throughput. Like, as we've seen time and time again, throughput is by far the most important thing. People love to tell you that, you know, raid buffs matter and stuff like that, and they do in some regards. But if you look at it pretty objectively, you will play the most garbage DPS specializations that don't have any utility or raid buffs if they do enough damage. Shadow Priest from the most recent season is a great example of that. I don't know a Shadow Priest that's ever feared. They never pressed a fear.
There it is.
And their kick is trash. So I think that Fury Warrior, terrible utility, but still, you know, the damage is good enough to be
welcome back,
put
Cisco,
in a third
over on
DPS
YouTube.
option. Now, I don't think this is going to be like a superstar spec, but I think it's very solid.
Survival Hunter. Let's
probably
go.
The best of the Hunter specs. I think it's pretty good. They recently got a nerf.
Damn.
Their AoE damage is like fairly solid. I think it's going to be something that you don't really see played too often.
It never is. It never will be.
But I do think that, like, if you have somebody who like really wants to play a Survival Hunter and they've played it for a long time, this is actually a spec that's not trolling. Their AoE damage is like pretty good. So it's great to be a Survival Hunter. We're pretty happy to see that.
You're the spears back, baby.
Here. What else do we have? Let me think. I think that this goes in B-. Oh, Havoc Demon Hunter. Havoc Demon Hunter is definitely a third DPS option. So Havoc Demon Hunter, they've actually complained a lot about their hero tree.
Where's your tier list? It's right here.
They're not like super happy with their hero tree, and I think that
I
a lot of the
titles.
noise about Havoc Demon Hunter has been more based around the design of Eldrachi. But in terms of throughput and output, Havoc is more or less fine. Eldrachi is actually a really weird hero talent where they are mostly just going to end up being single targeting primarily. So I think that like Havoc is in a more or less fine spot in terms of like their output. They're not as good as some of these A tier DPS, but if you want to get like a Chaos brand in your group, you think that would be like super sick. Say you're playing like Ellie plus Arcane Mage and you're not playing with like a Vengeance, but you want a Chaos brand, Havoc would actually be a great option for that.
Do you think this video was made knowing about the nerfs to Chaos brand and Arcane Intellect, or do you think it would affect this at all? I was just thinking about that. I was just curious.
I think that their utility is like, you know, it's like fine. You know, they have like darkness. They have darkness. They have cage. They have the AoE stops, stuff like that. Stops are a lot less valuable now.
Yeah,
you know, things like poison dispels are actually very important, and so like Havoc Demon Hunter doesn't necessarily provide any of those things. So maybe they're a little bit lacking in some regards, but they're just overall outputs fairly good. Okay, so moving on to B-.
He showed Arms Warrior.
So B- is the tier that I don't think you're going to be third DPS options, but I think you could be like overall DPS competitive if you have like a high level player that's piloting it. And I don't think that they're going to be third DPS options because I think that there's going to be like one or two things that are maybe lacking on those specializations. And I kind of teased this earlier, and I think that Arms Warrior is definitely one of those specs. I actually don't think that Arms Warrior's damage is like awful, but I do think it's maybe like a half step behind Fury Warriors, which is going to end up holding it back a little bit. You know, they actually do a decent amount more cleave. In the past, ARMS was beholden to this weird situation where they had to pick whether or not they were talenting for AoE or talenting for single target, and now talenting for single target is complete garbage, so they're always talented for AoE, and it's totally fine, and we don't really care about that anymore, which is weird. It's also Slayer, just a very strong hero tree, and so I think that ARMS is like an okay specialization. I think the potential to be like competitive on the meters if you have somebody who's like really skilled playing ARMS. Say Crit Cake wants to play ARMS, you're probably not telling that guy no. You're gonna be like, you know what, that's totally fine.
Imagine who's this ARMS warrior?
Next up we have Shadow Priest. So I think Shadow Priest is actually pretty good, but I think the downside of Shadow Priest is that they're kind of cooldown reliant. They did actually recently get a pretty good AoE buff. So last time I actually did a tier list,
dude, I had Shadow Priest down in C tier. They
recently got a pretty good AoE buff. There's actually a chance that you could make an argument to put them up in B tier. Okay. But I think that, you know, there's some stuff that holds them back. I don't think the utility that the priest is providing right now is very good. They have a really bad
Triple
kick.
Shocker over
Their only
on YouTube.
stop is like a fear, and as I said earlier, I've never seen a Shadow Priest fear. Like it's just not happening.
I haven't, Cisco. I was actually waiting for you.
It's not phenomenal. I think that their single target damage is also not great. But the way that this spec is designed is so goddamn OP for Mythic Plus. So Psychic Link, just as a general ability, it converts all of the single target damage that they do into AoE damage on mobs that are dotted with Vamp Touch. Now they also have a way to Shadow Crash AoE without whiffing their Shadow Crash.
Hi, Pixie.
Which is it means that you're not going to whiff your Shadow Crash anymore, is all I'm going to say. So it's like, it's pretty good. But I think it's a spec that, like, depending on how bad and rated is, if it ends up ever getting buffed due to raid, this is a spec that, like, we could actually see become very good very quickly. Right now it's in B-. I think it's like a little bit too cooldown reliant. I think that the overall DPS is maybe a little bit lacking. I think that their single target damage is a little bit lacking, but I think that they're moving in the right direction, especially after it got buffed. So
that's good.
I think it's like solid. I don't think it's like a third DPS option that you necessarily want, but if you have somebody who's playing it, it's probably fine. Last couple of specs, we got Balance Druid. I think so. I Balance Druid previously in C tier, and the more I've been watching it, Balance Druid is a spec that is
over on YouTube
meter competitive sometimes. Like, I would say that it is meter competitive with some of these A tier DPS, but it's like, okay, so to be like 10% behind in terms of like damage on the meter, which is fine. Like, you're not like really that upset about it. But the problem is that it's like legitimately battling the tank.
I was under the impression that Windwalker was
this is the exact same problem that Rep Paladin has. So whenever I say this about Balance Druid, just know this is also about Rep Paladin. So say the AoE damage is up here, and like the AoE damage is totally fine. The single target damage is way fucking down here, like at the absolute bottom. And so both of these specializations have this weird problem where I think that both of them are actually likely to get buffed because they're going to be so fucking dogshit in raid. Which it makes you question, like, how are they going to buff both Rep Paladin and Moonkin? Is this going to be a situation where they either these specs end up being OP because Blizzard just like flat aura buffs them? Because right now both of their AoEs are fine. Their single target is really what's holding them back in a lot of instances. And so I think that these are specs that it's kind of like interesting to see like what's going to happen, especially all three of these specializations. Like Shadow Priest 2, dude, I could see Shadow Priest getting buffed and then end up being OP. I think that all three of these specs are kind of in that same weird spot. The last of the B- tier, I'm going to put... Oh, no. Actually, I think I have two more in here.
Marksman?
Hunter and Sub Rogue. So I'll start with Sub Rogue. So I think that Sub Rogue is actually quite decent damage. I mean, it was actually the best of the Rogue specs for a very long time, but it ended up getting like a very slight nerf. It ends up just being worse than Assassination in pretty much every aspect. I do think that Sub's damage, like say Assassination got completely gutted, I do think that you can maybe make a case that Sub
Pixie,
is
I was working
like
on
DPS option.
Getting multi-streaming
I think
started.
in general, like Sub is it's like okay. It's not like great. It's kind of like the same as the rest of these specializations, where they're like close to some of the stuff that's like a couple of tiers above them, but ultimately they're going to fall short on. I mean, in Sub's case, it's going to be like slightly worse overall DPS. But they do have decent priority damage, which is not too bad. And they also aren't target capped like some of the other specs, like Hunter is. Hunter, actually not too bad.
Rob wore arms when?
Capped. This was a spec that whenever they got...
Probably not anytime soon.
This was the most OP spec in the game. They were playing Sentinel, and then Sentinel got completely erased, and marksmanship, you know, it's been fine, but I think that most people are looking to play survival just as a whole. I think that marksmanship has pretty good burst potential.
I posted on Discord, guys.
So
Guys, you gotta
nice.
check the Discord more often.
But I just don't think that the overall damage that the marksmanship hunters, it's not like great. But again, it's not like in like some god awful tier. It's not like not playable or anything like that. Additionally, I think that the utility that's been given to the hunter class and their defensive gains have been fairly solid. I think that this was a class that for a very long time was the worst utility
It was
and
well hidden.
the worst defensively.
I
And do
tagged
think they're slightly
everyone.
better than that. Hunter's Mark
It
is
was well
completely
hidden.
fucking useless in M+, which is unfortunate. But I do think that, you know, MM's damage is more or less enough to be able to compensate for that, and I think it's like fine. It's not like great, but you're not going to be like sandbagging if you want to play it. I think Feral's probably C tier. I just don't think that Feral's like phenomenal. I think that
Hey,
this
B, thank you
spec
for the,
is like it's like okay.
thank you for
I think that
subscribing
you could maybe
over on
make a case
YouTube,
that it's
man.
supposed to be in B minus. I just don't think that the damage that it's doing is like great. So yeah, I think it's just like really unlikely to be seen. I think that this is one of the
Feral
specializations
down
that
bad.
it's like, kind of similar to the spot that it's normally in, where it's actually going to be, it's going to probably be the Mark of the Wildbringer for raid. So you might actually see a decent amount of people playing it in raid, but I just don't think it's going to be something that's like a high tier DPS or an M+. So last time I did this tier list, Diabolist Destruction and Diabolist Demonology Warlock were both fucking crazy.
Ooh.
Since then, they absolutely destroyed Destro, and they actually nerfed Diabolist by a significant amount. Demonology was actually probably like B tier for most of the beta cycle, but then after the most recent couple of rounds of tuning, I just don't think that Demonology or Destruction really have the amount of DPS output that it really takes to be like a third DPS option. I do think there's a chance that these get buffed, but I think that Destro is like so. The design on Destro right now is in such a weird spot that if it ends up being meta, I think that people might actually end up hating how it plays.
Dude, we actually have 18 viewers over on YouTube. I didn't expect that for day one. This is pretty nice, guys. Thank you. Day one is actually pretty good.
Outlaw here. So I think the Outlaw's biggest issue is that it's target capped. So
yep.
I think that it's really okay. So
NSG, I am multi-streaming to Twitch and YouTube today.
Be able to pull over the specs target cap, but the target cap definitely can come back to negatively affect you in some aspects. I think that's kind of why it's being held back into B. For Outlaw Rogue, first off, I think Blade Flurry and like the damage profile of Outlaw is sick, and like how they do damage is some of like the best in the game, where they're doing full single target damage while doing full AoE. That is in general going to be one of the better.
It's in the pinned message at the top of chat.
But the fact that their target capped isn't great, and so that stacked on top of the fact that their AoE damage just isn't phenomenal, is going to end up holding them back. They ended up being like the worst of the rogue specializations, which when assassination is as strong as it is right now, you're not like too upset about it. But I've seen Outlaw a couple of times. I saw Zach play it maybe 2 weeks ago at time of recording this. And dude, the damage that this thing does is just so bad. Like I don't know. It's definitely not, I don't think it's not playable. I don't think it's like that bad, but man, it is not a good specialization. Like I think it's one of those things that's just like, wow, this is I think that there's a chance that this gets buffed again. Like it got buffed in the same hotfix that Assassination Rogue got buffed in, and it got a 10% aura buff, and it's still not very good. So I think that this still is like it still belongs in C.
Dude, 2 Warlock specs are in C tier.
Okay, so what do we got? Dev Evoker, Beast Mastery Hunter, Fire Mage left. Windwalker Monk. Okay, so
dude, you're gonna be able to catch me streaming a lot.
So I've seen J-Funk play this. I've seen Dabnell play this. I think that
streaming like 12 to 15 hour days.
Okay, I think that it's a bit unfortunate. So whenever DKs got reworked, they became OP. Whenever Shamans got reworked, they became OP. All 3 specs of DK, all 3 specs of Shaman, very, 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 very strong performers right now. I think that Windwalker got the rework a little bit too early.
I believe that is Tapele over on YouTube.
So
What's up, man?
Windwalker, not that great. Shadowpan was like very buggy for a while too, and they can always just like ninja pull into your dungeons now, and that's going to be really obnoxious if you're playing with like a Windwalker monk. But that's not why they're ranked in C. Ultimately, they're ranked in C because I just don't think that their damage is, like, great. It's, like, fine. They can do some AoE... Like, again, as I started off this tier list by saying, pretty much everybody does some AoE damage. It's, like... I would say it's a more competitive damage season for AoE than it has been in the past.
Enhanced
especially
and
whenever you're looking at
Elemental
very isolated
are
profiles.
looking
But whenever you're
really
looking at
good.
this, like, holistically, like, how much damage the Windwalker Monk is doing, it's just not as competitive as some of the stuff that's in higher tiers, and that's why it's going to end up being in C.
Hey, Moose Call.
The last
over
spec
on
that I'm going to
YouTube.
put in C is Dev Invoker. I think that Dev Invoker actually sucks. They're playing like a Firestorm build. I just don't think it's in the not playable tier. I think it's slightly better than that. They're not very tanky.
Dude, what if
some of the other specs are not like
what if
especially
BM
tanky,
is
but
in
Dev is
D
not
tier?
like
Oh
especially
no.
tanky, especially compared to like augmentation and stuff like that. But that's
Oh,
almost
no.
aside. The biggest issue by far is their damage. Additionally, how they do damage, and the biggest thing for Dev, like how you want Dev to be OP, is you want them to do by far the most burst AoE possible. That is how you want Devastation Evoker to be OP. You want them to just absolutely clock the like on pull,
Hey, Gilroy.
not rip threat, don't die, and just do,
Yeah,
like,
this is my
the
first day
absolute best burst.
multi-streaming,
What
Gilroy.
you don't want them to do is role play as like a budget frost mage where they're dropping their firestorm on the ground and cluttering up melee. Also, maybe I should downgrade them because I don't think that like any of your melee DPS are going to be able to see the goddamn ground whenever you're dropping your ground effect. It's literally impossible to see. But like,
Heckus,
anyways,
thanks for
it's not
subscribing
really
over on
relevant.
YouTube.
Most of it comes down to the fact that the damage is not that great. I've seen Kess play it a few times. It just doesn't look sick. Is all it boils down to. I think that there's actually a chance that this could get buffed. I think that there's actually a decent chance that Devastation Evoker gets buffed. I think there's a decent chance that Outlaw Rogue gets buffed. I could see both of these Warlock specs getting buffed just looking at some of their raid performances. Shadow Priest, Boomkin, Ret Paladin all could also potentially get buffed due to raid. That's kind of where I'm landing at. Now, these last couple of specs are
Yeah, Wukong
BM
actually
Hunter
looked
and
pretty
Fire
good,
Mage.
Gilroy.
I'm going to start with BM Hunter and talk about this for a second. So BM Hunter is being held back by Basilisk Collar. BM's single target damage is fine. And I talked about how pretty much all the other specs on AoE are.
I still think Fire Mage
more or
is
less
going to
okay.
get insane buffs.
BM Hunter, not one of those. I think that they're being heavily gated behind Basilisk Collar, and so like this is a design decision that it's like really hard to make BM good without it being just like good for AoE and good for Mythic Plus without making them just insanely overtuned in the raid. And this was already a spec that looked like it was like pretty good in the raid. And you actually saw this spec get a nerf recently, primarily
Mies over
towards
on
their single
YouTube
target damage.
said
So this
deleting
is a
the
spec that's
game.
on Blizzard's radar as like a high performer for single target, but they're not very good in terms of.
He didn't put
overall
anything in
throughput
S tier.
for Mythic Plus. Their AoE damage is really
felt
bad.
nothing was
And so
S
unless
tier.
they come up with like some new Mythic Plus build that's actually allowing them to do AoE or something like that, or maybe they're not as gated behind Basilisk Collar being such like a heavy driver of their AoE, I think that it's like pretty tough.
Yeah, Gilroy.
And Fire Mage.
It's good to finally have multi-streaming going.
So Fire Mage has been on a bit of a roller coaster. So Fire Mage, after they reworked Living Bomb and changed it to Lit Fuse, was probably the best DPS in the game for a while. Lit Fuse and Living Bomb damage was just absolutely absurd. Blizzard then decided that Living Bomb no longer needed to exist in the game and just nuked the shit out of the ability about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And Fire Mage now does just god-awful damage. They don't really have a build that's like really competitive damage on either single target or AoE.
I just
think
like
that
watching
this
these.
is a
It doesn't
spec
affect
that
my
I'm
class
almost certain
choices.
is going to get buffed. Now, what the scope of the buff is going to look like? How is it going to affect Mythic Plus at all? How is it going to affect Mythic Plus potentially? I don't know. But this is a spec that almost certainly is going to get buffed in some capacity because they made this spec fucking bad. So I don't know what they're going to do about it, but it is
Trust.
yeah, Fire Mage not.
It's gonna
very
be
good right
like,
now. which is funny because they're normally the best. I thought that the spec had plot armor, but apparently not.
it does. Trust me.
Okay, so
We're subverting
closing
expectations
thoughts.
right now.
I think some of the stuff in A tier is likely to get nerfed. I think that Arcane Mage is like the highest likelihood of candidate of getting nerfed. I think that there's maybe a 50% chance Frosty K and Assassination Rogue end up getting nerfed. Maybe like a 20% chance that Ellie and Enhance get nerfed. A question mark on Og, dude. You never really know what's going on with Og. But I think that you can play basically any combination of any of the stuff that's in A tier if you really want to. I just want to drive home. I think that this season's looking really well rounded in terms of DPS. I do think that there's some specs that are going to end up getting buffs. We have a heroic week returning for raid as well, so I think that Blizzard's going to get a little bit more data in terms of like what specs are going to be good or bad. I think that overall, though, this is going to be a very interesting Mythic Plus season.
Prize and Rogue?
That's basically it. That's going to be the closing of this tier list.
Assassination is
I hope you guys enjoyed the video.
up here.
I will see you guys later. Goodbye.
Unless you're only talking about like Outlaw or something, because I think you play Outlaw. All right, what else we got? Learn to play ass instead. There was a video that Cisco linked early on in today's stream that I know everyone's gonna enjoy because it's Genshin Impact related, I do believe. Yep, it is. It is. Chat, this is a 3,000-bit suggested video, okay? So we're watching it.
We've arrived at the final phase. The winner of this match will take the final spot among the victors. Give it up for a long-time contender and first-time finalist.
We've got you, game. Let's go.
From this point forward, everything we know about the real world no longer applies. Anything can happen here.
Oh shit.
There's something in the depths of this place that feels familiar, yet also foreign.
The pilgrimage is not merely a trial to determine the strongest among us, but also a stage upon which to showcase.
Yeah, I could go full screen. The only reason I don't like going full screen for a video like Tettle's is because I don't want to cover his camera with my camera.
To collect contending fire from the battles. That land is only safe from the invasion of the abyss.
Yo, do we get Pokemon?
Flame burns eternal.
What's up, Thunderdome?
Guess I'll have to wait until the next pilgrimage.
It is I think this is a good game, straight up.
I'm still not sure why Arwayup chose me of all people.
Not my favorite art style, but, you know.
It took the combined efforts of the then Pyro Archon and heroes from every tribe to finally repel
It's still
the
good.
abyss. Even
This is
so,
Genshin Impact.
The effects of the invasion lingered for hundreds of years, only able to be reversed little by little. Our current Archon achieved an overwhelming victory. The result was obvious from the beginning. I really want to win this time and become a true warrior. But through our long history of fighting the Abyss, we've realized things aren't quite so simple. The Abyss has invaded the Night Kingdom.
Are these
and has
AI
the
voices?
capacity
No,
to read the
I
memories
voiced
of
this.
land
This
at
is my
any given
voice,
moment.
my actual voice.
Going there. The Night Kingdom?
Only those who triumph over the Abyss earn the right to be revived. Defeat not only means death, but also the destruction of your ancient name, preventing it from ever being inherited again.
You heard something from here, didn't you?
Kinich,
Didn't
what is the
you?
meaning of this? Only one way to awaken you all from your willful blindness. More sacrifices must be made.
You'll die if you try to make your way forward. Why don't you just give up?
You want to know why I won't give up?
It reminded you of Blade's Edge.
Take me as your next sacrifice!
Natlan is on the verge of destruction. It's very possible our nation has less than a year before total devastation.
Once your ancient name disappears, there's no coming back.
Rip.
No! Why can't I find him? Why?
Every great display of power comes at a price. We'll never make it!
That is the tragedy of your short lives. You understand nothing of all-encompassing power.
Yeah, you could probably play this on the iPad.
The tribes and save Natlan from its
You can play it on a phone, so I'd assume you can play it on iPad.
What use is the Gnosis in your hands?
Oh shit.
I don't know what you mean. But it sounds like this is about more than the Tsaritsa.
Okay, I'm playing that character.
Reached an impasse, and now it falls to me to create new rules for Natlan.
People like us. Let our flames do the talking!
Oh, her hair catches on fire. That's kind of sick, dude. New mommy, yeah, let's go. This is what we get after Xalatath, guys. All right, what else we got? Dude, sometimes the recommended videos are a little off the rails. Oh man, I sent you Discord DM. Okay, whoa, I have a lot of DMs. Professions tier list? Check your DMs on Discord. What is that video? Oh, it's a Hasanabi video.
How are we doing there, boys and girls? Manthis here. Welcome back to another video. So today it's time to do a little bit of a tier list for the professions in the War Within.
Alrighty.
We have spent.
I want to do more
too much
profession
time
stuff
playing around with these on the beta
in War Within.
Months. I am recording this live on stream, so I'm going to have the assistance of both Team YouTube and Team Twitch to agree with me.
Thanks for all the YouTube subs today, guys.
Tell me why I'm
and
wrong.
if you're
you guys can feel free to.
This is your first time seeing me and you're over on YouTube, I appreciate you stopping by and watching, man.
Probably set some ground rules for this. I think if we go purely on the profitability, I don't know. Do we go profitability or do we go fun? Because I think the
people only care about numbers.
Would be very different depending on which way we go. I think we should probably focus mostly on the profitability factor because, well, if you're watching this, you're probably a goblin and you're trying to make some gold, right? Everybody screaming in chat, profit. All right, of course. Okay.
I don't know. It's something that a lot of people do.
Should we start at the
and
beginning
people
and
love
work
tier
our way
lists.
through, shall we? Alchemy. Alchemy seems to be the first one. Alchemy has
all right, potion makers
a lot. Alchemy having thaumaturgy, making blasphemites, undergone an awful lot of changes. I am going to find alchemy very difficult to not put either S or A tier.
It always
got to be
is good.
There. Alchemy is absolutely
because everyone's popping flasks
Omega
constantly.
S.
Health pots,
well,
DPS potions.
For me, it would have been S tier. It would have been S tier if blasphemites had any form of limitation.
I started multi-streaming today, Greg.
The fact that you can technically mass-produce blasphemites, I don't think is going to make them as valuable if we are going to go the profitability route. What I would say, though, is the discovery system, the recycling system, the actual design of alchemy, I think it's really good.
Oh, okay.
I think it's
What's
really
up, Nike?
Good. S tier because of the remix.
Nike found us over on YouTube.
Churning out blasphemite factories. I think they. It has got to be S tier, hasn't it? It's so, alchemy is so good from all angles, from all direction. Going to be good for alt army.
Hold up, is that archaeology? Does he have archaeology up right now?
If you choose to go potions or
maybe
you
he just
choose
doesn't
to go
do anything
flasks,
with it. That's just like
a long journey ahead of you that should, in theory, be profitable all the same.
Really?
The Matagy.
Wait, first. Okay, never mind. First aid is there.
Never
mind.
41 months.
It started one way.
Jirexify. Thank you for the tier 1 41 months, dude.
I mean, I think the unanimous.
Thank you, man. What's up, Stitter?
S tier for alchemy, so we'll go with that. Archaeology. Well, that's an easy one. That's an easy one. Doesn't exist. Blacksmithing.
Oh, okay.
Blacksmithing. What do we think about blacksmithing then?
A tier list for professions for profitability.
I think alloys are going to be pretty good. Alloys have got a lot of potential, I think. Just crafting the intermediates. I think it's going to be a really good way for people to use.
Yeah, alchemy is always a solid choice.
Aren't fully min-maxed. I think if you focus your blacksmiths into characters that aren't fully min-maxed, go the alloy route. Throw some concentration at making some of the alloys, and sell those alloys on to the people that must have best gear, best weapons. I think the crafting side of blacksmithing,
I gotta have everything.
Predominantly because of weapons, has to put it pretty high. I'm thinking blacksmithing has got to be an A-tier profession, really. I think it's got to be.
Yeah, I might play some more D4 today while we wait.
Blacksmithing. I would have liked blacksmithing to have had a few more fun things. There's not so much fun stuff with blacksmithing. This is going to be a common thing for all of them, actually. Like, the fun element of professions is
if I hop on there, yes, Sitter.
Time. We've got hardly any
I'm only
toys,
like level 50.
hardly any like fun cosmetic-y stuff. Very, very little of that this expansion. Here's to hoping that in 11.1, 11.2, if they add extra stuff, they add some more of the fun back into it. Because I think it might need it. But I'm pretty sure blacksmithing is going to be a good one. You're going to make a lot of gold with blacksmithing, I think. Alloys. What else have we got? Hang on. This is why we
Stair
are
didn't say hi to NSG.
Here, so
Her day is ruined.
Refresh my memory of exactly what recipes blacksmithing have and don't have. We can quickly take a little bit of a look at the list here, can't we? And see.
Let's see what we got.
Ignition is actually. It looks as if it could be really cool. This is a buff, but I really don't think you're going to put any knowledge points into getting this any good anytime. I really don't think you're going to put any... This is a buff.
Ignite the Forge. Gain ingenuity, multi-craft, and resourcefulness based on your ever-burning forge specialization for 30 minutes. Oh, okay. It just, like, buffs your crafting for 30 minutes.
But I really don't think you're going to put any knowledge points into getting this any good anytime soon. Smelting is going to be good. There's definitely no gold making with this. Not short term anyway. You make a bunch of armor, you make a bunch of weapons. The embellished gear, it's 50-50, isn't it? If it ends up on Abyss list, it's incredible. Oh my god, I forgot the amount of profession equipment that they make. Yeah, blacksmithing is easy S tier.
Woo, let's go. It's like a...
We'll leave it A because it's not better than alchemy. We'll leave it A because it's not better than alchemy. I still think alchemy is better.
That's fair.
Yeah, we can shuffle
Alchemy's like insane profitability. Blacksmith ain't that.
Solid A.
But it's good.
Cooking. I think cooking is a sleeper, you know.
Ooh.
I think cooking is a sleeper profession.
Ooh.
I think people won't pay attention to cooking all that much because it's usually bad.
Oh.
But being a sleeper all the same, it's not going to be the thing that most people are going to prioritize, I don't think.
It's still something that gets constant purchases.
It still requires you to like spend artisan security on tools and stuff, which your top
because people are going to need their feasts and whatnot.
People who are trying to go for the best primary professions are basically going to ignore cooking, which might leave the door wide open for somebody to come and just, you know, harvest gold from cooking. Cooking works in a pyramid style way. You make a bunch of basic stuff, then you take those basic cooking products and you put them into like middle-sized meals, and then you take those middle-sized meals and build them into
middle-sized meals.
Eventually,
I only have big meals
to make a single feast. I think in my little first look video, I called it a sort of a Russian pyramid style profession. I think cooking is
it's a pyramid scheme.
Good.
I have a big meal for you. Oh shit!
But I don't think it's going to overtake blacksmithing, so I think it's probably a solid.
Wow.
B. Most often, I
love
tend
sloppy
to think
whoppies.
that the secondary professions are usually meh, but I think they've done enough with this to make it quite cool. Hearty meals is also an interesting one. Let me showcase hearty meals.
He's showcasing it.
Give me cooking.
What we got?
Real quick. Can we showcase hearty meals on this? You're going to be able to hearty food. Here we go. You're going to be able to take 5 pieces of food and condense it into one. Basically allows it to persist through death, kind of like your alchemical flavor pocket embellishment.
Oh, okay.
In Dragonflight. This time round, you can just do it yourself. You do have to smush quite a lot of food together to make one that persists through death. But if you are progressing,
if you make your food
really
calorie
cool
dense enough,
cooking,
it persists through death. That's
You're
the
not
science,
selling
guys.
Them, no, so it's not strictly great from a goal making perspective. Other than
It's some really
the fact
heavy
that the
calorie
intermediate
dense
crafts
food
might be quite profitable because some people will just want to buy a whole bunch of the basic ones before turning them into their hearty food. So there is still quite good reason why people won't go all the way and build everything. They'll just buy the main food that they need and then smush it together. It could mean that you end up selling a few times more food than you would before.
It could be, yeah.
I think cooking's a B. Cooking's a B, I think. I suspect that there is better out there, but I also don't suspect it's scraping the barrel. I think it's going to be pretty good. Work orderable? No, nothing work orders with cooking. Not to my understanding. You'll be able to craft it all, sell it up on the auction house.
I mean, B's pretty good.
If you want to make the hearty food, you can buy a bunch of it, or you can
for a
do the multi-step process.
Like secondary profession that everyone can get.
Is what's going to build some profit into it.
That's pretty decent.
Every level, every step of the process, you should be able to squeeze in a bit of profit, I reckon. Meaning those that get good at cooking might actually be able to make more than 2 gold a time. Who knows?
More than 2 gold. Whoa, settle down.
Then? Enchanting. Ooh, this is 50-50. I have said good things. I have also said bad things about enchanting. They are sticking to the exact same concept that they had in Dragonflight, where sure, you're going to make a bunch of enchants and everybody wants enchants.
Gotta stay on the grind.
At the same time, the profession doesn't feel very fun.
Gotta have that grind set, dude.
Andy again. Crest Andy, I should say. You're going to be responsible for making everybody's enchanted crests, which are work orders.
Yeah.
Work orders are always 50-50 on a profitability. Just the fact that enchanting is an artisan acuity generator on crack makes it S tier. Enchanting has glimmers this time round. Glimmers are cosmetic items, and it has thousands of the damn things. This is what people in chat are alluding to. Let me see if I can show you very quickly the glimmers, just to highlight this in a little bit more detail.
Okay.
Enchanting.
I feel like enchanting is another profession that's just like always good.
Are these, look. Not glimmers, sorry. Gleeful glamours, or however the hell you pronounce this. Whatever these things are.
Don the mask, magically altering your appearance to that of another one of Azeroth's residents. Lasts 20 to 60 minutes. I guess if you're higher quality, it'll be 60. Based on the quality of the... Okay. 2 hour cooldown. That cooldown makes it not as cool.
Yeah, there's loads of these. It allows you to transform into whatever you want to transform into. My suspicion, though, is the fact that they use 2 rare gathered materials and a bunch of storm dust. Like, most players are not going to buy much of this.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's really going to be... Like, cosmetic changing things will always see a steady amount of sales. But I also never think it's going to be super duper mega profitable, simply because
I think these are actually going to get some use, but not like a lot, for people who, like, let's say someone wants to re-roll a race but thinks the race looks stupid, right? Or just for whatever reason they don't like it, but the racial is good, so they pick it. It'll be good for people like that. Like, if I ever had to like race change to dwarf or something, because dwarf is awesome, but I don't really like the look of dwarf because basically it's short, and I think all transmogs look bad on short races. I could use this glamour and then be, you know, something I want to actually be. Sell like hotcakes on RP servers? Yeah, it will.
It was simply because it's
To
not player
be a
power.
Volpera demon
People
hunter.
spend all of their gold on player power. It's only later on in the expansion where cosmetics, transmog, that sort of stuff starts to take a bigger chunk of people's focus. These are
Nothing wrong with my Tauren rogue.
crafting orders. These are going to be good for your patron orders. You can see they come here. So if patron orders end up being mission table-esque, maybe you should be able to easily fill your patron orders with enchanting, crafting all of these things. I'm not sure. Other than those, though, it's pretty much the same. We make a handful of enchants for the different slots. Really not much has changed. Enchanting is also making the profession tool enchantments again.
How long's the game down? It's looking to be a 4-hour maintenance today.
Basically the only one that's ever going to sell.
So 11.
These two will sell.
11 a.m.
make a bunch of
Pacific.
Gold. The others maybe not so much. Of course, weapon enchants. Weapon enchants are massive.
Yeah.
Massive business at the beginning. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Let's start giving it
big money.
Giving it its rank. Enchanting's B. It's the only. It would be C. I'd be putting enchanting in C if it wasn't for the fact that you can make so much gold in season 1 off the weapon enchants. It's going to be outrageous. New to the War Within is that enchanting materials have quality. And most other materials in the game, you can take quality 1 and convert it into quality 2. You can take quality 2 and convert it into quality 3. You can't do that with enchanting materials.
Oh.
This means
that's kind of weird.
Quality 3 enchanting materials, and in turn, the very best quality 3 enchants. Stupid money. Be prepared for them to be stupid money. If you must enchant your gear with quality 3 enchants, get ready to take out a small loan to be able to afford it. That's the only reason it's a B and not a C for me. That early
because it's just so strong early game. Okay.
Wild. Actually wild.
But it falls off like after a month or so.
Value going into heavy into disenchanting. Yeah, there's some really good early expansion possibilities. Cooking is still better though. I still think cooking is better. Cooking is better because cooking will last the expansion. Cooking will last the expansion, yet enchanting I think is going to be very season 1 heavy, whilst all of the quality 3 materials are still mental expensive. The goal make from a goal making perspective, it's
how's tailoring going to be? Tailoring is literally the last one on the list, I think.
It's going to be 1% profit margin.
All these have been crafting those. Are you going to do any of the gathering ones?
Soon as people can guarantee things at quality 3, start using quality 2 materials plus concentration to make quality 3 consistently. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that being there. Let's move on though. Let's move on.
Engineering's usually not super profitable.
Oh, engineering. This has been the talk of the town.
Although we got a new mount to craft.
If at all in my Discord over the last couple of months, you'll have noticed that you can't go 20 minutes without somebody talking about flipping pilfering. Engineering mostly because of the mount. The mount is the only thing that is giving it any saving grace whatsoever.
Hustling enchanters can make gold. The rest will just enchant their own gear, and that's it.
But the mount is a thing. We have to bear in mind the mount is a thing. There is a new mount for engineering, which is you can technically buy all the components off a vendor, but the sum total for all of those components is 3.1 million.
Yeah, let's see that mount though.
3.1 million gold for a crafting mount is bananas.
That's actually insane. Yeah.
Where's the mount? Crowd
Pummeler.
230. This is the fella.
You guys gonna get that?
This
you gonna buy that?
is crafted, and
so I believe this is the same model for the KSM mount, just different color, isn't it? Because like the KSM mount's a robot. I may craft it, but I won't pay for it. Yeah. The KSM mount, I'm pretty sure, is a robot. Season 1 War Within KSM mount. Okay, yeah, it's different. Yeah. So this is the KSM mount. Different shoulders, different cannon. Same, probably like same skeleton, but different looks. Yeah.
Who doesn't love a crafted mount? Who doesn't love a crafted mount? There's never been a scenario in the game where a crafted mount hasn't been a steady, consistent seller. And I can't imagine this will be any different. The only thing that's going to scare some people
Hello,
is
Miss
its
Trashes.
potential price tag. The potential price tag of 3.1 million will put some
Yeah, I might
people
make a
off,
couple of those because my warrior is going to be
pilfering-
engineering. My warrior is always
pilfering
engineer.
is a thing. This is going to make some people very rich.
What's pilfer?
This is going to make some people very rich. You basically take components made with engineering.
It's Gamba.
And you smush them down, and you pray that you get the mount components.
It's literally Gamba.
You can then either sell the mount components, or you can save them and then slowly but surely build those mounts and then sell the mounts. I have a suspicion this could be a bit of a money printer. I hate to say it.
Oh, we love money printers.
There's some weird opportunities here because you don't have to use the War Within parts. A lot of these parts are past expansion parts. This in itself might regenerate past expansion farming.
No,
especially
no
mining.
way, man.
Even as far back as vanilla stuff.
You could use a bronze tube.
Handful of copper bolts, bronze tube. Pretty much any part that an engineer has ever made can be pilfered. And this is a bit of a minefield for people to figure out what the optimal thing is to pilfer. But there are already people way ahead of the game on this. And I think there is some real money to be made if you can do the maths and figure this out. And not only because it will also reinvigorate past expansion crafting, but just because it's just kind of fun to see what people come up with this. I think engineering doesn't really have much else other than this mount, because it's still very utility. Engineering wouldn't be any more than a C, but I'm actually going to say because of the mount, I think it's a high B. It's definitely not in the same league as blacksmithing, because blacksmithing is directly selling people player power. Blacksmithing, selling people player power, selling people their best in slot gear, plate, weapons, makes it better. But I think engineering is a high B.
I would say it's biskier, right?
What's the consensus? Are we saying high? What are we thinking? I think high B is fair for engineering. It's going to be really good with a mount. It doesn't do much else, though. Really don't think there's going to be a big enough market for a 4 million mount that has no value other than being a number.
Mounts always sell.
3.1 million gold is the ceiling. You ain't going to see it sell for more. You'll steadily see it being sold for less. As more and more people figure out how to generate the mount parts using the different parts from different expansions, the price will steadily decline on it. 3.1 million is the absolute top. Is it better than cooking, even though it's a one-trick pony? It's better than cooking, I think, mostly because it's a big ticket item. Cooking is going to be mass. Cooking is the Walmart approach. Stack it high, sell it cheap, sell a lot of it. or Costco chickens. Costco chickens is the analogy I'll use for cooking, whereas the mounts,
I get a lot of Costco chicken.
Be big ticket items. You might not sell many of them, but you should make a reasonable profit, I think, if and as and when you do. But it is a one-trick pony. I think that's fair. I think B's fair. I'm gonna go with B. First aid, I guess that goes down here as well. Whoops. Fishing.
Yo, any big fishermen in the chat?
Fishing.
I haven't done fishing in so long.
Fishing synergizes really well with cooking, like it always does.
Yeah.
Fishing is another one that is Fishing is another one similar to enchanting for me.
I did a little bit of fishing at the beginning of Dragonflight, and I haven't touched it since.
It's really not going to be any. It's going to be a nothing burger outside the first couple of weeks.
Yeah.
One thing people should know about fishing is you can fish up Dark Moon cards. Being able to fish up Dark Moon cards will give it some early value. But scribes, which we will talk to in a minute, scribes are also able to farm up Dark Moon cards. So I think the emphasis will be taken off fishing. Outside of that,
I have it on good authority that Rob loves having you heal. Good authority equals, I'm guessing.
I can't imagine that fishing can ever be
It's a good
better
guess,
than that.
because you're right.
I find it hard to put fishing anywhere but C. It's got a couple of interesting mechanics. They have tweaked it and tuned it a little bit from Dragonflight, but I'm not convinced that it does anything particularly special this time round. If it didn't have the ability to allow you to fish up Dark Moon cards, I think it'd be D. So it's entirely balanced on Dark Moon cards being worth something. Otherwise,
I never really noticed that meme, but yeah, you're kind of right. Which
Algari Weaver
I don't know, for a
line.
video where he's describing things for people, that might be a good thing.
Just to justify its position at sea. Tailors make an item called Algari Weaver line. It's a special fishing line for your fishing rod, and you can loot perception and skill boosts for your fishing. It's just going to be a 20-hour grind to get them all, but once you've got them all, you'll be able to fish everywhere. I don't know. It's pretty mid-tier, I think. We're going to leave it.
Let's see here. Trashes, thank you for the gifted
quick
sub.
Ad break for 2 minutes, boys and girls. The wife's just come to say hi. I'll be back in 2.
Sick.
I interrupt this tier list to bring you a message from our sponsor. Hey!
That's the best kind of sponsor.
The War Within is now finished, or as finished as it will be for the purpose of launch. This is going to give you a little bit of
we're watching this content. I'm going to let his ad play.
Every single crafting profession.
It's
and
the
even
least we can do for using his content for free.
Into the War Within. Knowledge points,
it's Tuesday, isn't it?
Gains, leveling guides, the whole shebang. This is about what is it now? A 360
an egg watching an egg. Okay, dude, my hairline is not that
think of to
far
give
back.
You information
Okay.
about for all of the different professions going into the War Within. The conclusion of probably about 400 hours of testing. This is available to my gold goblins over on Patreon, and I personally am pretty proud of it, so I thought I'd bring you the opportunity to have a copy of this yourselves. There's a link in the description down below. Check it out if you are interested, and thank you to all of my
Why do I
existing
have that?
patrons,
Dude, that must be
thank you
B-May.
to anybody that considers becoming one today. Back to the tier list. Peace.
Back to the tier list.
We're good. We're good. I was trying to justify fishing being anything
That's gotta
better
be
than
B-May.
C, wasn't I? And I don't think I can. I think fishing is going to have to be a C.
Damn.
We've got our first gathering profession.
Let's go.
Ooh, this is where it starts to get interesting, you know. This is our first
I'll have
gathering
mining on my
profession,
warrior.
herbalism.
We need to get to mining. Hey mods, who wants to ban someone?
For those who have
Anyone got their ban hammer ready?
Herbalism and mining.
Who's gonna beat me to it? Oh, there you go.
And in turn skinning. 'cause
I
of
always
course
like
that is a
giving my
gathering
mods the
profession. We'll
chance
get
to
that
ban
in a
someone
minute.
first.
They have undergone some significant changes
Before
to
I
the
do it.
quality of the materials you pick up. In Dragonflight, you could very quickly pick up quality 3 materials, and you'd
10 whole
mostly pick up
viewers.
quality 3 materials. basically meaning that
I'm gonna
the value
I'm
of
gonna brag a little bit.
super
It's
mega
my
fast.
first day
I don't
doing
think that's going to happen
multi-streaming to
anywhere near
YouTube,
as fast in the War Within.
and I didn't
think you're
advertise
gonna
it
have
at
to
all
spend weeks and weeks
until
and
I went
weeks
live
of
with it.
consistent gathering
And I already
before
have
you
more
are
than 10
getting
viewers on
any
there.
reasonable amount of quality 3 materials, which means if you
I have
stick
25,
with
which
it,
is kind of surprising
you
for
are
day
gonna
one.
make money.
No
I
advertising
think
it
you are
whatsoever.
gonna have a lot of success with
testing it.
gathering this time. It is absolutely A tier.
Ooh.
Question is does it get priority
Got that
over
herb.
blacksmithing?
Thank
which
you,
is
Nux. I
making
appreciate it.
people's best in slot mythic weapons potentially.
Possibly Sakazam,
You
yeah.
craft somebody their best in slot mythic weapon, and you are likely to be able to charge them.
That's fine, Hokkaido.
You know,
As long as I'm
either
on
you're gonna
somewhere,
get a really
that's what
handsome
matters.
Tip, or resource procs alone on expensive alloys is going to make you pretty rich. That said, though, gathering. I have a suspicion that gathering is going to be a big money maker. Big money.
I know a
huge,
certain
and if
gold
you do it
maker in this
enough,
community that's
you
going
have
double
a big enough
gather.
clientele. If you're on a big enough server,
Appreciate
tips can really rack
you
up
subscribing, man.
quickly. But farming work
the goal is
orders,
to get to 1,000.
It's hard work, isn't it? Farming work orders. Spamming
Here, let me
trade-
pause this for a second. The goal is to get to 1,000 and get 3,000 watch hours on YouTube, because that's when I can start making ad revenue on there.
chat, dealing with people consistently. There has to be something to be said for the relaxed nature of flying around picking up herbs and ore. And at the same time, those quality 3 materials are going to be expensive, and I think they're going to be expensive for a while. I'm pretty convinced that herbalism and mining are going to be really good. I think I'm going to wombo combo this. Herbalism gets top spot though.
Should I make my warrior just a
Herbalism
gathering
gets top
guy?
spot, I think, and that is only because if we throw mining in the mix here as well, to be fair. Herbalism and mining are very comparable.
Bam.
But I do think that herbalism edges it outside of mining. Herbalism is going to be slightly better.
I'm 5.
Simply because
I'm 5 years old, chat.
alchemy, right? The alchemists out there are going to have such a strong demand for the quality 3 herbs.
Shut up, devil boy.
For such a long time. Without going into too much detail, people are not going to be guaranteeing quality 3 potions and flasks.
What's up, K-Bizzle?
For, in some cases, months. This is going to put such a heavy requirement on quality 3 herbs, it's ridiculous. So, considering alchemy is
I feel like
S-tier,
herbalism alchemy is
has to
always
be pretty
such a
close
powerful
behind
combo.
it. Of
But I mean, so is mining blacksmithing
herbalism
here.
supplies alchemists. Alchemists can't make money if there's no herbs knocking about. But if you are selling shovels in a gold rush, you are going to make
But
a
yeah,
packet.
devil
Mining,
boy, you
on the
caught
other
me, man.
hand, you only have 3 different types of ore, and then you have null stones. Jewel crafters are probably not going to be prospecting null stones, meaning null stones are mostly going to be used alongside blasphemites or things like meta gems, and for sockets on gear. You're going to find probably rarer materials with mining. I think null stones will be more expensive, but you'll end up being able to sell so many herbs. You'll be able to sell so many herbs.
Many.
I'm pretty safe in saying that I think herbalism edges it out above mining for me. Herbs is also less annoying than mining. You're talking about the dynamite nodes. People hate those nodes. I haven't got footage of this to hand, but there's a mining node that's wrapped with dynamite, and it's incredibly annoying to try and mine the damn thing, because if you stand in the wrong spot, it blows you up.
Ooh, rip.
Yeah, the easy mines, yeah, which are definitely not easy.
I need to figure out what professions to go on my tunes for War Within with early access coming up in a few days.
Expansion goes live. Okay.
I think I have mine
Right.
nailed down.
Next on our list, we have good old Inscription. Good old Inscription. Inscription is terrible.
Oh.
It's actually terrible. Poor Inscription. Inscription has had everything stripped from it.
Can they just add captures
Inscription
to
doesn't do glyphs.
mining nodes and herbs?
Inscription, it doesn't do glyphs. It's
That would be
like
great.
its entire. No Dark Moon cards. You don't craft Dark Moon cards. It's not even going to be super profitable at the
Dude, if they could figure out some sort of mini game, right, that could fuck with bots for gathering professions, it might make it more annoying, but would it be worth it if they could get rid of bots? I'm pretty sure they could figure out how to do the mini game either way, but man, if they could do that, that'd be so good.
I think. Inscription.
I think they could make a mini game that kind of works that way. That's a good
A lot
idea.
of the profit sucked from it, in my opinion. Let's take just to try and, put some. Just to try and
I've never thought about that. They could probably gamify a captcha.
Inscription, see what it actually does have. Just to see if there's anything lurking in the shadows. Inks, 2 inks this time. Milling, ink making, and in turn reagent crafting. You might see some value from, mostly because it's laborious, and unless you specialize into it, you're bad at it. So you'll be selling these materials to other scribes quite comfortably. But there's potentially some gold being like just a good miller and a good ink crafter. We don't make Dark Moon cards. Instead, we are going to take Dark Moon cards, mix them with an ink to make a different version of a Dark Moon card. You take 2 Dark Moon cards and turn it into
Are the Dark Moon decks going to be any good?
Meaning that you can kind of shuffle Dark Moon cards to the right decks.
Is there going to be anyone that wants that?
Not really going to be great for gold making, I don't think, unfortunately. We don't make the decks, but we do take the decks and we smush them into optional crafting reagents.
Do you guys take the decks?
These land on BIS lists, all of a sudden Inscription's S tier. But I'm not convinced these are going to sit on BIS lists. I think most people have said that the Dark Moon cards are pretty mid tier. As sort of trinket powers.
Unfortunate.
Of course, putting them on a sigil, making it an optional reagent, means you can put the ability on any one of your pieces of gear, but it is going to take one of your 2 embellished slots. So we need the sims before we know if they're going to be profitable. Contracts with account-wide stuff. With contracts,
I thought I made that pretty obvious, Devil Boy.
25 inks to make a contract. I think they've deliberately tried to make these expensive. You're only going to use 1 contract at a time, and of course they're warband wide this time, meaning that you're probably not going to sell as many contracts as you would previously.
I feel like these will do pretty well early expansion when people are trying to like grind that shit out.
I do worry that they've made them so expensive that people might not bother though.
Any way to support you on YouTube other than likes and watching? Not right now.
With warbands, you are only going to be grinding.
Let me pause the video. Not right now, Nike. The best way to support is to subscribe to the channel, watch it, lurk it, etc. When I get to 3,000 total watched hours and 1,000 subscribers, I believe I can start making ad revenue on YouTube, and that would be pretty good. I can start doing memberships, I think, at 500 subscribers, which is like Twitch subscribing. So those are kind of the milestones right now. Honestly, I'm just doing it for more exposure, not necessarily for like ad revenue or whatever, just because YouTube's algorithm is way better at finding content for users and sending it to them. That's the big thing, is just hopefully getting more people into the community. What's up, Twants over on YouTube?
So,
good to see you, man.
Outside of season 1,
appreciate it, K Bizzle.
Probably not going to sell many of these. So there's not going to be much gold to be had from contracts, I don't believe. Missives, yeah, you'll sell them. You'll sell them all day long. But they're usually, once again, going to be pretty cheap.
Appreciate it, B.
And when there's not many other
YouTube does have
options,
decent content funneling.
it's
Yep.
going to be super competitive, I think.
I've added my sub, so one more for that hill to climb. I appreciate it, Fezzik.
So maybe there's some
Thank you guys.
short-term
Thank you
profits to be
everyone
had in
over on
Inscription.
YouTube.
You make the books. Books are going to be big business season 1. You'll harvest tips, small tips. If you can get some, obviously you are limited to public orders, but if you can get,
You guys ever
build,
harvest tips?
craft your books for all of the crafters in your guild, there'll be a steady supply of business there for sure. Stack your resourcefulness, harvest some freebies off the orders.
Bonus at the moment is no ads.
Runes.
Hey, there you go.
Steady, consistent seller, but it's a one item.
28 watching on YouTube
These are always
without
super competitive.
any you know, advertising on like Twitter or whatever.
I'm worried about Inscription.
I'm pretty
worried
happy
all
with
of the
that.
fun has been stripped from it.
I thought I'd have like, you know,
I'm pretty
5 to
convinced that
10,
all the fun
right?
has been stripped.
So
No glyphs.
it's doing pretty
no
good for day
fancy
one.
Cosmetic-y stuff. Unfortunately, sorry Inscription. If you're a long-time scribe out there, I feel sorry for you. Inscription is not looking good, not by my perspective anyway. There'll be gold to be made, just not much.
Yeah, you have to really like that profession.
Let's look at jewel crafting. A personal favourite of mine.
My paladin
I
has
kind
jewel
of have
crafting.
I have to warn you, I'm a little bit biased when it comes to jewel crafting, because it's a favourite of mine. I think jewel crafting's good. I don't know if jewel crafting is as good as it has been though. Jewel crafting is kind of like 4 professions in one. Oh, it's definitely got a lot of options. You can go the prospecting route. You can go the actual.
Yeah, you can get YouTube Premium
route.
for no ads.
You can go the
That's true
the ring and the necklace route if that so happens to work. There's 3 super defined routes. Plus, of course, you've also got like a bunch of profession tools that jewel crafting can make. Also,
Thank you, Shadow.
jewel crafting does have a lot of options. Jewel crafting also makes the vials for alchemy, so you kind of can't lose as a jewel crafter. The question is, it's A tier, by the way.
Fezzik, that's how I started out.
Absolutely,
it was just me and my friends.
The question is it better or is it worse than blacksmithing? It's situational for me. If you do work orders, if you enjoy work orders, and if you're on a server where there's an awful lot of work orders to be had, blacksmithing's going to make you buckets of gold because you're going to be crafting plate gear and you're going to be selling weapons to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Jewel crafting, though, allows you to play on the region-wide auction house a lot more. The margins are smaller, but you can sell an awful lot more.
Is that your wallet? Or you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
Mr. Norton, thank you very much for the sub, by the way. I appreciate it. Anything that supplies the S tier professions automatically just works. Yeah, it has to be. Because it's region wide, I think it pushes blacksmithing out. I think it sits above blacksmithing. I think it sits above blacksmithing.
My DK will have blacksmithing and my paladin has jewel crafting.
Prospecting is going to be super lucrative if you heavily spec into it and know the numbers.
Okay.
Prospecting's a maths game, and if you're good at maths, you'll win.
Hey, I know how to do math.
Everything you're selling is on the region-wide auction house, so you sell everything instantly. Boom, out the door.
I'm somewhat of a mathematician myself.
Because there is a bit of randomness with public orders, with crafting gear, but when you're crafting people's two-handed weapons,
you know how to do meth?
Good.
Nice.
Still very good. What do I mean when I say it's a maths game? It's all about knowing the prospecting rates.
Florida man
With
knows meth.
Prospecting, you
That's my
kind
racial
of have
bonus.
to know that if I buy this much ore, you have to know before you prospect it what you're going to get. That's the real trick with prospecting. If you have enough data to understand that if I buy 1,000 ore, I should get these gems and these materials, which will be worth this. So then it's simple maths. It's like, well, what does this cost? And what
Unless
does
you have
this
like
make
really
me?
bad
As long
RNG.
as this number's bigger than this number, you win. And you can just keep doing it.
Yep.
repeatedly keep doing it until there's no profit left. I've always loved jewel crafting because of prospecting. Over the years, it has made me tens of millions of gold quite easily. But anyway, let's move on because I don't want this tier list to end up being 3 hours long. Leatherworking.
Oh wow, this was a 52-minute video.
It's basically 2 professions.
Holy shit.
Because of course it makes all the mail gear and it makes all the leather gear.
Tier lists are such good videos, man.
Armor kits is also potentially going to be big.
I agree. This one's in depth.
It's a prime candidate for altar armies as well, just because how many different spec builds
just leatherworking
drive towards initially. Leatherworking is a prime candidate for alt armies. Not to mention, the intermediate materials have been made a little bit easier. So in terms of gold making, early days, you focus on making the intermediates for leatherworking. There's a lot of opportunity there. Ooh,
oh god, the bath salts
some
meme.
Controversy in the chat. Some people are saying S, while some people are saying C tier.
Ooh.
Heavily work order orientated, and because hides are going to be easier to make, they might be less gold. There is logic there. I'm going to say leatherworking's a high B. I don't think it pushes itself into A tier, just because I definitely think that blacksmithing and jewel crafting are better. Blacksmithing, making weapons alone, just like it has got so much potential.
I'm gonna keep the video running for you guys. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick.
I think it's high B. I think it's top tier. I think it pushes out engineering for sure, because engineering's a one-trick pony. Let's just have a quick sanity check with leatherworking. One thing I would say about leatherworking is that yes, it is very, very work order focused.
Walk with the earth, mother.
Armor kits, good business. Drums, potentially. You're never going to make huge amount of gold off drums, but you can sell them in just disgusting quantities. And then there's lots of gear that could be good. Yeah, leatherworking's a bit difficult because it could be really good or it could be dead. It's entirely balanced on whether it sits on people's BIS lists. This though, this is value. Leatherworking also makes an awful lot of the profession equipment. When you're looking at the top tier profession equipment, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different pieces of profession gear. Yeah, okay. Leatherworking doesn't have much flavor. It doesn't have much fun. But I do think leatherworking is just solid. If it's just solid and maybe not incredible, it has to be B tier, doesn't it, really? It has to be. Because it's got the armor kits and it's got the profession tools, in my opinion, puts it above blacksmithing. Do I think it's better than blacksmithing because of that?
We're back.
Blacksmithing also makes a bunch of profession tools, though. No, I'm happy with it being a high B. It's pretty mid-tier, honestly. It's pretty middle of the run, I think, leatherworking. It doesn't do anything super special, but it's only going to take 1 or 2 pieces of crafted gear to hit a BIS list for it to do really well for players, I think. Which if you're happy to do work orders, I think you'll be fine.
Yeah, Kinesia, that sounds like fun.
Let's look at skinning then. The last gathering profession. Now,
we get skinning and tailoring left.
Considering this is where leatherworking is, you have to then consider that skinning is the profession that provides leatherworking with its materials. There is one other thing. There's one other thing about skinning, in that it is absolutely a prime candidate for alt armies. Now, I don't know how much value I want to put on that. It's got really good long-term value. The elusive creature baits.
I don't know what I would make.
Elusive creature baiting.
That I
is
play.
Going to mean you're going to need to be level 80 on your
skinning.
skinner. But
YouTube's further ahead? Wow.
We saw a good few times in Dragonflight that those rare materials just for some reason go to the moon. Whenever a crafted item used one of those rare skinning materials, the price went crazy, and if you had a bunch of skinners ready to take advantage of that, you were making mad money.
Probably.
So it's situational again.
Tier list. This is early.
Yeah.
It's
Specifically with professions,
situational
we don't know
again.
what's going to make the tier list.
Do we
Are we gonna have
think
another
it's
element
A
of
tier?
layer type thing?
Yeah, true.
It's better than leatherworking, which is odd considering it supplies leatherworking with its materials, but because it can stand on its own 2 feet and it's going to be a good candidate for alt armies, I think skinning is probably A tier. The question is where in the run is it? Where in the run is it? Is it better than blacksmithing? Is skinning going to be better than blacksmithing? 2x4 farm for skinning will kill skinning.
I think
It might.
if I play survival,
It might.
which is a contender for
I
like
don't think it's better than either dual
one of my
crafting or
later alts,
blacksmithing for,
I might make
for
it
profitability.
leatherworking
It's really
skinning.
good for alt armies.
I don't know.
But it's a small potential each and every day. It's a guaranteed basic universal income with your skinning. Plus, there's a little thing with skinning called sharpen
He's making
your
decisions
knife,
like he's naming a
which
child.
allows you to stack it up to 3 times once you've specced into it. What it will basically allow you to do is log in, kill 3 mobs, and loot 3 rare hides, which it only emphasizes the alt army-ness of it. I think it goes above blacksmithing. You know?
Damn.
I'm going to go out on a limb and put it above blacksmithing. Just
Skinning
because
strong.
it's going to be consistent. It's going to be consistent all the way through.
Yep.
Blacksmithing is going to rely on crafted gear sitting on BIS lists, and it's going to rely on work orders, which is a bit of randomness. Skinning, you're going to log in and you're going to make money. You're going to log in, spend 5 minutes, make some money, log out. I think in that regard, skinning is going to be pretty good. Tailoring. The last one, the final one.
This is what my mage will have.
Where do we think tailoring goes? Tailoring has...
Probably tailoring
undergone-
enchanting.
Tailoring has been the hardest profession to test. Tailoring's been really difficult to test for many reasons. It was basically broken for most of the beta.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
It makes bags.
Bags are always good.
Something new with tailoring that a lot of people may not be aware of, and it's that tailors are the only people who gather cloth. The only people that gather cloth. Miners get a little...
Wait, what? Like, cloth isn't just like a random drop anymore?
Nope, only for tailors.
Oh. I didn't know that.
little bit of it. But
Lots of people
tailors
think it's gonna be
predominantly,
reverted.
you have to be a tailor to find cloth out in the open world.
No. Well, she's not here.
Which should, in theory, mean the cloth ends up being a lot more valuable than what it ever has been. Let's look at tailoring real quick. I'm thinking here. I'm thinking here, but it's very possibly going to be S tier. It's very possibly going to be S tier. I don't think it's better than alchemy. Tailoring, I think, is very possibly going to be S tier, and I'm going to try and justify that now. Let's look at tailoring real fast. So tailoring has... One, it has unraveling. Unraveling is a bit of a mystery in and of itself to most people, and choosing to become good at unraveling is an entire spec you could go in to
Wait, so what's
deep
unraveling?
detail with by itself. You take the basic...
Just
cloth, which as
threads.
we've already said, can only be acquired by tailors. You take this basic cloth and you unravel it into spools, and then those spools are then made into things like your bolts. So there's an entire market, an entire industry.
I kind of like that cloth is for tailors only, like it dropping,
which has a lot of potential.
Well, the biggest thing that they've made a change in
bolts,
all
cooldown,
professions
alt army,
is that the materials that are gathered are going to be worth more money now.
Again. It was profitable throughout the entire Dragonflight to have this on alts. Log in, craft a few stuff, log out, sell it.
Level 1,
come
level
back
2,
3
level
days
3
later, do the same
there's
again.
actually going to be some distinction.
There's a lot of potential there. Of course, the same as blacksmiths, the same as leather workers, you're making the cloth gear. Mages, warlocks, priests. Gotta be some good money to be had here, even if you go the work
like you make
route.
the cloth gear, you make the bags.
You're then simultaneously making optional crafting reagents. You're making the embellishments. You also are making enchants.
Yeah, there's a lot going on with tailoring.
Sorry, the finishing reagents. You are making enchants in terms of spell threads. Tailoring has a little bit of everything. It's going to be really hard to not make a bunch of gold with tailoring. Not to mention, tailors also make a bunch of profession gear. It has everything.
I feel like tailoring is probably like the best crafting,
it has a little bit of everything.
like item,
it provides so many
not
people.
consumable.
And this is before I've even spoke about
profession.
bags.
You know what I mean?
It allows many tailors to go in many different routes, and all of them are going to be able to make money.
This has to be like
bags. Every
alchemy
single
level.
profession now has its
not
own
as good as
unique
alchemy, but maybe like S tier, high
bit
A.
of a bonus. So the herbalism one here, the cooldown on your overload. Sorry, the mining one. The cooldown of your overload is reduced when mining. There is a cooldown of that sharpen your knife, that skinning ability I mentioned a minute ago. Tailors produce these bags, and who remembers hex weave bags all the way from back in Warlords of Draenor? And who is still selling those hex weave bags today? You know why they sell? Because they're purple. It's really stupid, but purple bags seem to be best sellers forever. So I not only think that tailors are going to see the advantage
it's purple,
of
so
these
it
crafted
wins.
bags
That's how it
short term,
works.
I think they're also going to see the advantage of these literally many years into the future as well.
Bags this expansion, so
it's going to take you an awful long time to get them. As a tailor, you might
but
need to
not as
level
good
a
as
few
purple,
tailors
'cause
to get
purple
them.
means better.
But purple bags always win. Yeah, I'm pretty safe in saying, boys and girls, tailoring is S. It doesn't beat alchemy, unfortunately.
Yeah, there it is.
The reason it doesn't beat alchemy is because alchemy is player power all day long, and it always has been. Alchemy's always been like crazy good. You keep up to date with your alchemist, you will always print gold. It's a license to print gold if you know what you're doing with it. So there we go.
Man, I need an alchemist.
There we go, boys and girls. That is my
I like
tier
printing
list
gold.
for the professions going into the War Within. Agree with me? Disagree with me? Leave your comments down below. I will have a little bit of a look.
I've thought about
through
making
them,
a
and I'll
bear
delete any I
druid
disagree with,
alt,
and I'll favorite any that I agree
because it's
with. No,
like
of course I
bear's
wouldn't
supposed to be
do that.
pretty
That would be
good.
mean.
Plus,
That'd
it's
be gross.
supposed to be really
Leave
easy,
your
like bear
comments
always
all the
is.
same. If you enjoyed
So
this
maybe
video,
I could
give it a thumbs
have
up.
that be my
if you are new around here, consider
herbalism alchemy
subscribing.
guy.
Thank you all to Team YouTube
my bear
and
is
Team
the
Twitch
tailor.
as we have recorded
Really?
this live. Come check us out on the live streams
I'm
if
gonna
you
go
wish.
alchemy and
But yeah,
tailoring are
have a
the two
wonderful
that I'm gonna
War
be
Within, and I'll
focusing
see you
on.
all next time, boys and girls.
Early
Have a good
on, I
one.
think I told you this
Peace.
yesterday, I'm going to be gathering.
Yeah. All right. What else do we have here? I thought I saw Tettles did another video on dungeons. Yeah, top 5 DPS mistakes in M+. We're not gonna watch that, but that'd be pretty funny. See how many I make. The dungeons right now. What can we do in early access? You can level characters, level professions, like see the story if that's something that interests you. You can start working on reputations, I believe, start working on all the things that aren't like specifically end game related. You can do in early access. Did you watch The Church I sent you? I haven't watched that one yet. No. Was this why is it? There we go. Is this from your phone? Okay. Took that today. Oh wow, look at that. Dude, that's cool. Whenever I make it big in streaming, guys, this is the streamer house. Do you think they have good Wi-Fi there?
They have great Wi-Fi there, actually.
Oh. Speaking from first-hand experience?
Yep. And
Nice.
I'm probably not going to be able to afford that house, no matter how big you get.
I don't know, man. I could probably get like 5 of those. The pews are not comfy. How much do you think the Catholic Church is selling those for? Infinity dollars. Pamela Van Wyck, thank you so much for subscribing over on YouTube. Thank you, thank you. Dude, that's really cool though. I like that a lot. Let's see. We could check out the dungeons so far.
The things that were actually buy. With all dungeons being available to beta test for a couple months now, I wanted to take some time to kind of talk about all the dungeons and what you should be expecting to see inside of them. This is going to be more of like a vibe check style video as opposed to like, all right, these are the mechanics of the dungeon. Get ready for that type video.
Yeah, that beard's looking pretty good.
Like, talking about how my experience has been and like how I felt about the dungeons in general. First thing, and I kind of talked about this a few weeks ago in one of my videos, is that I don't think that there's any large trash pulls in any singular dungeon. I think that Necrotic Wake maybe has the largest trash pull count of all the dungeons. Whenever Necrotic Wake is a big pull dungeon, I think that in general pack sizes and pull sizes are going to be fairly low. I also think that one of the other things that probably has to be addressed as well
on the beard, man.
is the change to stops and M+. So now stops will allow the mobs to recast their abilities. This is a situation where a lot of the dungeons got a decent amount harder due to that, and I think that it created a situation where the coordination check for making sure that you press your stops and not overlapping that with an interrupt has become a lot more tricky. I think that a dungeon like Grim Batol is the dungeon that is probably impacted the most by this stops will no longer stop a cast of an ability phenomenon, to where that dungeon is significantly harder now because of that. And then obviously there are other spots like Mysterious Scythe and stuff like that that have changed a little bit with it, but in general Grim Batol is definitely the one that is the most impacted. But I do think on average this makes all the dungeons just straight across the board a decent amount harder. I also think on average, kind of looking at just the dungeons straight across the board, survivability is going to be a bigger check than
what the fuck is the stop? Am I old? So he's probably referring to like mostly AoE stops, things like you know, DHs with their sigils, you know, shockwave, like just anything that can stop a cast that's not a kick is usually referred to as a stop. So like stunning something, or you know, silencing, fear. Kicks still work the exact same way. Nothing changed with kicks.
Than DPS. I do think that there are some dungeons that a DPS check is kind of relevant, like Mists of Tyrna Scythe, but on average, it's going to be more
I've
about
noticed it a
survivability,
lot
making sure that
in
you're able to keep your group
Dragonflight.
alive. Tanks have a larger burden to be able to
It was
keep
mostly
themselves
referring
alive
to
this
like
season.
AoE stops.
I actually think that HPS throughput is going to be something that is a really common rhetoric, especially among some of the bosses that they've designed. I kind of talked about trash design with some of the big pull stuff, but in terms of just trash design as a whole, we're kind of keeping similar course to what we had in Dragonflight. The mobs are designed very similarly, where each and every single mob has a couple of abilities, and typically these are high impact abilities. Very rarely do you have a bunch of mobs that
This is like one of the few
medium
big
to low
pulls you
impact.
get
There's very
in
few pad
season 1.
mobs in any section of dungeons. There's also not really any big pull dungeons the entire season, like I was saying earlier. In terms of boss design I think has come a long way, and I think that there's actually a few bosses that are actually very interesting from an M+ perspective. Personally, I'm not like in love with M+ bosses just in general. They are obviously there to kind of break up the monotony. I personally find the most fun in M+ to be doing a lot of like large trash pulls and innovating the pulls as opposed to doing bosses with a few mechanics. But I think that they made a lot of the bosses in the War Within dungeons more interesting with some of the mechanics that they have been adding to the dungeons. Let's take a chance to look at the War Within dungeons and then take a look at the returning dungeons in a little bit. First and foremost, let's look at Arakara. Arakara thematically is a pretty cool zone. It's supposed to be like a Nerubian palace where there's a bunch of
Spooky spider
and
dungeon.
things that are going on in there. In terms of like trash and mob design, the first area has a lot of casters. There are mobs that are pretty kick heavy. Otherwise, you're going to get feared on one of the mini bosses. Alternatively, there's going to just be like a large amount of pulsing AoE if you don't get other mobs kicked.
It's the crab
on top
dungeon.
of that, I think that the big thematic thing in the first area is that there's like a large heal check a couple of times.
Oh, that actually looks like a
forcing the
crab
healer
though.
to make sure that they're really prepared for a few key moments of this. The first boss is
Wait,
also kind of
does he have arachnophobia mode
the heal
on?
check on that boss
That's a
is
crab.
fairly high. It is a 3-boss instance, so it should in theory be relatively short, which is nice. I think that that's something that's pretty positive. I'm not in love with the trash design in like the second to third boss area. I think the second boss area in particular, they have these mobs called haulers, and they stun you and they put an AoE DR on the mobs surrounding them. This is like an M+ player's like worst nightmare mob, right? It's a mob that puts an AoE DR aura to the mobs around it and stuns you for doing the mechanic correctly. Like that to me seems just like it's in opposition of like how the M+ players want to play the dungeon. In general, though, I don't think that Arakara is too bad. I think that in terms of like how fun the bosses are, I think the bosses are actually relatively good. They've been
what do you call them?
improving over the past couple
Haulers?
weeks as well. And I think that while the trash can get a little bit better, I think this is going to be a pretty
How do I
particularly
skip
difficult
all
dungeon.
haulers?
Next up, City of Threads. I actually think that City of Threads is a great dungeon, bar one major issue.
Okay.
So I think that the boss design in City of Threads is very interesting. I think that trash is actually quite well designed,
All right, Gilroy.
particularly in like the last area. I think it probably has some of the best trash design of any of the War Within dungeons, with
Nice,
how big
Vay.
you can pull and like what the mobs are doing and like how it feels to actively play around the mechanics. But there's a couple of things that I really
Have a
don't
good
like
one,
about
Gilroy.
City of Threads. First and foremost, there is multiple minutes of RP in the middle of the dungeon, and that to me I think feels like you're sitting in traffic. Is the best way to describe it, where you end up running around and you do this like Eye of the Queen mini game, and then you have to wait on the mini boss for like a minute 15 seconds to be able to activate 2 webs worth of RP. And that to me just like, you guys remember like Halls of Valor, how people would complain about RP hell in Halls of Valor?
Yeah.
Kind of similar vibe to that, where
Oh,
there's a
no.
lot of running around, and it's like a 5-minute span where you're just like, all you're doing is like running around and like killing like 3 packs of mobs.
You know what everyone
And
universally
that to me I think is like pretty bad. I do think the rest of the dungeon is
RP
actually quite
and
cool.
Mythic Plus
There is like an interesting engineering buff that you get in there. There's like these 4
Universally,
Nerubian
everyone
queens
hates- I don't
that if you
understand why
activate the
people hate.
engineering buff in there, you're able to get
It
15%
seems like
damage and
such
15%
a
healing for 25
easy
seconds.
slam dunk change too.
It's pretty impactful. I think you're going to end up pulling the first area around this buff just in general, and getting a large portion of your count from the first area. I will say the only other like major criticism that I have towards the dungeon is for some reason the trash at the end, just a lot of it doesn't give count, and I don't know if it's a bug or if it's intentional, but
Oh, it's
not a fan.
It's not a 12. It's a 10.
Next up, we got everybody's favorite, the Dawnbreaker.
The
Woo,
Dawnbreaker.
boat. I think the Dawnbreaker has a couple of key problems. Is what I would say about the Dawnbreaker. First and foremost, I think it's very challenging to tell what you're supposed to be doing and where you're supposed to be going whenever you're playing the Dawnbreaker. After you kill the first boss, you're supposed to fly around in the city, killing mini bosses to deactivate a debuff that's on the second boss of the dungeon. The downside is that Blizzard doesn't do a great job of explaining where you're supposed to go and what you're supposed to be doing. There are these pillars of light that are like safe spots that are near each and every single mini boss you're supposed to get. And there's like this mini map that has the mini bosses on them as well. But your mini map will also like show you the boss whenever the boss is patrolling around, so you don't always know exactly what you're supposed to be doing. So instead, you're supposed to read like the say chat text of the mobs to like really understand what's supposed to be going on, and that's something I feel like is a bit weird.
You got to key in on the say chat.
I just don't think it ever really makes sense like what you're supposed to actively be doing at any given moment as a player.
So it just needs a bit more direction.
Does this thing where they like typically will put you in like a whole W dungeon, and this is like a lot more open dungeon, which in general in concept I think I like. But it's hard to tell as a new player if you haven't done the dungeon or hadn't had a few reps on it, like what you're supposed to be doing.
I also enjoy
Additionally,
whole
the
W
Dawnbreaker,
dungeons.
and I'm going to kind of talk about this with Necrotic Wake as well, is kind of buggy. There's a few key abilities that just don't
Not sure
really
that's
work
exactly
on top
what
of the
he was
Dawnbreaker.
saying,
I've heard
but
rumors about things like Vengeful
I enjoy
Retreat,
whole W.
Blink not working on the Dawnbreaker. I've tried to rescue people sometimes on the Dawnbreaker, and I will fly straight through the boat and fly straight to my death, because it's like kind of buggy because of like how it's moving in the air. I've also had a couple of spots where the Dawnbreaker, just the boat itself, wasn't there whenever I would like walk up to the boat, and so there was like some weird desync where we basically had to abandon the run because the Dawnbreaker wasn't there. So there's like a couple of weird bugs. Hopefully those get fixed. Blizzard has had issues in the past where there's like floating terrain, and like battling on top of floating terrain is a bit strange.
Did you miss something?
And so like
no,
it might not get fixed, but I'm kind of hoping that it does. In terms of difficulty, I think this is one of the more challenging dungeons, but once you get a few reps in here, I think it becomes a bit more rewarding. I think it can be pretty fun,
dude,
especially
look at that.
Once you start to have a plan about what you're supposed to be doing in the dungeon. But especially early on, especially whenever you're going in blind, this dungeon is going to farm you, and it's very, very challenging. I feel like it's I don't even know if it's necessarily overtuned, but it's very punishing in just how it operates. So the last of the War Within exclusive dungeons is the Stone Vault. The Stone Vault is kind of a dungeon that's grown on me a little bit. I do think that it's a bit unfortunate that Curse Dispel is more or less required in there. There are a lot of curses in this dungeon, and they are high impact curses. Like they do a lot of damage to your group. There's also kind of an interesting profession buff in here as well, which is available to dwarves, blacksmiths, and warriors. Okay, I couldn't remember what the third thing was. And warriors, where it gives you 10% versatility for 10 minutes, and that's pretty valuable. I think that the bosses in this dungeon are designed like raid encounters, and this is kind of a common.
Let me pause this to read this comment. What do you think about all the M+ dungeon stops? Don't stop the cast anymore, so need to call out kicks now. One thing I've been kind of critical about these new dungeons is how prominent interrupts are and how insanely important they are, even on like mid-level keys, to the point where like if your group's just not kicking, you don't win. And anything that requires more coordination, in my opinion, hurts the pug community, and the pug community, I assume, I don't have any data to back this up, but one would assume there's way more people pugging than there are in like coordinated Discord groups. I think they want to hurt the pug community. Maybe. I don't know why they would want to do that, but it's possible. But yeah, it's definitely something that's gonna hurt the pug community quite a bit. For fun. There was a time where Pug M+ always had to get Discord info. I think that drives a lot of people away, though, because people don't want to do that. I know back when I was pugging keys, if the group required Discord, I would be like, all right, peace.
Trend where there's a lot of mechanics on some of the bosses, and it makes them really high volatility sometimes. I think of like the machinist.
We'll just have to see how it plays out.
You have to kick
it might be fine.
Mini boss. You have to like move around the room rather quickly. You also have to know that waves are going to be coming and dodging these boxes. I also think that you also have to run to like a safe spot of the vent. And I think that those bosses are, while they're interesting, I think that they are maybe a bit challenging for your average M+ player. I do question as to whether or not that's going to be something that, you know, your average M+ player is going to really be struggling with, because that movement, and Blizzard like kind of hammered this a lot, there's a lot of movement intensive M+ bosses. But in general, Stone Vault's just going to be like kind of your whole W dungeon. There's not really too much in terms of innovation that you're going to do. I think that in general, you can only skip like 1 or 2 trash packs in total, so there's not really a ton that you're even able to skip. So this is going to be like your standard plug and play dungeon where there's no routing discrepancies. There's not a lot going on. I think that the cool part about this is like how you're going to be pulling some of these trash packs, and like the pulls that you're able to do and the pulls that are like realistically possible. That's going to be the big thing with how Stone Vault functions.
Big positioning.
Okay, so first,
fight for sure.
Dungeons, I'm talking about Grim Batol, because Grim Batol is a dungeon from Cataclysm, and it has the most changes. To people who have played Cataclysm Classic or played Cataclysm whenever it was current, the bombing run is still in effect. Now, the bombing run has changed a little bit. First off, it's a lot shorter. Secondly, it's a lot, you know, like higher impact. Basically, you're just trying to kill some of the trash mobs that are there. There are a couple of specific packs that you're supposed to be killing. Things with like overseers and whatnot are supposed to be, you know, the most important mobs that are in the dungeons. I think that
kill overseers.
With Grim Batol, I think the amount of tank damage and some of the trash mechanics are what is severely holding this dungeon back. I think that the trash is just, by and large, a bit too hard. Where you have things like these mobs that will ascend and do like an insane amount of AoE. There's also like these overseer mobs at the beginning of the dungeon that do a tank buster and they enrage the entire trash pack. There's a bunch of mobs that have just insane tank busters here. There are warlocks that put this heal absorb on you. That's a curse dispel that you really want to be able to decurse it off of yourself as well. I think in general the trash design in here is the part that was lacking, and it's kind of unfortunate because whenever Grim Batol initially launched, it was a dungeon that the trash design I think was some of the best, but then with the change to not being able to actually stop and the mobs end up recasting whenever you stop them, it just made this dungeon go from like a 6 in terms of trash difficulty to like a 9. And so I think that that's one of those things that maybe if they tone back the difficulty,
you got a lot of time to get out of those.
Better, but as it currently stands, it's not exactly the most fun thing to do. The bosses in here are more or less fine. They're not great. Like I'm not in love with all of the bosses, but I think the bosses in here like serve their purpose, right? None of them are bad bosses that you're going to be complaining about. The last boss of the dungeon is, I would be surprised if it doesn't get changes, is how I would describe it. You basically get put in tentacle hell, and probably there's too many tentacles that spawn.
Some people might like tentacle hell, though.
Is just a little bit too fast on that boss. So I suspect that this might be a boss that has a couple of changes to it before launch, or a couple of changes to it like right after launch, whenever people really start to discover what the last boss is. But in general, I think the boss design is okay. I'm really just not in love with like the trash design as a whole. Okay, so the final 3 dungeons, we have Mists, Returning Dungeon, Necrotic Wake, Returning Dungeon, Stone Vault, Returning Dungeon. I'm going to talk about Mists first. Mist got the most changes out of these returning dungeons, where Mist of Tyrannus Scythe now has a few different mobs that are in the maze that were no longer there. The first area up to the first boss is largely the same if you played it in the past. The maze now has these mobs called Defenders, where they had Defenders in the past, but now the Defenders ability is a little bit different. Defenders now do a tank buster ability called Anima Slash, and they also have this ability where every single mob that you pull gives the Defender 3% stacking damage, to where Blizzard really de-incentivizes you to be able to like pull through walls in the maze. You can still pull through walls in the maze, but if you're going to do it, your tank is likely to die to Anima Slashes, because the percentage modifier that's on the Anima Slash,
they don't want maze cheating,
will basically just end up killing your tank. It's like a very dangerous magic damage tank buster. There's also the Defender, but then there's the other mob, I don't remember the name.
Idea, Sakazim.
And basically do an Expel cast, which will knock players back. It'll like charge them and knock them back, and it also drops this large blue puddle on the ground. You've seen a lot of people complaining about that.
It says slash, so I'd assume
so Blizzard did really
it's
kind of
melee.
go out of their way to try to make the maze,
but I don't know.
I would say less fun. I think that the mechanic of Mist of Tyrannus Scythe that was already the least amount of fun was the maze, and so Blizzard, I think, intentionally went out of their way to make the mechanic harder, to where you weren't like chain pulling and like using pets through the wall, because they thought it was like breaking the dungeon. But I think for me, that was the only way that dungeon was like a lot more tolerable, was, you know, utilizing these things to be able to pull through walls and make the dungeon more interesting. And so I think
they could make it fervent, so you can't do
whenever
that.
They reworked some of the mobs that were in the maze. Mistcaller, about the same. The in trash area, the only difference is a Staghorn got a new ability. It's called Acid Rain, Acid Volley, something like that, where every so often say 20 some odd seconds, 25 seconds maybe, the Staghorns will do an AoE effect to where
I remember these pulls were kind of fun.
20% increased nature damage, and it can stack. And so this is a pull limiter style effect where basically you're not able to like mass pull the end of the dungeon anymore, which is probably the coolest part of the dungeon. Just mass pulling the end of Mist was some of the best points. So I think that's a little bit unfortunate in terms of like, you know, what was fun about Mist of Tyrannicide. I think that they removed some of the things that were actually fun about the dungeon, and I think that they kept some of the things that were a little bit unfortunate and less fun about the dungeon. Last boss, you know, got a couple of changes, but I don't think that they're too big. Basically the mind games always goes on a tank, and then, you know, there's now a circle, which I'm not in love with the circle mechanic, but I think it's tolerable. Wake is probably the same dungeon as you remember it.
I think they're just trying to make people like have
can you kill a Marth,
fewer and fewer like
giga
pulls
with all of your weapons. There are still weapons in the dungeon where, you know, I think that they removed the hammers. Now the spears give it plus percentage.
Like you still occasionally can do it, like this one right here.
Themselves. The shields are more usable. The Animaspheres still silence people. The golems are now gone. In general, I think this is one of my favorite dungeons that they're bringing back for this season, and I don't think it's necessarily the most fun thing ever, but I think in terms of like big pull dungeons and being able to really flex your rotation and do a lot of AoE, and also just in general terms of difficulty, I think that this dungeon feels a lot more satisfying than the other dungeons. I think it's kind of a combination of we've played the dungeon before, plus it's just like slightly easier, and it has a fairly lenient timer, which all of those things in conjunction with one another make Necrotic Wake a bit of an easier challenge and a bit of an easier ask for players. I do still think that, similar to Dawnbreaker, the bugs that are in the Necropolis that are still present to this day from when Necrotic Wake were current are kind of unacceptable. I hope that they get fixed before launch. Basically, you can't use like Breath of Eons. There's a bunch of other abilities that don't work inside of the Necropolis. Like you can't force the nature trees. There's like a bunch of other lizard abilities that you just can't press in there.
What?
I think that all of that stuff not working in the Necropolis has got to be fixed before launch. Last dungeon, Siege of Borealis. I think that this dungeon is a dungeon that the timer is fairly lenient, but the mobs are not. And for those reasons, I don't think that this dungeon is particularly fun. You end up getting Alliance side Borealis, which makes the first, I don't know, 10 minutes of your dungeon absolute hell, because Black Tar Bombers and Irontide Raiders are the dominant mobs that were inside of Alliance side Borealis.
Horde was always the better version of this.
A very unforgiving mob with how much damage it's doing to your group, while at the same point getting gripped in over and over again by Irontide Raiders is not a very fun mechanic. I think in general, Siege of Borealis struggled from this issue where the trash design wasn't very fun, and I don't think that Blizzard did anything to curb the trash design being fun. They did make a couple of good changes to the dungeon, particularly the second boss not doing an intermission on a timer, instead doing an intermission on percentage HP, I think is better. Vic Goth not spawning infinite tentacles and having this weird shit where you would have an 8-minute end boss fight, also a great change. The spotters now can no longer damage friendly targets, which I think is also a great change. So it's probably the best version of Siege of Borealis that we've ever played, but I don't think it's like a very fun dungeon, and so whenever I zone into it, I don't think it's like particularly great. So that kind of leads me to talking about just how I'm enjoying the dungeons. I don't think this is the greatest dungeon pool that they've ever made. I'm going to be very frank with you, but I do think that I have fun whenever I'm actively playing the dungeons. And I think that that's something that's probably the most important thing.
That's good to hear.
I think that I can always be critical about the dungeon pool or about dungeon mechanics that I don't find particularly good. But then whenever I sit back and ask myself, am I having fun playing the dungeons? Is it going to be something that's going to be fun to play on launch? I think that this is going to be a yes, right? Like, I think that you're going to be able to have fun playing the dungeons and stuff like that. And if one or two dungeon mechanics is probably going to stop you from playing M+,
Icy Hots, it has been a while. How you doing?
Want to do M+ in the first place, so like you probably shouldn't. You shouldn't force yourself to do it. I do think that they could come up with better dungeon pools with larger trash pools and better designed trash. I think that that's something that they need to be looking at in the future. I would also highly encourage them looking at just in general complexity of trash mobs, and I think that something that they did in the middle.
Something I noticed there.
Looking at
that mechanic overlap, where these orbs come in, but you also have these swirlies. I feel like that's a kind of nuts mechanic overlap. I don't know if you can get them all.
I think that that's something that they need to be looking at in the future.
Yeah, I know, that's the affix.
Them looking at just in general complexity of trash
mobs.
This
is an interesting overlap.
Something that they did in the middle of
that doesn't exist with the
stop
okay, yeah, true. Yeah, fair enough.
Like normative to where every stop counted as an interrupt versus the mobs. I think that that was a great change, and I think that them walking that back just makes all of the dungeons just as a whole harder. In a kind of a situation where players are already kind of upset about the dungeons being too hard as a whole. But yeah, that's kind of how I've been feeling about the dungeons on the War Within beta so far. In the next couple of weeks, I'm going to create a video talking about everything you need to know about the dungeons and everything you need to know about the affixes, 2 separate videos. I'm also going to be uploading daily M+ video content after the expansion launches. So if you kind of enjoy that kind of thing, make sure you stay tuned, make sure you like and subscribe, and I will see you guys in the next video. Goodbye.
Yeah, I'm on YouTube now. Today is my first day multi-streaming cruise. All right, let's see. Let's see, should we...
You eating lunch yet?
I haven't, no. What's this?
Welcome to the quick
Cinder Brew Meadery Guide? I don't know if I want to watch that after just watching a video on all the dungeons. Bit of a PSA, do not delete characters. It can bug out and delete the character in the number 1 slot, and character restoration is down. Oh my god, that's a bad bug. That's not a good one. Let's see, what else do we have going on here? We got a delve video from Mr. GM that we could watch. I'm actually super interested in delves.
Hello there and welcome back to another video. Today we're going to talk about delves and everything you need to know about delves, how they work, the features, the rewards, a few little tips and tricks here and there. Just everything you need to know about this brand new system which is coming in the War Within
you guys
expansion.
wiped on 4 Horsemen?
Before we jump into
on
all
hardcore?
of that, guys, I do want to shout out my Twitch, twitch.tv/MrGM. If you want to see me stream World of Warcraft, War Within, and more, I'm over on twitch.tv/MrGM. Every single day. Right, so
That's
yes,
really tough.
delves are coming in the War Within.
Nice transmog,
Delves
Mr.
are a
GM.
new evergreen feature to the game, designed for players who enjoy outdoor world content and don't do dungeons and raids and things of that nature. Basically,
also, Cruz, thank you
this
for
feature was
the
created for
YouTube
me,
sub, man.
and I'm very much looking forward to it. I've done a ton of testing on the beta and thoroughly enjoy this system. So let's begin with what is a delve. So a delve is instance content which is short form and takes around 5 to 15 minutes to complete. These are designed as a new pillar of World of Warcraft gameplay. Similar to dungeons and raids, you now have delves on top of that. There are no timers on this and there are no restrictions on how many you can do. These are designed for 1 to 5 players with an NPC companion, who we'll talk about in a bit. This system is inspired by things like islands and Torghast and scenarios, and it feels like a solo dungeon at times when you are doing it on your own, obviously. But as mentioned, you can do this with 1 to 5 people. You can do it with 2, 3, whatever.
I liked Visions of
and you have your
N'Zoth
little
a lot.
NPC companion helping you out. And what's cool about this is, as you go through the short form content, there are like respawn
So I know
points,
they can
you know?
they can
So
do
if
this
you
kind of
die,
content right.
You get to jump back to a point in the delve. So you don't have to do a ton of running back, and you can just take as long as you like and just enjoy the content. There's absolutely no pressure to do it super quick and min-max it. It's just a nice casual bit of gameplay that you can just dive in that takes like, 20 minutes at most. Now, delves do come in a variety of difficulties ranging from tier 1 to tier 11.
Workmondo on the
these go
YouTube
to
now.
11.
Appreciate
Now,
it,
to
man.
select your difficulty, all you have to do is go up
Appreciate
to the delve
everyone
in
stopping
the world,
by the
and a
YouTube
drop
stream.
down will appear, giving you a little bit of
Dropping
information
a sub.
about what you can expect from rewards and the level of difficulty and the item level recommended for that tier of difficulty. Now, as of the launch of the War Within, tier 1 to 3 will be available in early access and launch, but once the season begins, you will have access to tier 4 to tier 11. Now, at the start of the season, these will not be unlocked. Unlocking the next tier of difficulty requires you to complete the previous tier with revives remaining. Yep, revives, remember from Torghast? Now, revives aren't as punishing as they are in Torghast. Revives do appear
That's
once
good.
you start doing a tier 4 or higher. You'll have around 5 or so each run. Losing all your revives doesn't end your run, but it does affect your rewards. So you want to try and not die as many times, but you can still get your rewards at the end. They're just not going to be as good. And as mentioned, if you do complete it with revives remaining, you unlock the next tier of difficulty. Now, what's good about this is they do actually unlock it across
We're
all
going to be doing
12
these
of the delves. You don't have to do
during
all
the early
individual
access as
unlocks.
well.
If you've unlocked a tier 5 on one delve, that's going to unlock them across the board, which is super nice. And this is an account-wide unlock as well. A lot of this is account-wide, just to preface, I guess. It's all kind of warband. But yes, there are 12 delves, technically 13, but we'll talk about that in a sec. So the 12 delves are Fungal Folly, Kriegville's Rest, the Earthcrawl Mines, the Dread Pit, the Waterworks, the Mycomancer Cavern, the Nightfall Sanctum, the Sinkhole, the Skittering Breach, the Spiral Weave,
Didn't know there was a delve in Florida.
Abyss, and the Underkeep. Now, these delves are not randomly generated. However, there are 3 different versions of each of these delves. So in total, there's about 36 different varieties of delve here, which is really cool, especially from launch. And these will rotate every single day.
Yeah.
So every day that you go into a specific
Alligators,
delve,
drug dealers?
there'll be a
Alligators,
different version
drug dealers,
ranging from
meth
1 to
zombies,
3. Now,
bath
as
salt
mentioned, there is a
zombies.
13th
Bunch of
delve,
old
and this is called
Karens yelling at you.
Zekvir's Lair. We don't know too much about this as it wasn't tested on beta, but we do know it's more like a Mage Tower-like challenge mode, as opposed to the other delves, which are more like small dungeons of sorts. This delve is unlocked by completing your Delver's Journey, which we'll go into more details in a minute. So let's talk about our Delve Companion. In Season 1 of The War Within, it will be Bran Bronzebeard.
The man.
Now, this is planned to change every season of The War Within and beyond, but as of the recording of this, it is Bran Bronzebeard. Now, Bran will join you on every single
I want to get Illyria
delve. He's super handy if
as
you are playing
my
solo. He'll
delve
also
follower.
join you if you have multiple players. Now, if you want to switch your loadout for Bran, you can do that on the new Delves tab, which also shows your progression through Delves, and you could choose whether you want him to be a DPS or a healer. Now, this can be swapped anytime outside the Delves just using that new tab, but once you're inside the Delves, you can only do it at the Explorers League supply crates, which are just scattered around the delve. Now, Bran does have levels. He has a max level of level 60, and this is account wide. So if you have a level 10 Bran on one character, you will have a level 10 Bran on all your
chat. Imagine if you had to level up Bran Bronzebeard on every single fucking tune you wanted to do delves on. Imagine just how
wouldn't happen.
Imagine how much of a nightmare scenario that would be. Characters, which is
Pretty
super
easy.
nice.
Would never
Now, he
happen.
levels up through doing delves, through doing kills and completion and random items throughout the delve.
Armando,
that
thank you
can
for the,
click. He'll just
YouTube
level
sub.
up all the time as you're progressing through. As he levels, he will unlock
Thank
more
you.
abilities, which is super nice. And if you're in a group, the group leader's brand will be the one that you choose. So make sure you're getting someone who has more of the abilities unlocked.
So happy
Another
that
part of
Blizzard
Brand's
has done all the
customization are
account-wide stuff
churros.
they've done.
So these come in 2 different varieties. These are
It's like a
combat and
contract,
utility.
right? How you have a
Each of these
contract
has
for your
4
entire
ranks, and there are 13 to collect. These are dropped at the end of delves. These are essentially like trinkets of sorts, so you can swap and change these out as you please. Obviously, the rank 4 ones being the best ones, and they're like the epic ones you can get. But it is very cool to have an NPC companion joining you. Definitely really handy if you're not a healing class. He will heal you a lot, and he will also do damage while healing. But of course, if you do just want him to blast, you could just stick him in DPS, and it helps you along the delve. But yeah, very
Just
fun little
blast.
feature, and I'm looking forward to seeing
I'll
what
live on
other
my own.
companions we get in the future. Another important part of delves are bountiful delves. So every
Ooh.
day, a few delves will become bountiful. You'll know a delve is bountiful because the icon on the map changes and the portal will be yellow. When a delve is bountiful, there'll be an extra chest at the end of the delve. Now, this chest will drop the best gear from delves. This will also
The
include
best
extra
gear.
currency. So you want to be doing these bountiful delves as
Oh,
they
you get
come
crests.
up. Once they are completed, they are consumed, so you can't just run endless bountiful delves. So make sure you're doing this on the highest tier that you can possibly do. The gear caps out at 8, so 8 will probably be preferable
See a ring there.
here. But
Oh, it showed for like a quarter of a
highest tier that
second.
you can possibly do. The
I just- okay, there we go. So the ring is champion level 3 out of 8. So I guess you can just get from this delve, at least that he did. I'm sure it's not max difficulty. He got easy champion gear.
Gear caps out at 8, so 8 will probably be preferable here. But to open the chest at the end of these Bountiful Delves, you will require a key. This is a restored coffer key. You're going to get a ton of these in the War Within. Now, these are rewarded mostly from weekly activities, but are also farmed through the World Soul Memory event, which is a new event in Kaz Algar. I do have a video on that, so I'll link down below if you do want to check that out. These also do come from some of the renown rewards of the new War Within Renowns,
which I feel like most people will be able to do.
From a vendor, if you are far enough on your Delver's Journey. So let's talk about the Delver's Journey. So the Delver's Journey is a seasonal progression for Delves. This bar is viewable on your Delve tab. This bar is progressed mainly through a weekly quest that you obtain, but also you do gain Delver's Journey from completing Delves. Now on this bar are various rewards at different points, including toys, purchasable Delve keys, resonance crystals, the option to purchase adventurer catch-up gear from a vendor, which is super nice, and various customizations for the Delve mount, which is the Delver's Dirigible. So this is a new customizable
I'm getting
mount,
everything for
which
this.
will be available very early on in the max level campaign, so it's very likely you're going to be getting this during early access and definitely during launch.
I'm going to do everything. I'm going to get every achievement, every transmog, everything you can possibly do with Delves. I'm doing
unlocked through Delves, so you can either buy them through a vendor or you can unlock them through the Delver's Journey. There's no RNG in regards to unlocks here, which is super nice, so we don't have the problem we did with manuscripts, and it's just a really, really nice looking mount, and it does look like something we are going to continue to customize as we go through the seasons.
That's what I'm hoping
there are tons
for.
Of different
like every season will have new
which are not
stuff.
Available on this mount as of season 1, but have been added to the model. There is also a special void version of this for season 1 for completing Zekthir's lair on your own, which looks really, really cool actually. So let's talk about the most important part of Delves, rewards. Why are we doing
I'm not like switching it, it's just more things for me to do.
Rewards are purchased at the Delver's headquarters in Dornagol. The Delve currency is called Undercoin. This is a currency you're going to get quite a lot of, and this drops exclusively inside Delves. This is warbound transferable as well, so if you do have various amounts of Undercoin, you can transfer them around your character with no tax on that, so that is a one-to-one transfer. With this currency, you can buy toys, customizations for the Delve mount, the Warbound Adventurer catch-up gear as mentioned, and restored coffer keys if your Delver's Journey has progressed. But also inside the Delves, there's a chance of cosmetic items dropping, like silly hats and bag pieces, and all sorts of things.
Chat, who doesn't want a mushroom head hat?
Ellie.
I want everyone to see my mushroom head hat. Where I'm all about silly hats, yeah.
Like that, which of course will all be discovered once the expansion launches.
Silly hats are the real end game.
Cosmetics and toys which do drop from Delves, but that is all cosmetic stuff. Let's talk about gear. Gear from Delves. Yes, this is going to be a very important gearing path for a certain type of player. That player is me. And of course, the gear that drops at the end of a Delve will get progressively better with every tier of difficulty. And this caps out at tier 8. There is 11 tiers. 9, 10, and 11 are essentially just cosmetic and achievement tiers. So yeah, you can just choose to do those if you want.
Mogs are the true end game. That's right.
Advantage from doing those tiers. Now, every Delve does have a chance of gear dropping at the end, and it is listed on the UI, which is super nice. And as mentioned, Bountiful Delves do drop better gear if you do have a restored coffer key. One very exciting thing about Delves as well is that they've been added to the Great Vault. Now, this can be progressed by doing any type of Delve, so it doesn't have to be bountiful.
Yeah, I think Delves take off similar to how M+ did. I think it's not going to take off as much because you can't get like literal bis from it like you can with Vault gear out of M+. But I think a lot of people are still going to do it because of the reason that you said. Like, there is definitely a market for older gamers with more adult responsibilities that can't just sit down at their computer and play for hours on end. So like,
boomer.
Yeah, I'm not referring to myself, buddy. Who like they have kids, you know, whatever, just like actual adult responsibilities, who can like jump into a Delve, play for 15 minutes, jump out, do whatever they gotta do. Once that's done, jump back in, play another 15 minutes. It's perfect for that kind of player with that schedule. Also, good job, Pyrie. That was definitely clickbait.
And of course, the rewards will scale all the way up to tier 8. So if you're doing a bunch of tier 8s in a week, you will have various different vault options at the end of the reset. Now, the gear and trinkets and rings and things like that that do come from the...
And also the delves are part of the world row of the vault. So you get vault rewards for doing delves. They got rid of the PvP track on the vault.
Great Vault are just items from delves. There is also a chance it can drop the current season's tier set, which is super nice.
That's
but
pretty
if you
cool.
do get a delve specific item, it will be at a much higher item level. The highest item level you can get from delves is around about mid heroic raid as of season 1. Of course, that might change
Wife
over time.
and
But obviously,
girlfriend.
the different crests you get from delves will
Interesting
pretty much
life.
get you to mid heroic. If you're doing Mythic Plus or raiding on top of that, you can go even higher by upgrading the gear. So it's definitely a very, very good source of gearing, and definitely the highest gear level that someone who plays solo will ever be able to get in World of Warcraft.
Yep.
So
Good they can get rid of PvP as far as I'm concerned. They actually did one better for PvP. PvP players got lucky. PvP now has like fully deterministic loot. You get conquest points, and then you spend your conquest points on gear. That's it. No RNG. No hoping for a good vault reward. No nothing. You just get the points, spend the points, get the gear you want, done. That's how I wish everything was, but I know that's a controversial opinion.
So finally, let's talk about achievements in Delves. There are a ton of achievements for Delves. It even has its own section with a War Within section. So Blizzard are definitely going hard on this.
Look at all those achievements I'm going to get.
This an
Look at all that.
feature that we'll see in future
Hey, no.
expansions. But yes, there are
It's
a
never
ton
gonna
of
happen.
different
Oh, I know.
achievements, including a new meta
I
achievement.
can
which
want
does
things,
reward
though, that
the
I know I'm never
Ivory
gonna get.
Goliathus.
I
Now,
want
do
$1
have a
billion.
full video on this achievement
I
guide,
know
so
I'm
if
not
you
gonna
do
get
need
it,
some
but I
help with
want it.
that, I do have a video which I'll link in the description. But yes, this is going to keep you extremely busy trying to do all of these achievements inside Delves. So that's it. That is everything you need to know
Not
about
allowed.
Delves. Now, my goal with this video was to make it more evergreen in regards to like not getting too detailed about item levels and things like that. As Delves will be a feature we're going to see progress over future expansions of World of Warcraft. But of course, if there are any major changes to Delves, I'll update a video to that. I would imagine this is going to progress throughout seasons. We're going to get different changes and things like that based off of feedback. But as of right now, the beta version of Delves and the version that's coming in early access and launch, I am quite a big fan of. I think it's probably the best version of like islands and Torghast and scenarios that we've had so far. Very much looking forward to see how this progresses throughout the future of World of Warcraft. So let me know down below, guys, what you think of Delves. Have you played them on the beta? Have you played them on launch or early access?
I have. I like them.
Or even in Season 1. Let me know down below what the general consensus is. It'll be funny if in a couple months everyone hates them and I've gone ahead and said, yeah, they're great. Be funny to see. Anyway, thank you very much, guys. If you like this
turbo
video,
high-end
please do
players
leave a
aren't
like,
going to
comment,
really
subscribe to the
enjoy
channel
them
if
too
you haven't
much,
already.
but
If you want to support
we'll
me
see.
outside of YouTube, I'm also on Patreon and I'm on Twitter.
Maybe they do.
GMYT, and I have a partner Discord channel as well. And
There's
as
just like no
mentioned, I am
reason for
streaming
them,
on
no
Twitch.tv
reward other than the
/MrGM.
mount
If you want to see
for
me
them to
stream
do
World of
it.
Warcraft, War Within Early Access, Launch, Season 1, and beyond, over on Twitch.tv
I mean, the delve still
/MrGM
could be terrible.
every single day.
Yeah.
We really
With
haven't
that,
gotten
guys,
into the high level ones yet.
I'll see you next
What
time.
they can do. But with that being said, they are starting off in a really, really good place.
I think so too. Also, I just noticed something in this video. Shout out to your boy Samicus. Mr. GM follows Samicus right there. You can see him right there.
That's Mantheus' logo right above that.
Yep, that's Mantheus right above that. Yep. I see Fiamma right there. I see Twick. I see Devolore. Damn, he hooed him. Damn.
Over on Twitch.tv /MrGM.
Okay, end of the video. All I wanted to get to honor level 80 so it unlocks the Legion weapon appearance reward I want. So about that, Fezzik, they're doing solo queue RBGs, and they're also adding another battleground in War Within. Like I know this channel, we're mostly focused on PvE stuff, and we don't really talk about PvP that much, but I personally have always liked Battlegrounds more than Arena. It's just that BGs have been kind of put on the back burner for so long. I kind of just stopped doing it. But it definitely seems like they're going to take another shot at like making BGs relevant. So hopefully they succeed, because I've always liked that more. I like objective-based PvP. What are we waiting for? Patch/maintenance? Yeah, it's a 4-hour maintenance today, Twants. Over on Twants is over on YouTube, by the way. That's who I'm talking to. If you guys didn't know yet, I just started multi-streaming to Twitch and YouTube. Be sure to go subscribe over on YouTube if you haven't already. Yeah, ew, Twants, you're gross. Hope it works. BG PvP is fun. Arenas are garbage. Yeah, I've just never really jived with arenas. It's... I don't know. I know this is kind of like a self-report a lot of times, but I really can't stand the amount of CC in Arena. Just getting CC chain is not my idea of fun. I know it happens in Battlegrounds too, but at least there's more people for them to hit instead of just me. Let's see. Glory. Wait, Glory to the Delver achievement guide? Oh, dude, more Delve content, please.
Hello there, and welcome to my Glory of the Delver achievement guide. In this video, we're going to go through everything you need to do for
it's
the Glory
so bad,
of the Delver
it's good.
achievement. Of course, Delves being a brand new feature in the War Within expansion, and with this new feature comes a
video on fishing.
I'll do it. Dude, I should just have like a WoW podcast, but like during the podcast, it's just me fishing. I could do that. Just talk about whatever while I fish.
Some could be done during early access, some could be done on launch, and some even need to wait for Season 1.
Come out of my boat.
We'll go through all of that when we get into it. But in this video, we're going to go through everything you need to know, everything you need to do to get this achievement and the mount reward. But before we jump into that, guys, I do want to shout out the sponsor of this video, and that is boot.dev. Boot.dev is the best way to learn back-end web development from start to finish in Python and Go programming languages. They know that the smartest way to learn code is to make sure you're never bored.
If the streaming thing just doesn't work out for me,
self-paced, and even
I want to
feels
get
like
back into
RPG game. This platform
web design
is
since I've been out of it for so long.
A ton of code because they know that getting your hands on the keyboard and shipping projects is the only way to learn. As I mentioned, it's like an RPG game. You can earn XP, levels, achievements, and even complete quests to get on a top spot of a global leaderboard.
I'm gonna be rank 1.
One of the best parts is they never want you to feel like you're spending money on something that isn't helping. So they offer a 30-day, no questions asked refund policy and a free demo of every course and its interactable features. So click the link in the description box.
Yeah, I haven't done anything like that in over 5 years, so I'd be
25% off your first month or your entire first year if you choose the annual plan.
Yeah, back in my 20s,
thanks
man.
Again to boot.dev for sponsoring this video. Right, so yes, Delves are coming in the War Within. Delves are a brand new endgame pillar of World of Warcraft, which can be done with 1 to 5 players.
It's the back end part.
So this can be a solo endgame activity, which gives a bunch of rewards. They're essentially mini dungeons, which
not
take
much has changed
from,
in
like,
front end.
and islands and things like that, and kind of combines them into this new feature that they've developed. It is quite
and
fun.
I was always more focused on front end, but you can basically make more money.
A ton of dungeons,
if I remember correctly. Like I said, it's been a while.
That I'm looking forward to. So let's talk about the
you can make more money with
achievement. That's
back-end development.
Here. So this is a meta.
What are you doing? We're just watching YouTube videos and hanging out and just killing time because servers are down right now.
All of it can be done solo. So if you are just a solo player, you will be able to do every single achievement on this list, and honestly, some of them might be a lot easier. So let's just dive into it. So the first one is War Within Delves Tier 8. So, this one unfortunately can only be done at the start of Season 1 of The War Within. The reason for this is because the requirement is to complete a Tier 8 delve. Now, delves have difficulties from 1 to 11, but during early access and launch, you will only be able to do Tiers 1 to 3, and then once Season 1 begins, you can start unlocking the new tiers. To unlock the next tier, all you have to do is complete the previous tier without losing your revives. Each tier has a different amount of revives that you can have, similar to like Torghast and things like that. And the good thing here is that once you've unlocked a tier, it unlocks it for all 12 delves. They're not like individual unlocks. Once you've unlocked like Tier 6, that is unlocked across the board in all of the delves. So potentially there'll be a delve that's a lot easier to complete on different tiers. Maybe that'll be the path of least resistance, but the main point of this achievement is just to complete a Tier 8 delve with revives remaining.
Cat wants out.
The next achievement is Delve Lore Master War Within. So as mentioned, there are 12 delves available in the War Within. Now, each of these delves has 3 versions, and this will rotate every single day. So this achievement basically
can't wait for the forum complaints about delves being too hard.
Every delve, which is 36 individual delves. Now, this can be done on Tier 1, so it is going to be super easy.
I don't think that's going to be
extremely time
happening a lot.
So in theory, if you have enough time, you can do this in 3 days, as you just do all 12 every day for 3 days to experience each of the versions. But obviously, this can be done over time, so you do not have to rush it. But you can begin to do this from early access of the War Within. So the next achievement you're going to need is called Leave No Treasure Unfound. So the requirement for this is to find the sturdy chests inside each delve. So each of the delves will have 3 to 5 sturdy chests inside each of them. The goal here is to find them. Now they're not randomly generated, they'll always be in the same position. So what I've done is in the description are all of the coordinates you need to find these chests. Once you enter the delve,
that means there will be a weak ore for it. Let's go.
Installed, just want to type in /tt paste, and then you can copy and paste the
said
coordinates from the
/TT.
description into the text box, and then that'll show them on the map. Now, sometimes you can do this in one run.
Oh, wow,
However,
that one's
some
kind of
delves
hidden
have
well.
different areas accessible depending on the version. So it might take a couple of days of looking. So if you can't get into an area, wait till the next day to see if it's accessible from a different version. Now, this can be done on any tier of delve, so obviously recommend Tier 1 just to make it nice and easy. And to make it even easier, make sure you complete the delve first, because then any annoyances that were popping up during the delve will be gone once the delve has been completed, and you can just easily run back and get all of the sturdy chests a lot easier. And what I'm going to do as well is leave a video down in the description with footage from every single chest from every single delve. This is just going to be a visual helper if you are really struggling to find the chests in the specific delve. I'll chapter it as well, so you should be able to jump around it. I was going to go through it in this video, but honestly, it would be like 40 minutes of going through like, you know, a couple hundred sturdy chests. So yeah, I'm just going to edit it into a video on the second channel, and I'll link that below if you do get stuck. But essentially, just go in, put the coordinates in, and just have a good time and try find these sturdy chests around each delve. There's a lot to find, so this is going to take a long time, but it's doable during early access and beyond. So let's move into some of the more specific achievements on this meta, which are some are
I think
easy,
that one's going to be a pretty easy achievement to
the
get.
achievement I Take Candle. So this says successfully complete a cobalt
Basically
delve
Fezzik.
without exhausting an enchanted candle or air totem on a tier 8 or higher. So this achievement can be done in the Kriegsville's Rest or the Waterworks delves. So the way that this works is that when you enter these delves, you'll pick up a candle or an air totem. Now, when you have these candles or air totems, you'll have a ring around you. Now, every step that you take, this ring gets smaller and smaller, and the goal here is to not let it run out. Now, throughout the delve, you'll see more refreshes and things like that, so make sure you keep it on top of it and don't let your ring run out. If your ring runs out, then you've failed the achievement and you have to start again. Fairly easy to do, really. Just keep an eye on where those refreshes are and just make sure they're not running out.
This one might
and then just complete
take you a
the
couple
delve and
attempts,
you'll
but
get the I Take Candle achievement. The next achievement
should be
is called
fine.
Spider Senses. So this is to complete a Nerubian delve without spawning ambushes from Nerubian webs or taking damage
really
from
easy.
Nerubian eggs on a tier 8 or higher. So this can be done in the Earthcrawl Mines, the Dread Pit, and the Spiral Weave. So with the
Beta's
Nerubian
back
webs,
up.
these are going to be webs on the
I play
floor
some
which will
beta.
spawn ambushes. Do not stand in these webs. If you stand in these webs in a tier 8 or higher, you will fail the achievement. As for the Nerubian eggs, just keep an eye out for those. Don't run into them. Don't get near them. Once again, that'll spawn NPCs that will end up just failing the achievement. So this one's fairly easy. Just avoid the floor. I find the Earthcrawl Mines is probably the best one for this. Just simply avoid the stuff on the floor on a tier 8, complete the delve, and you'll get the Spider Sense achievement. Next up is the Spore Sweeper achievement. This is to successfully complete a Fungarian delve without being hit with explosive spores on a tier 8 or higher. So this can be completed in the Fungal Folly or the Mycomancer Cavern. So inside these
I think
Fungarian
a lot of these
delves
achievements are
spores.
pretty
They're going to be
simple.
floating around, and
It's
as
just
soon
you have
as
to wait
get
for the
anywhere
tier
near
8
them,
or
if they have
higher.
a circle around them, they are going to explode. Now you can walk into them, but you want to get out of there before they explode, because as soon as they explode, they're going to knock you back. It's going to give you damage, and
Yeah.
that's just not what you want, and that's going to fail the achievement. The goal here, just avoid them. Don't even get near them. Just go
Like,
around
honestly,
in
you
circles,
should get
do whatever you
this
can. It does get a
achievement
bit
without even
spicy
really
at times
trying to
'cause
get
there's
it.
a lot of NPCs around. Just keep your wits about you, and you should be able to do this one. It's not really too difficult, but yeah, that's how you get the Spore Sweeper achievement. The next one is just keep swimming. This is to successfully complete a Cobus delve without ever losing your breath in a tier 8 or higher. So this can be completed in the Sinkhole and the Tech Rethan Abyss. So these
I would
are
assume
underwater
you'd never
delves.
wanna
Once you
lose
get
your
into this
breath.
delve, you
That
will
means
be
you die.
underwater, but not really swimming, just kind of moonwalking, kind of floating around and whatnot. It's not too bad. But what you will notice is that your breath will be going down. When you're inside these delves, you want to keep an eye on your breath, and you want to jump into the air pockets that are around. They're big circle things. This can get pretty spicy at times. It definitely gets a little bit annoying, but yeah, just keep an eye on your breath meter at all times. Make it really big with the edit mode. I don't know. Just make sure you're keeping an eye on it and don't let it deplete. I don't know if you could just use an underwater
Can you
breathing
change
potion. I'm
the
not sure if
scale
those
of
work, or
just
an
the
ability
breath
or something
bar?
like that. I've not actually tested that, but worth a try, I guess. But if not, just
I've
don't
never
lose
looked.
all of your breath, or you'll fail the achievement. So just make sure you're not
Yeah,
losing
just be a
breath in the
warlock, I don't know.
underwater delves. The final specific one is Daystormer, so this is to successfully
I haven't
complete
done
an
this
Order
one.
of the Night delve without being targeted by artillery fire in a tier 8 or higher.
Yeah,
So this can
I
be
don't
completed in
recognize
the
this one at
Nightfall
all. I haven't done
Sanctum
this
and
one.
one version of the Skittering Breach, I think. So probably the Nightfall Sanctum is going to be the best one for this. So what happens here is that you'll see purple circles on the floor.
Purple
Don't
circle.
walk into them. Don't get near them. Don't even risk it. Sometimes you can use abilities or extra action buttons to move them away, which is really nice. But sometimes you can't. Sometimes you just got to avoid them. They'll get bigger and smaller and whatnot. But all you got to do here is just complete the delve on a tier 8 or higher without being hit by this circle. As soon as you get hit by that circle, the artillery's coming in. You might be able to run away from it, but most of the time you won't. So it's just not even worth risking it. And that's how you complete the Daystormer achievement. The final achievement
hope
of
you and
Glory
Ellie
of the
are doing
Delver
good.
is Nemesis. So this
We're
is
both
to
doing really
defeat
good today, man.
Zekthir in his lair before the release
We
of
had a busy
Season 2 of
weekend.
Delves. So Zekthir's lair is the 13th delve and will be available in Season 1.
We had a really busy weekend. We had a plan get the subathon up and running, which, by the way, if you guys don't know, we are starting a subathon on Thursday. Lots of prizes, lots of me being stupid, you know, lots of me eating bean boozles, which I'm not looking forward to some of those flavors, honestly. We also have multi-streaming now for Twitch and YouTube, and probably other platforms in the somewhat near future. Is there a separate video for only the hard achievements? Also, were there any hard ones? I don't think so. Maybe this 13th delve guy?
Of the War
13th
Within. To
difficulty?
unlock this delve, you will need to complete
Delve
the
guy?
Delver's Journey bar.
Yeah,
this
it
is
was a
done
busy
by doing
weekend, man.
weekly quests and just completing higher tier delves. It's like a battle pass bar for delves, essentially. We don't know too much about this as it's not been testable on the beta. However, we do know that it's more of like a Mage Tower challenge, as it is just a one boss delve. Now, the Nemesis achievement specifically does not mention that it's solo. There is another one which is solo. However, this one for the Glory of the Delver achievement can be done in a group. So if you have a friend who's really good at the game, or 4 friends, they can help you out with this if you like. But you can do it solo if you like. But
I'd want to do it solo, just
be a lot easier with friends. So
just
have a
to
look on
say
the
that I
group finder and
did.
things like that. And once all that's done, you'll complete the Glory of the Delver achievement and get the
Okay, so the 13th difficulty delve is, I assume, required for this mount.
Ivory Goliath.
If you want to get
This is one of
the glory
new
mount for
Nerubian
delves.
Skyriding mounts. It's not the greatest looking mount in the world for me personally, but if you're into this kind of Nerubian style, then it definitely is.
Yeah,
a
I'll never
very,
use the
very
mount,
cool
but
Skyriding
I want to have
mount.
it.
So, is it worth the effort? Perhaps not, but the journey is quite fun. I had a really good time doing this achievement. You're also going to get the title Seeker of Loot when you finish the Leave No Treasure Unfound achievement. So yeah, a little bonus title to throw in there as well. So there you go. That is the Glory to the Delver achievement. So yeah, look, you're also going to get the title
I think this mount actually could have been okay. It's just that they chose this like fleshy color. Like, why did they choose this color, man? Like, imagine if it was like, I don't know, like voidy and had like some like void effects on it.
Loot when you finish the Leave No
That's all you
Treasure
had to do.
Unfound achievement. So yeah, a little bonus title to throw in there as well. So there you go. That is the Glory to the Delver achievement guide. As mentioned, it's not too difficult. I think this is going to be doable by a lot of players. It's just a case of keeping your wits about you, not being hit by stuff, and just having a lot of time in your hands to find all those chests.
Yeah, I think these are mostly going to be easy.
Delves. So
just
let me
gotta
know
take the
down
time
below,
to do
guys,
it.
what you think of the Glory to the Delver achievement. Are you going to do it? Are you excited for it? Are you doing it solo or with a group? I'm definitely going to be doing this solo. I've done it solo on the beta as well, which has been super fun. So yeah, guys, thank you very much for watching. If you like this video, please do leave a like on it and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. If you'd like to support me outside of YouTube, I'm also on Patreon and I'm on Twitter at MrGMYT, and I have a partner Discord channel as well, and I'm also streaming on twitch.tv/MrGM. If you want to see me stream World of Warcraft or within launch, early access, beta, pre-patch, all that good stuff, I'm over on twitch.tv/MrGM every single day. And with that, guys,
Every single day.
I'll see you next time.
It's more content, which is huge. Oh yeah. Let's see, you're leveling a rogue to max for the first time in Diablo 4. I've only ever leveled barbarians so far to max. I've played other classes, but I never leveled them to max. All right. Let's see here. Do we wanna play some video games because servers still aren't up yet? Still not up yet. Watch me switch to another game. Servers come up immediately. Video games, you say? Bash Barb is fun as fuck this season. How's its AoE? How's the AoE for it? Because Bash is like a single target ability, right? I don't want to have to like click every individual mob. Okay, it's got good AoE. Okay. How does it? You temper splash damage. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. That could be cool. Man, I'm still gonna play Whirlwind for now, but if I want to switch it up like towards the end of the season, because let's be real, I'm probably not gonna play much Diablo once War Within comes out for a little while anyway. Let's see.
Does it change it on both when you change it at Restream?
Yeah, I can. I don't though, because I want to make some certain tweaks to each one.
Did you see that screenshot I sent you earlier today?
I did, yeah.
Powered by, okay.
It does that on its. I can change that, but that's just like its default. So I'll have to figure out something.
I thought it was the thing from like the tier you're
the
on.
Basic tier, yeah. I'm 54. I haven't played in a while. It's been a little bit. Let's see here. Let me get us some music right now. Just something to go on in the background. Let's play some D&B, man. Okay. Now we blast. Would this be the Diablo 4 game I've heard so much about? It might be. It just might be. If you need the capstones, I can help. I think I still need World Tier 4. Yeah. Yeah, I only have World Tier 3 at the moment. I'm still unlocking these things too. Get Stitter to get you to... I was looking at my... Yeah, I was looking at this before I hopped on. I don't see Stitter online. Because that's what I was going to do. Because he asked earlier. I tried Bash last season for a bit. Wasn't too bad. Oh, Smork, are you a Path of Exile enjoyer? Are you a PoE enjoyer? I've literally never put like more than one day into Path of Exile. So I got onto beta. Oh, were you waiting for me to hop on beta? It says there's some boots here I haven't looked at. Oh. All right, so let's go do the thing. We're gonna do oh, that's kind of cool. It's showing that blue line on the map. Let's go do this. PoE is a lot to learn, and I didn't start when it was new, so it seems overwhelming. Tried once and decided I'll just wait till PoE 2 and start day one with everyone else. Definitely want to try PoE 2 when it comes out. If it comes out at a good time, like not at the beginning of a WoW season or something. Like if PoE 2 releases and we're like 3-4 months into a WoW season, like then that'll be a good time to try it. For me anyway. Go ahead and port. Oh, okay, yeah, I can just do that. Dude, look at that Mog, though. Holy shit, that looks awesome. Oh my god. Waiting for Power Wash 2. I actually hopped on there the other day. There's content I could get for it, but you have to buy it. Like, there's a bunch of DLCs and whatnot for it that adds more content to clear. I'm getting carried right now by Gnome Stomper. You should get Crime Scene Cleaner. There was also another game that I got the other day. It was called this isn't the name of it, but it's close enough. It was like Tavern Keeper Sim or something like that. It was only like $10. Tavern Sim, yeah. Dude, it feels like they're not doing that much damage to me. Even though I'm pretty undergeared for doing tier 4 shit. I got it. You keep going. Don't jinx yourself. I think I'll be okay. I was kind of letting some things hit me there, and they weren't really hurting that much. Ooh, what's this? Oh. Look at that. Just yoinking all this gold along the way. Give me that gold. Gold's actually like super important in this game now. Is it like Tapper? I don't know what that is. You could be dating yourself there. I don't know. Because if you do that too much, it'll just like slow yourself down by a lot. And plus, it's not really worth it to take the time to sell those. Like if there's some legendaries, that's worth selling, taking the time to do that. But just yellow gear, nah, not really. You'll spend too much time going back and forth between vendors to progress. It would be the equivalent of like trying to make gold in WoW by just vendoring green gear. Like, yeah, you make money from it, but it's not a lot. All right, we gotta collect more animus. Where's my animus? I do that in WoW. I am a greedy bastard. What haven't we cleared yet? Oh, there we go. You got it. Dude, his Sork has so much more movement speed than I do right now. I'm running. Doing a capstone rush? Yeah, basically. This will put me into tier 4. Already killed him. Look at that. Let's take a look at these. Take a look. Honestly, I'll wear those for now. Take that. Take that. Rob, I am having a terrible no good day. Can I do something very nice for you? Sure. It's awesome. You can do something nice for me if it'll make you feel better. You can do something nice for me whenever you want, man. When farming an old raid and the bags are full, I look for the cheapest things to drop, or I open a mailbox and mail all the non-soulbound items to an alt. I actually never really loot stuff when I do transmog stuff because it all just gets mailed to me anyway. So did that unlock world tier 4? So I'd probably have to go here. and then see if we can crank it to tier 4. Do I want a tier 7 Infernal Horde? Yeah, sure. Is that the new mechanic of the season? Oh yeah, I'll probably die. Yeah, okay. We got tier 4 now. Ah. Yeah, he's party lead. He has to do it. Sick. Thank you, dude. He doesn't need to survive it. He just needs to get the currency. If you manage to live, it's Giga XP. Let's see how long I can live. If anything touches you, you're dead. Oh, don't you know? I never die.
What will it be? Came apart nicely.
Give me 1 second. You're dead no matter what in there? Dude, what if I'm just like insane though? And I'm like Neo. I'm just dodging bullets. Oh shit. Oh. Okay, okay. We're still living. We're still... No, fuck. That's longer than I thought I would live, honestly. I never die. All right, easy there, Samicus. This was a game bug. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Need to use your stuns? Oh, I have no stuns in this build. This is just whirlwind for days build. When this guy gets leveled up and he gets the right gear, we won't need a stun. To be fair, this isn't a warrior. This is a barbarian. It's not the same thing. It's totally the same thing. Worth mentioning, don't release. Okay. Oh my god, instant. Didn't even get a chance to dodge. Carry me to victory, gentlemen. Big dudes using big swords. I do like playing big dudes with big swords. Are we doing some D4? Yeah, right now I'm getting carried through a I think he said a tier 7 horde. Yeah, tier 7. So you're saying like even if someone comes to res me, I shouldn't take it? I thought we were talking about the revives at checkpoint. Oh, I didn't realize it's 9 waves. Oh, the one I did wasn't 9. I guess if you reach a certain level, you just get more waves. Or maybe that was just the tutorial one that I did, was only 6 waves. I'm gonna summon in my boys. It actually is decent XP. I'm watching that bar go. Abandoned ship. I don't even know what I got hit by. It's probably one of those red sparks. I'd be down for a fourth. I don't mind more people coming to play. I don't mind that at all. Also, on YouTube, do I need to change the game I'm playing? No, it just says category gaming for YouTube. You don't... I guess you don't pick your game on YouTube streaming.
You do for the video.
For the video? What do you mean?
Like when you make a video, you select that it's a game.
The only thing it's showing me here is category gaming. That's it.
Oh, I know. I'm saying when you record an actual video, that's when you
okay.
select the game. Or upload a video or whatever you want to call it.
Let's see. Can someone join us mid horde? All right. Yep, there you go. And invite to party. That's cool that they made it that way where you can just basically drop in mid-event. That's pretty cool. Ooh. Yes, carry me to victory, friends. Oh god, sorry, back up. I got one shot. I didn't even see a projectile hit me. I'm not even sure what hit me. Spooky sound. Are you talking about that demon in the background? It's literally run for your life until you die. Yeah. I kind of like that, the demon in the background. That laughs at you when you die. It's kind of like, do you remember when you died in BFA and Buon Samdi would laugh at you? I remember when I was on my warrior, he would make fun of me because he was like, all that armor didn't help you, did it? Gather all the things. Ah, no. Dude, instantly dead. I had a guy spawn right on top of me. Hard to run from a thing that spawns on top of you. That blink didn't get you too far, did it? On the mage, yeah. And honestly, it was okay because it's Buon Samdi. Right? He's funny. I wish there was like a spot I could get to where it would be like confirmed nothing's gonna spawn on you. Here, next time when I spawn in, I'm not gonna try and loot these things. The goal will just be just live instead of trying to loot. We're gonna try that next time. Also, is there a tier list on which of these things is better to pick up? Anything to do with Hellborn, okay. Always Hellborn. Okay, my pet's kind of doing the work. Very nice. Dude, there's nothing even around me and I'm getting killed. Also, let's take a look how many people have subbed today over on YouTube. So I made a note of it before we started stream today. I started today's stream with 96 YouTube subs, right? And right now we are sitting at 137. That's 41, chat. That's 41. 41 YouTube subs today. Really appreciate it. Yay, math. Yeah, dude. I can do basic arithmetic. I'm kind of a genius. Yeah, it's been a big day on YouTube. Begin wave 8. I don't even know what hit me. Those guys weren't even like up yet. Oh, you got the butcher. Or at least you play a genius on the internet. I feel like I do the opposite of that. I genuinely feel like I do the opposite of that. Smells like extra secret BLP time. It's gonna happen soon. But yeah, I'm really happy with the way day one has gone with multi-streaming. We didn't run into any like big issues today. What is there to do on WoW while we wait for early access? Transmog, any leveling you wanted to do, but there isn't too much. People were saying you can still do M+ for end of dungeon loot if you want. But yeah, there's not like a whole lot of like end game specific content that you can do, as far as I'm aware. I mean, you can play and start trying to gear your, if you have any remix characters that are finally going to be out of remix prison because remix ended today. You could potentially level those with the pre-patch event. Streamer is playing a game other than WoW. I'm crying and pissing my pants right now. How dare you? It do be like that, doesn't it? He's playing another game even while that game is down. I'm unsubbing and I'm also reporting the stream. Would you still feel that way if the game I was playing was Elden Ring? I feel like you'd be okay with it if it was Elden Ring. No, that's okay. Okay. Elden Ring checks out. All right, time to get one shot. Let's go. Oh, maybe I don't get one shot. Send in the boys. More like stinky Smeldon Ring. Ah, got him. Diablo isn't allowed because Tim is winning. How is Tim winning? He could be losing. There's no DPS meter. I could be winning. You don't know. You have no way to prove it anyway. Oh, damn. I got shot. I guess you could prove that. I have 470 remix tunes coming out of jail today, but I have no intention of playing them in War Within. Feel so guilty. All right. Is this are these chests personal loot? Is to open the right chest. The crafting material one. Yeah, I think since I'm fresh, I want the equipment. Wait, do I want greater equipment or the normal equipment? You open the greater equipment? Okay. Oh. Neebs. Thank you so much for the 3-month Prime, dude. Welcome back. You only get it once. Oh, okay. I see, I see. Oh my god. Look at all this fucking loot, dude. Oh my god, and it's 925? Jesus Christ, dude, you get gear so fast. Also, I've never seen this sword in my life. The third blade. Wait, I have 2 third blades. One of them's lying because one of them is the 4th blade. New sword only drops in hordes. Let me read this. Weapon mastery skills are now also core skills that have no cooldowns but cost fury. Interesting. Their fury costs are reduced by 5 for any additional charges the skill would have had. Interesting. That's good for Bash Barb or Rend. All right, all right. We'll hold on to that. All right, all right. Oh, trade? Would you like to trade? There's another sword that's better with the same icon. Dude, that shit looks cool. Oh, hold on. There we go. Appreciate it. Dude, you get so much gear. You get an insane amount of gear. I'm just equipping 925 shit right now. Wow. They just, I guess if you can have a group of friends carry you through this, it's very fast. Yo, Rylan. Thank you so much for the tier 1 11 months. Welcome back. Yeah, give me 1 second to just keep looting stuff and throw it in the stash so I can just go over it later to see if it's worth a damn or not. Also, so whoever was asking me earlier why I don't stop for like yellow gear to vendor it, this is why. No need. Okay. We'll just pack all that in there. And I will come over to you guys. Let's see. You can get a 600. I don't even know how to say that. You can get 600 Neltharion a run with these, by the way. They're so much more lucrative than the pit. And since pit bosses hit like Mack trucks. What type of lamp? Wait, what? Oh, Swiftar Loves Lamp over on YouTube. Dude, I like a lot of the new items they've made. All right, where do we go? All the Penitent? He likes the lamp kind of lamp. Interesting. Porto me when I say. Okay. We're just waiting on him. Oh, fuck yeah. Look at that sword, dude. Dude, I love this Mog. This is like... It's not even close that this is like the best Battle Pass Mog they've made so far. Don't forget to put your Ash into XP. Oh, can I use more Ash? I didn't even look. Yeah. Boost XP. Yeah, I can do one more Ash thingy. I really like the YouTube layout / stream, but I hate the chat. Yeah, that's the thing. I feel the same way. I feel like YouTube quality in the stream is better, but like the interaction, the chat, etc., that stuff is worse. Be ready to dodge. I'll probably die. Let's see what happens. Okay, I dodged one thing. Oh shit. Those red orbs seemed kind of spooky. Yo, let's go. I lived. I'm alive. Okay, what is that shade totem though? Okay. I'm the best. I didn't die. Pick up all the things. Got the Ramaladni. Good. Unbroken chain. Oh yeah, Rage of Farragut. That's always a good one too. Nerf Rob, he's too strong. Yeah, dude. These bosses can't kill me. Yeah, I've done that one before. I knew what to dodge. Basically, that massive horde of items, I'll go through it off stream and see what's good and what isn't. Are we omnoming yet, or is that tomorrow? I think it's going to be tomorrow. I think we're going to do that tomorrow. Who should I be porting to? Oh, I can't port to anyone, it says. Fine. Goodbye. Damn. She had me in the first half, not gonna lie, chat. Goodbye forever. Whoop. Send in the boys. Ooh. Close call. Like, actually close call. Look at all these goodies. All these goodies for me. You love to see it. All right, let's go dump this in a box. I saw another Ramaladni, which is usually a good sword. I think that's probably enough stash space for now. Yeah. You want Ramalani for Whirlwind? What's Mr. GM tweeting? War Within will be the first WoW expansion to not have cloth drops for every player. Cloth from Kazalgar will only drop for tailors. Yeah. I think that's really cool. Hey Rob, the people who got the early access for War Within, will they be able to start leveling that day? Yep. Dude, thank you for the gold. Yeah, that's like the big point of the early access, is to level your characters, level alts, all that stuff. Maybe like level professions. You kind of get a bit of a head start on that. Ooh. Gimme. Doesn't everyone get to do the same thing, but those that have early access can actually increase their XP? Wait, what?
What I was trying to say is, like, everyone can do the new content, but not everybody is gonna like be able to increase their characters' levels.
I don't think everyone can go into like the new places like Kazalgar.
Oh, see, I thought everyone could. They just could not get like XP for going in there.
Yeah, I think to access any new content, you have to have the expansion. Like, it probably won't even let you go through like a portal over there. Let's go do a different boss, dude. I'm down. I am down. Wherever you guys want to go. Sorry, I had to run and get something. Did he say you can start leveling that day? If you have the early access, you can level starting at 6 p.m. Eastern time on Thursday. The game will be open to you and you can level. I'm gonna do a /who 70 Valdraken and whisper them my 80 achievement. You would. Hangman's Hall? Okay. There's like a portal right next to that. So this is something I actually talked about in the previous season, but these lines that are showing the different colors to different people's waypoints was not there last season, and it's something I wanted, and I'm glad they implemented it. So it might have been better for me to wait to port instead of walking, but here we are. All right, let's do it. Yeah, make her dead. I'm probably going to be made dead. Never mind. I'm actually going to live. Oh. Oh. I saw something that had 3 stars. Oh. That could be kind of good. Oh, you got that? Nice, man. Wait, why is it purple? What does that mean? It's a mythic unique. Okay. Those are just like turbo good uniques. Like your like if the grandfather sword dropped, it would be purple. Okay. Got it. That makes sense. Dude, I feel like this sword's pretty damn good. I'm just gonna throw that on. Is there any slot I don't have something 925 in? I think everything's 925 at least. Okay, yeah. Oh, wait, the mace is not. There, fixed it. I feel like you're pretty damn good. Oh, shucks. Thanks. Oh, dude, it keeps filling it up. You don't even have to, like, tab over to it. That's nice. That's pretty nice. Guys, thanks for carrying my barb, by the way. This has been really awesome. There's so much cool gear I'm gonna have to sift through. But for now, I'm happy that happy to have it. Hey, I have 3 shouts. I'm helping out a little bit. I might be getting carried, but I have group buffs. Oh, shit. Yeah, I would have died there anyway. No shot. Appreciate it. I'm really hoping for that event, or that you know how when you always bring someone new with you, or like not as good with you to something like this, and then they're the ones that always gets like that turbo rare item. I'm really hoping that happens. God, that gear looks so cool, man. They really did a good job with that.
Ugh, you again.
What is that? Oh. When I was leveling my rogue, my buddy carried me through normal Duriel, and the Shaco dropped for me at 56. One more summon, then we could pull him through a 90-ish pit to power him. Yes. Level me. I think we're missing someone. That's okay. Carry me to victory. All right. Phase 2, Revenge of the Phase. Fuck, I was stuck. I couldn't move anywhere. I had the laser on the left and the dude on the right. All right, what do we... Ooh. Look at all these nice things. Dude, I'm getting turbo geared right now. Thanks, guys.
Well,
yeah, Mies, especially you. Big shout out to Mies, putting in a lot of work here. Do you like my Sylvanas transmog, by the way? It's a transmog. I think I'll leave it at that. All those new transmogs that they added to the shop for WoW heroes look great. I got the Varian one, of course, because I like looking like a pile of ash.
Let us consider the cards once more.
Dude, what is this though?
Stirs you, yes?
What the fuck? Dude, why can't we get transmogs like this in World of Warcraft? Oh yeah, here's the
That's a bold choice.
here's the Xalatath one. Oh shit. Obsidian Beast is my favorite barb skin up at the top. This is pretty good. I don't like... There might be too many spikes on it, but yeah, this looks pretty cool. The tattoo's pretty sick, except for the face part. I wish that wasn't tattooed, but this part's awesome. Alright, I'm downloading D4. Yeah, you want to be a necromancer so you can look like Xalatath? Yeah, there you go. You can be Xalatath. Or, if you really wanted to...
Sound selection.
You could do that. Just saying. You could do both. That bow's actually kind of sick. What's up, Godsmack? How you doing, man? Sylvanas sucks. Good job. That's the right answer. I'm a Sylvanas hater. Although I big fan of Xal'atath right now. Not much, bud. Been here a bit, but zoned the fuck out. Huh. Wouldn't let me teleport. Sylvanas 2026 make Azeroth burn again. I mean, we could go back to the OG Azeroth burner, Deathwing. Deathwing, like, cracked the planet open. My goat Deathwing. Yeah, Deathwing did it before it was cool. Dude, that'd be a cool transmog to have. I guess they kind of did. Did you see the Evoker transmog for season 1? That stuff looks a lot like Deathwing. I haven't seen AMOGs. The tier set for Evoker looks really damn good. Server's up in 8 minutes? Maybe. Should be. We don't know, though. It could be extended. I keep forgetting I am not capable of taking this on right now because we are not leveled up yet. Time runners are set free from Mott Prison. Yep. You can actually play your remix tunes now, which is something I was really looking forward to because I gotta get that mage ready. I am not a fan of the Let's Be Buddies part WoW has turned into. I still think they could do a lot of cool, like, faction conflict stuff while not, like, being overtly at war with each other. The example I give is, like, how Game of Thrones was before the war broke out. Like, they were still working against each other, and there were still, like, factions in factions that were working against each other. Like, you could still do it. Wait, where am I supposed to go? Mage? Private Rob, I don't believe I heard you correctly. Oh, you did. I want to have one range character for War Within. And since Mage is like consistently top tier, at least one spec of it, might as well pick Mage, right? It's not the same since they took Slash Spit out. I'm probably dead, yeah. I only have 2270s to pick. Only 22, huh? Maybe I should use the pre-event to level something. You can level up really fast in the events. I'm sure you know that though. It's not the same since Bowl of Fruit. To be honest, if you know, you know. He's shooting me. Dude, that's crazy. Getting straight up death threats. That's kind of nuts. I remember doing that though back in the day. Like doing world PvP with friends and just making some people's lives just miserable because we would just kill them over and over again. Definitely bully behavior. Back in the good old days. Yeah, I wouldn't do that anymore. But back then, oh yeah. Oh, D4, nice. How's the season going? Right now I'm getting powered leveled by a few friends. So far so good. I think the Infernal Horde mechanic is actually pretty cool. And I'm from what I've seen so far, I really like the new items that they made. I'm getting too ballsy right now. While getting power leveled, I'm just running into shit that I shouldn't be running into. Thank you, thank you. Woo-wee! I'm surprised I didn't just get destroyed. Look at him go. Just deleting him. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. It was worse than that, but in BGs, my guild lost an average of 1 to 2 rounds a month. Were you in like one of those major PvP guilds that like queued up into battlegrounds as a raid? Like Ruin? I think Ruin was one of them. Oh, nice. On YouTube as well. I'll pull that up. I'm afraid I'd get banned on YouTube. I mean, you probably wouldn't get banned. You don't really say any crazy things. I've got time for one more thing. Your choice. Oh, I'm good with whatever. I have a ton of gear to go through in my stash, so maybe just whatever gets me more XP. Maintenance extended. Like clockwork, ladies and gentlemen.
This is my shocked face.
Yeah. Wait, Doc Mono says, what the fuck, I'm on right now. Are you on the right version of WoW? Wait, server's up? Yeah, no joke. I just logged in. Servers up. Retail. All right, let's finish this up, and then we'll go in. It's up, but says extended. Weird. Yeah, there was a shitload of named guys back there. It's like as soon as you walk in. Maybe next time I see you on, I can bring my druid. I'd be down. All right, we're gonna chill here while they kill things and get XP. Yeah, there's definitely a ton of people logged in to retail. Yeah, it's up. We're gonna finish this dungeon and then we're gonna swap over. Yeah, it came up exactly at 2 o'clock. Are the affixes only for this week, right? So for Incorporeal Sanguine. I'm not sure. I do know that there's definitely not going to be a M plus vaults coming up. Like, you get the one from the stuff you did last week, but for any dungeons you do this week, you won't get one. Godsmacks, get the fuck off my lawn gaming. Over on YouTube. What's up, man? All right, we got the boss here, and then we'll log over. Yeah, look at you guys go. Doing work. All right. Let's hop over onto WoW. So kind of them to give me a trinket for 3 days. For 3 days use, that means nothing. Sounds about right. Do something nice for someone today. You know what? I'm going to. She doesn't know it yet, but I'm going to. Let's see here. Wishy Woosh, Yosuke, and Tim. I'll tell you another day why today was bad, but this made me feel better. Dude, one thing that can kind of get you a little bit out of a funk is helping other people.
I did not know this, Rob.
What?
The Cybertruck is in Fortnite.
Oh, God. Does it explode if it takes one bullet?
I don't know yet.
You pop one bullet into the door, it just goes flying. All right, we're going in. And let me change my title back too, since we're back in the world of Warcraft. When does World Within Early Access go live? 6 p.m. Eastern Time on Thursday. Let's see. Let's change title for Twitch. What the? It's not finding. There it is. Jesus. It wasn't finding World of Warcraft. There we go. All right. Yeah, I'm definitely going to use my Iridius fragment a ton while leveling. Yeah, huge trinket.
I mean, is there any reason not to just get the gold this week? Don't even take an item, just get
I mean, unless it's like going to help you level faster.
Yeah. I just feel like tokens is probably the best option.
Yeah. Give me 1 sec, chat. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. So are remix tunes supposed to be not remix anymore?
They said that it's going to take some time for them to load in. I did see that on Twitter.
To load in as not remix tunes because it still has the hourglass.
Yeah, they said after you first log in, it starts processing them, and it's going to take a little bit of time to process them regular.
Okay.
So probably like when you transfer a tune between servers, that amount of time. I assume. I have no idea.
Let's see. Rylan said, "Have a wonderful afternoon, Rob, and remember, use your powers for good, not evil." Done. Have a good one, man. So when you log into it, you just get ported to the city. Okay. Does Rob Ward need a hug? He's holding those swords a bit dangerously. Yeah. He's kind of poking himself with it. All right. Interesting. So no vault then. Okay. Wait, I didn't do any of my warrior? That actually makes sense. Never mind. That actually makes sense because warrior's basically fucking done. How'd you forget? I didn't forget. It was just that what am I gonna do, you know? What is my warrior gonna get out of the vault that he doesn't already have? They're not done. That was just a character I didn't play last week because there was nothing to get. This guy will have a vault though. All right, what do we got? Hell yeah, dude.
Time for the kids to come home now, so I will install the other game.
Yep. We're taking tokens. Who could have seen this coming? I don't mind. It's not like the gear would really matter. You got a new chest? Congrats. Congrats, congrats. Four tunes, 2 myth track upgrades. It's pretty good. I will try to load into one of my remix tunes after I get the vault on this guy. And see what happens. Let's see what we got. Got plate belt. That's an upgrade. Got a ring. Don't really care. Ruby whelp shell. Don't care. Let's take the belt. So I got an upgrade on the DK. I'll take it. Whatever. To me, it doesn't really matter either way, because this is all gear that's getting replaced in like a few days. All right, so let's go ahead and oh, one thing I gotta do. What about take the tokens for 3k? You could do that too if you wanted 3,000 gold. 3,000 gold versus like some item. I don't know. It's all the same to me really, because 3,000 gold isn't really much. There's a new video of Chris Metzen on the WoW YouTube channel. Is there really? Warcraft. There is Chris Metzen on the World Soul Saga. A 23-minute video. Did I hear Chris? Yeah, there's a new video of Chris Metzen about the World Soul Saga, posted 12 minutes ago. We're gonna take a look at that in a sec. I just want to see what happens when I log into a remix tune. 23 minutes of Thrall. Let's go. Varian too, but you know, he's dead.
People are experiencing visions of a radiant song all across Azeroth.
Okay.
We have reason to meet me in Silithus. Perhaps Azeroth's speaker can shed some light on what this warning might mean.
What is this? Okay, so when you're done with a remix tune, or when you log into a remix tune, you are 467 item level.
Hail, champion! I bear a high priority.
How much gold do you have?
17 gold.
Oh, so it did not give you the 2,000 like it said it would.
Let's see. Time Runner's Parting Pack. A small supply of gold coins for new recruits. 2,000 gold.
Oh, there you go.
They stole our 32 slot bags? Wait, what do you mean? Change them to 30. That's okay. It's not a big deal.
Should write a letter.
You know what, though? If you think about it, these are the cleanest my bags have ever been. Look at that. This is me with clean bags. It's a Christmas miracle. And probably ever will be. Yeah. You probably have stuff in your mailbox. No mailbox. I don't have any mail. So yeah, that's basically what happens when you log into one of your remix tunes. You click on it, and then it brings you like right in front of Chromie and your faction city, whether it's Orgrimmar or Stormwind. Let's see here. Godsmack, thank you for the 100 bits, man. Appreciate it. So let's go ahead and check out that new video that just dropped from Warcraft with Chris Metzen. The OG. Dude, Godsmack with another 100 biddies. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Are you ready? For the man. This man is Warcraft. He's wearing a Dragonflight shirt, though. Where's the War Within shirt, though, buddy? Shadow Moon dropping 100 biddies. Thank you for all the bits, guys.
Zerglings, you know, morphing into orcs would work, but
I didn't either.
It's been a privilege working on Zergorks.
Hi, I'm
Cinders
Scott Johnson, the host of the World
Hype
of
Train.
Warcraft podcast, The Instance, and today I'm sitting here with Chris Metzen. Chris?
Scott.
He's gotten old. Yeah, that happens to everyone, man.
I'm feeling pretty good. You know, it's a crazy time. We're about to launch The War Within and, you know, really kick off this massive World Soul saga, which is a trip because, you know, I haven't shipped a video game in, you know, 8 or 9 years.
Yeah,
so,
it's been a bit.
It's kind of wild going through this process again and just kind of feeling that anticipation, you know, excited to see what people think and when the product
I
finally
think the
gets into
last one
people's
he shipped was Legion.
It's one of my favorite parts of the whole development process.
Well, let me ask you this question, because you reminded me of how long this has been going. I remember firing up the World of Warcraft OG vanilla World of Warcraft and seeing a trailer that said, celebrating 10 years of Warcraft. And I remember then thinking, you got to be kidding me. That's insane. That's how
Yeah.
long I've been playing these
I remember
games.
that.
And now we're 20 years on top of that, 30 years total. That has to be a little overwhelming, especially given that you were here for most of that, had a bit of a break, now you're back.
QQ, thank you for the 5
weigh on
gifted.
You? Do you feel the heat from the time?
Thank you so much.
How do you feel about how that entire process has gone?
I don't feel kind of heat or like the weight of time.
It's
you know,
not broken.
Relative to expectation.
Like just out of nowhere.
It's really weird, you know, being a little older, a little wiser. Feels like 100 years ago, feels like 5 minutes ago, all at the same time. So when I look at this World Soul Saga, the stuff we're building right now, thankfully there's an immediacy of it all to me. It's just, we live and die by, you know, how good, you know, the things we're sculpting in real time is. Trying to hold it all in your head, the weight of the past, you know, it's kind of beyond me. I can't really wrap my head around like all the history all at once. I mean, there's kids graduating college right now named Jaina and Anduin. It's like, what? I often find it's not all that helpful to overdwell on, you know, in the course of development. You want to keep it focused on what you're doing at the time. So that's how I try and balance it out. One day I'm sure I'll look back and go, wow. Working
It's crazy to
on
think just how
this
much
game
this
again
guy
really
has been
given
a
me
part
more
of my life.
Like an immediate
Like,
sense of
since I was
gratification.
a kid,
It
basically.
just kind of keeps you focused in the moment. And that's generally, you know, where my head is at on a day-to-day basis.
When you mentioned people naming their kids after characters that you created, that you named, and that you developed and saw grow and evolve and everything. Something that's interesting about War Within so far, to me, is we're seeing the gang kind of back together in a much more complete way. So you're seeing Anduin talking to Thrall with Jaina nearby, and Khadgar, my favorite, worst wizard of all time, but I love him. He's there. They're all there.
Yeah.
And what that tells me is that we're in for some
Wait, why is
coming
he bad?
together of a lot of strings, a lot of stuff that has been out there for 20 years that will finally converge
Nice,
in
Eki.
some meaningful ways. Do you want to speak to that a little bit?
I'll break it down. When I came back, you know, I'm like, all right, let's go. World of Warcraft. Like, what do we got?
Let's go.
And they were in, you know, they had already been doing War Within, or what would become, you know, War Within for about 10 months. Well,
wow.
I liked what they were building and thought it was a cool next chapter in WoW. In my head, I'm like, for the 20th anniversary of WoW, like, I want to have a feeling, like whatever the product becomes, I want to have a feeling of pulling all the toys out of the toy box, right? They like older characters, you know, the kind of macro themes that, you know, the series has been about all these years, Titans, Old Gods, Light and Dark. I wanted to feel like the anniversary was capturing, you know, like this kind of mix of all of the core flavors, and ultimately proofing out that there has been this storyline all the way through, that everything kind of converges into this crescendo. And in a very real way, how the War Within was shaping up, they're like, yeah, dude, like there's no way on earth, right? That, you know, that's going to divert the course of Mighty Rivers. There's no way to get that done on top of what we're already in production on. So that begat this idea of a larger saga. I'm like, okay, well, what if we can get there in X number of steps? You know, what if we can build to something just ridiculous, you know, but it might take a couple expansions to do. And somehow, folks, you know, bought in on it. Like, whoa, that's. You know,
I really
wild.
love the
let's
saga
go.
idea.
And so, Taryn Gregory and I, Taryn's our, you know, principal story developer. So we work together every day, and you know, we talk a lot about like we want to involve all these epic characters, but like when they're in the scene, they eat all the oxygen, and they could just go off and solve for X. So it's this balance between including all these mega characters and then finding clever ways to get them out of the way, you know, so that the player has maximum agency and the newer characters we're introducing have space to breathe and live.
It sounds
that's
like
important.
It is almost an advantage to come to something that had already been started. If you'd come to the end of Dragonflight and started from there, that's a little big. It's a bigger buy. It's like, well, wait a minute, where are we going now? We've been flying. Okay, what does that mean? What do we do? And instead, you were presented with some beginnings, and then you got to decide where those beginnings took you.
And vector it a little bit. You know, the trick to, after all these years, you know, creative direction, which even today, I don't know that I could do a thesis on, right? Creative direction is as unique as the person doing it and the chemistry of the team that you're working with. But kind of finding that balance again of having strong ideas and kind of saying like, I want to go this way, right? But the team had already been, you know, kind of constructing this thing. So it's a mix of maximizing kind of the things that they are most passionate about, the ideas that they're kind of dug in on, and finding a way to bend everything towards a singular purpose.
Thank you for the hype train, guys. I really appreciate it.
Ownership.
So when you got up on stage at BlizzCon,
dude, this was a hype moment.
It was pretty magical for players. I can say that for myself and a lot of people that I know.
Yeah.
And a lot of fans of the game saw this as a return to something. And I think we're coming off an excellent expansion in Dragonflight. But you got up and did something that surprised everybody, which was, we're not doing the normal, here comes the next expansion, here are the features, here's the storyline in its basic way. We are going to do a trilogy of essentially
sometimes
games.
You got to do that. Especially as a creative person like
bringing,
Chris.
like tying up some loose ends.
When you get boxed into the same thing for so long, you kind of...
That is 3 parts, at least.
You can kind of lose the magic a little bit.
Setting up really the next 20 years of the game, perhaps. That's very different than what any of you have done up to this point. Mm-hmm. Did that present unique challenges to the way you wanted to create story, the way you wanted your characters to progress, these sorts of things?
Yeah, it created all sorts of complexities. You know, under the hood a little bit, it's interesting in how when I came back on the team, the development process and even the conceptualizing process, you know, like where does the expansion take place? What's
that's
the,
cool
what are the
looking.
main themes? What's the focus?
Tim, I'm not 100%
really
sure.
Become much more democratized, right? And people were, you know, had to kind of find their voice in the balance of all the special teams that comprise the World of Warcraft team. You know, they'd really built the vision of Dragonflight together. So as I came back in, woohoo, and you know, there were folks going like, oh wow, how is this going to change our dynamic? You know, in terms of, you know, being a creative director, like, will we still have a voice? Will we still, you know, have stakes in how this all shapes out? So, like I was saying earlier, kind of learning that again and learning that balance again and coming in as creative director and be like, no, you know, I'm not here to be, you know, hyper prescriptive with everything as I might have been as a younger dude, but like really listening for the team's instincts. Like what are they responding to? What do they want to build? What do the artists want to make? What are they imagining in terms of that pure vision? So on top of that, the complexity of, I mean, I don't think this gives up the ghost on anything. Like, we're building 3 of these at a time. This is, I'll say it. It's
new
insane.
territory,
It's
isn't it?
insane,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
On top of the team, you know,
We've
over a
always
year
known
ago,
they
having
were like
committed
always
to,
a
like,
couple
an 8-week
expansions ahead
cadence.
in
So
terms
these
of
folks
development.
we are moving so fast, you know, and so the difference here is, you know, guys like Taryn and I have to map out where we're going like way ahead of the caravan, which is its own really interesting kind of work, right? You know, checking in with everybody. Does this feel cool? Everybody hip? You know, I want to make sure that we're building things that, you know, not only, again, my instinct feels are cool and fun, but that the team is proud to build and that they feel they have a voice in and, you know, can express themselves through where the story's going, what the ideas are. We're already mapping out, you know, whatever, you know, 13.1 and 13.2 and how they actually play out and connect. And
I wonder what they got cooking
it's
after Last
wild,
Titan.
But in a way, you get to step back
Like
and
how
see a
far they are
more
into that.
cohesive vision and a, you know, far more refined idea over time. So, and without, you know, again, without, you know, spilling any beans, it's like, you know, we're already talking about, you know, the next few, you know, post, you know, upwards of like 17. And it's just keeping the conveyor belt going, you know, it's like we're loud and clear, you know, the fans want more content, you know, more regularly. So in a way, just staying ahead of that curve and making sure that everything, again, is of purpose and telling this much longer story. It's been a blast. You know, the pure creative on Warcraft, you know.
I don't remember them saying that.
How would I put it? Over such a long span of time, I want to say it's one of the most nuclear creative phases I've seen for Warcraft. But the pace is wild, right? Like the pace is wild, and it's like I ain't 30 anymore, so we joke around all the time, like, you know, we need to start instituting, you know, company naps in the middle of the afternoon for the old folks. But it has been pretty amazing.
That's a great way of thinking about it. Speaking of personal connections to characters and story, somebody close to you, who I think is a very wise human, once said, online somewhere, that Chris is Anduin in some ways, kind of worn out, beaten up by a straight period of like nonstop work, right? But also on the other end of it, he's a little bit back to being Thrall again. And those two characters represent these two parts of who this person is. How much of these characters moving forward, or even in the past, have represented you where you were in your life? Like some people say, well, the early versions of these characters are they were so metal. Like even Tauren chieftains, they look like, you know, these metal dudes and everything. And now they're aging, right? They're maturing. They're moving on in the world. Like you are, like everyone who's worked on this does, like that's time. Do you think that's a fair thing to say, that we'll see these characters change and evolve in the same way that maybe you have, and that they're kind of your avatars?
Yeah, no, I know where you're going. So there's kind of an A and a B there. Like the B, which is easier, is certainly we want to push these characters forward. We want to show some aging. We are currently doing that. But yeah, we talk about that a lot. There are many new characters over the arc of the saga that we don't want to be just one-off. We want them to be, you know, pals and, you know, working together to, you know, solve these big problems. But certainly the characters that have been around a while, we're trying to kind of find a way to like capture that age up, not necessarily age out, but like, okay, so in that cinematic at BlizzCon, you know, they went in and put like gray streaks in Thrall's hair. I'm like, oh.
It looked great.
It got me. It's like, whoa.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
And Anduin, you know, staring you down. It's like our little boys all grows up. You know, it's
the 1,000-yard stare from Anduin.
Which was the point. But just the idea that these characters are moving through their own continuum and progressing and moving through stuff. Like, what a trip. You know, looking back from where we started. To the point where these are, you know, fairly fully realized characters within this setting, and it's just incredibly satisfying that way to see that progression. And certainly us as storytellers, as people, you know, as we, you know, it's not necessarily, it is certainly getting older, but it's also just experience over time. You know, big life moments, becoming parents. You know,
they do need to do something with Anduin.
Finding your career, all these big kind of life, you know, hurdles. It's like, you know,
he really has to have his epic moment during this saga.
Into this stuff, you know, even when you're like, oh God, will the people down the hall dig it? You know, will I be judged? Like, yes, probably. But the answer is, you're an artist. Go get it, right? Find your truth. Because often when we're pulling from a place of like deeply personal experience.
Yeah, let me pause it for a sec. Yeah, I agree about Anduin. I don't like dislike Anduin, but I feel like he's gone through so much, but he hasn't had this payoff to where like this is what has built him up as a character to become like this great character they so clearly want him to be. And you know all the memes everyone makes about him, like, oh, he's weak, all he does is cry, he's always in his feelings, etc. I really hope in this expansion that comes to an end. Like, because I don't agree that like he's always like a wuss or whatever, but like he really needs to have his big badass moment, because like they keep building and building and building on him, but they never pay it off. You know what I mean? I really hope they pay it off in this expansion. They've done the things. We've seen him growing up. We've seen him going through struggles. Like he's what, like late 20s now? Like it's time. He's got to do something. It can't just be another expansion of him trying to find himself.
Someone's going to feel that on the other end of the line. As you're playing the game, it's like some of those themes that really matter.
I hope they pay it off.
Whether you're a writer, quest designer, narrative folks, cinematics, like the game design, like everyone kind of pours themselves into their craft. And the more genuine that is, and I think sometimes the more risk you take, I think you get more genuinely affecting content. I think people feel that. They feel you in it one way or another.
Yeah, he deserves his payoff.
There are many themes embedded in the World Soul Saga, evidenced by different characters, that are very
at least I think so.
Things that I think today, or I'm struggling with today, for sure. But again, I think about it in terms of like as the team's creative leader. That's not the job as much. I think the job is like trying to learn to call them out, and challenge them to kind of breathe their own experience into it, as opposed to pouring my own in. So it's a balance.
I assume that's what, over time, you have a character. We'll stick with Thrall for a minute. He's probably the most well-known of the Chris Metzen, certainly.
I love his new model, by the way.
Until they find somebody better. Maybe you'll age out of it. I don't know. We're getting there. But no, that you've breathed enough life into that character and given them enough direction over so much time that I have to think in a lot of cases they start to run on their own gas. And while I'm not asking you to tell me if there's any tragedy coming at all, we're not even suggesting it here.
I have a kill list.
Do you?
I've got like my top 12 characters. Like they're all going.
Why is Khadgar at the top of the list? I kid. I love Khadgar.
There's no kill list.
All right, good. But you know what I mean? You might find yourself going, well, it might be time for character X to take a character dive.
So there's no, I'm kidding, there's no kill list necessarily. But we do talk about this
There's
stuff
definitely a
all the
list.
time.
Yeah.
When you start talking about knocking off main characters, it's not a small thing. And usually that is in service to, in the general story you're developing, if you really need to punctuate dramatic stakes, the easiest thing to do is ask Lucas, blow up a planet, or knock off a main character.
Tyrion Fordling, for example.
Tyrion.
Remember that?
Yeah, I do.
He said,
I do.
That. I'm still gripping on that one.
Did he say Fordling?
That was rough. No pressure though. I'm just saying.
They killed Varian, no big deal. It's no big deal.
So we
just kill him.
Talk about it from time to time, but we try and frame it with the greatest gravity possible, and trying to be clear that this franchise has another 20 years in it. It's this big ongoing idea, and losing critical characters is costly.
Dude, you can keep this going for as long as you want. As long as you have story ideas.
Lose anybody over the arc of the saga. Those types of moments are all about establishing stakes and that emotional, engagement from the player ultimately. So,
Does it help populate the World Soul Saga as a creative place to know that over the last few years, while you were gone for much of it, the team has made a real effort or a priority out of having allied races discovered in the world that players can not only unlock but then be and might prefer over the originals or whatever. Like this additional diversity for choice seems like a really potent way to fill your world.
Yeah, no, me too, buddy.
Interesting characterization rather than just, well, it's orcs and humans and a few others.
Yeah, I love it. You know, just old school D&D and all these options on, you know, player expression, what kind of, you know, what culture you want to be from. I love that kind of stuff. So opening that up, especially like, you know, Battle for Azeroth and, you know, the inclusion of all these new silhouettes and flavors or whatever, I thought was awesome, actually. And even the ones I didn't think I would play, I wound up, you know, I rolled a Volpera.
Yeah.
Hunter.
Oh,
and then
no.
I consistently dress him like Robin Hood from the old Disney movie. So it's like I actually really dig a lot of the flavors that have been added over time. Like
Chris Metzen plays Volpera.
Opinion,
oh no.
The water's warm. Everybody in the pool. You know, I think WoW can stretch.
God damn it.
Grow to you know encapsulate all of these flavors. I think giving you know players more options, more visual options is awesome. At the end of the day, I think, you know, erring on the side of, you know, player choice, player agency is the right move, like why you're playing this game in the first place, right? When you imprint, especially when it's your character, when you imprint on a look or a vibe or, you know, like a vision that you
Rob
connect
Volpera
with,
Warrior coming back.
Get it.
So let's bring it full circle to what is imminent, which is the war within. Players have a lot of expectations. Some of it is based on just excitement because there is a 3-part saga coming. They're not used to that. There's a whole new structure to this. So what would you say to players who are pins and needles about this next expansion, the start of the big grand story?
As we were talking about earlier, we've never been in a situation where we've shaped the whole giddy up, you know, all at once. So there's the adventure component of the War Within, and then there's the max level campaign, and then there's the, you know, the
Dude, I think they stumbled upon a banger idea by making it a saga.
To kind of play out over time. You have narrative threads and sinews kind of, you know, linking everything
NSG,
together.
that's exactly how I felt when I heard that.
Personally, a little biased, but I think it's off the hook, right? At the end of the day, I would want people to remember it is still only, however, part one of a much, you know, a much larger narrative. And I would want people to look at it that way. You know, it's meant
Except
to
everyone
rise
would
and,
judge.
you know, crescendo with its own max level campaign.
Will I be expected to walk in Quest 1 and yank the sword from the planet?
Oh, that's an interesting one. I would say to that, I'm glad you brought that up. Actually, the sword, the resolution of the sword that we started with at BlizzCon, actually, that's a 13 thing. We're going to build to that, and it's a doozy.
One does not simply yank a sword from Azeroth.
I would even say you are not prepared for that moment.
Illidan's coming back, boys.
It is a 13 issue. Ultimately, you know, things like Xalatath, we've been doing a lot of work to kind of build her up as a.
So that was basically hinting that Illidan's coming back for Last Titan, which obviously, because he is currently Sargeras's jailer, and that the sword's going to be dealt with in the final parts of the World Soul Saga. And so Last Titan's going to be huge.
Very different kind of villain. She is not like a Deathwing type, you know, villain where, you know, just he's flying and burning everything and like, oh crap, you know, we're gonna, you know, like clearly he's where the storyline ends. She's built in such a way that like we're gonna be confronted by her and face her multiple times over the arc of the saga. So it's not going to be the.
He just confirmed that Xalatath is not dying in the War Within. Because he said we're going to fight her multiple times throughout this arc. Meaning the World Soul Saga.
You know, one and done type, like, oh, you know, she's the raid boss. You know, she's meant to, you know, kind of weave in and out of events over time. So that's something I would say. But definitely the sword thing sticks in my head. You know, like certain of these
not
themes
surprising at all.
Built to play out over time. So I hope people are into that. I hope
But good to know.
You know, a longer form engagement. Because in a way, you know, so many of our expectations kind of, you know, crystallize around like, well, wait a minute, I didn't get the full meal I was expecting in 11.0. It's not built to be that. It's built to be part one. So buckle up. You know, the ride will be,
he loves saying buckle up.
And insanely fulfilling. Going back to that promise of the 20th anniversary of World of Warcraft, like, I want this saga to feel like it is just the perfect crescendo of 20 years of storytelling, you know, as we said at BlizzCon.
Yeah, there is a sense that we are fulfilling something. The 20 years came and will end this November. I guess November's launch, right? Yeah, 20-year anniversary will be this November. Yeah. And there is a feeling, I can tell you from the player side, of really coming to something special. And I know that puts pressure on the team when players collectively have an idea that they think should happen, and then the team's like, well, we're kind of going a different way. But I don't know that I've felt this much positive feedback in a long time about just where things are headed.
Yeah, I hope so too,
Nobody
Cinders.
says that about a 20-year-old property usually. Usually we're like,
There's not a lot of precedent we have, right? Like that's the same contiguous project. There's plenty of game series run for 20 years, no question. But like, it is honestly a blessing and often sometimes a hindrance. Just trying to sift through the sheer volume of all of these details. Poor Sean Copeland, right? Just trying to keep it all, make it all make sense. But it is also its principal strength. Particularly because it's an MMO and a video game, because you've lived these moments. You didn't just passively watch. You didn't just, read a book or watch a movie. You've lived these moments and they matter and there are stakes, so as complex as it is to try and push the world forward without breaking everything that came before, which is its own kind of challenge. It's a very noble challenge, right? It's a privilege to tread water in this complexity of this setting. After all of these years, it's amazing that it's still the same stakes. It's still the same world that you've always known.
well, there's a future I see where you're, reclining in some sort of chair.
With the blanket over my
blanket
knees,
over your
sitting by a
knees,
fire,
keeping you warm, and you're looking back and you're thinking,
telling kids to stay off my
wow.
lawn. I
Yeah,
know.
exactly. And they're all in their haptic suits playing whatever version of WoW they have, and looking back at Grandpa's accomplishments, and I think it looks like something to be pretty proud of already. Well, I, for one, could not be more excited about this next
Dude, he kept
expansion
bringing up
and the
his
entirety of
age.
the world Soul Saga, and I
did
think
it
you and your
multiple
team should be
times in
proud,
this
and I wish you
interview.
guys nothing but luck.
Old man Methson.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks so much, Scott. It was good fun.
That was hard
We're
to
never gonna get that.
Good interview, though. I always love hearing Chris Metzen talk about World of Warcraft. Anytime he's in anything, I gotta hear it. For the 20th anniversary, I'd take Enhancement Shaman finally being fixed, and I don't mean, oh, let's just increase damage of one of their 16 buttons.
I bear a high priority message for you.
Yeah. That was a good interview. All right, let's see here. Do. Let's see. Where do we want to hang out? Oh, Gamescom launch. Yeah, I'm gonna send you guys over to Lux for that. Because I actually want to watch that too. But yeah, I'm gonna head out, guys. It's been one hell of a stream. I sent you a DM, Rob, because it's kind of funny. All right, man. I will take a look at it here in a bit, but I'm gonna head out, guys. I'm sending you over to Lux. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Those of you on YouTube, thanks for watching. Be sure to subscribe to the channel. If you're on Twitch, be sure to follow the channel. We will be back tomorrow. We're gonna be doing something. I don't know. Maybe some more dungeons if that's what people truly want. Transmog runs, variety, whatever. Basically just killing time till War Within launches. So yeah, that's the game plan, guys. Also, remember, we are starting a subathon on Thursday. Big War Within subathon Thursday. We got a lot of streaming coming up. Lots of streaming. I will be here. We're looking at 12 to 15 hour days for many days for War Within. All right. So, have a great rest of your day, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace.